Ladies and gentlemen, we invite all participants, especially who are still in the foyer area, to please come inside the ballroom. You may take any available seat. The IPA Congress will begin shortly. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, participants who are still outside in the foyer area, we kindly invite you to please proceed to the ballroom and take your seats. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our event will begin very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The event will begin very shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Please take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to take a seat. The event will begin shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin the 33rd International Publishers Congress, the National Anthem of Indonesia. All participants, please rise.
Please be seated.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day one of the 33rd International Publishers Congress in Jakarta. My name is Siska Becker, and this morning I have the honor of being one of the hosts for today.
My name is Uli Herdi, also very honored to be here this morning. We would like to welcome our guests of honor this morning, Acting Governor of Jakarta Capital City Government, Mr. Heru Budi Hartono. Kita berikan tepuk tangan yang paling hangat.
We also like to welcome the Director General, World Intellectual Property Organization, or WIPO, Mr. Daren Tang.
Head of Tourism and Creative Economy Department, Jakarta Capital City Government, Mr. Andika Permata.
Good morning and welcome to Head of Public Relations Cooperation Bureau, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Anang Ristanto.
President of International Publishers Association, Ms. Bodour Al-Qasimi.
Good morning and welcome to the President of Indonesia Publishers Association, Mr. Arys Hilman Nugraha.
The Chair of Jakarta Book City Committee, Ms. Laura Prinsloo.
And to all IBA Secretariat, a very good morning.
Yes, and also our fellow Culture Council from British Council, Institut Français Indonésie, and Japan Foundation.
Also to the Director of Operational and Digital Transformation, Jakarta Experience Board, Mr. Andi Permadi.
Also welcome to all the speakers and moderator for the 33rd International Publishers Congress and participants of the 33rd International Publisher Congress. Welcome, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 33rd International Publishers Congress is the world's largest federation of national, regional, and specialist publishers associations.
The Publishers Congress is an event held once every 2 years. The Congress offers an unrivaled platform for networking and discussion among the world's publishers on industry challenges and opportunities.
We are so honored that the Publishers Congress is held in Jakarta for the very first time.
The 33rd Publishers Congress brings the theme of Reading Matters, Embracing the Future.
We express a great appreciation to Acting Governor of DKI Jakarta, Mr. Heru Budi Hartono, for making this event happen. Everyone, please give a big applause.
And this is the first time in IPA Congress history that this Congress is fully funded by the government, so the Congress entrance is free of charge.
Wow, another reason to give a big applause. So once again, thank you to the Jakarta Capital City Government and Mr. Heru Budi Hartono as Acting Governor of DKI Jakarta.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 33rd Publishers Congress is expected to inspire the spirit of exchanging ideas and encourage creative innovations in a world after the pandemic.
We hope Jakarta can continue its effort to become a center of literacy, culture, and arts with this program.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next session, we would like to inform you about our first day schedule. We'll start by welcoming and opening speeches from our representatives and then talk shows or discussion sessions.
Now to kick things off, we would like to invite onto the stage Ms. Laura Prinsloo as Chair of Jakarta Book City Committee to deliver her welcoming speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, and good morning to all of you. Dear Mr. Andika Permata, Head of Tourism and Creative Economy Department of Jakarta Capital City Government, Mr. Arys Hilman Nugraha, President of Indonesia Publishers Association, Ms. Bodour Qasimi, President of International Publishers Association, publishing friends from Indonesia and all over the world. Welcome to Jakarta, Indonesia. Many of you have probably read Indonesian literature and know about Indonesia as the 17,000 islands of imagination. A slogan that was continuously carried out since Indonesia became the guest of honor at Frankfurt Book Fair 2015, and then followed as the market-focused country at the London Book Fair in 2019. Well, now you are in one of the 17,000 islands, the Java Island. So allow me to share some interesting facts about my hometown, Jakarta, especially for those first-time visitors. Jakarta ranks as one of the most populous cities in the world. The population density is 50% more than New York City, with over than 10 million people living in Jakarta during the night, and more during the day. However, less than a century ago, it only had 150,000 residents. Jakarta is technically not a city, it's a province, but since it is the capital city of Indonesia, it has been given the special capital region status, and therefore is popularly known as a city. But in 2024, the Indonesian capital will be moved to East Kalimantan. Jakarta has over 130 shopping malls, but Jakarta also has over 74 museums and 5,600 libraries. Yep. According to the National Library in 2019, there are 20,258 publishers in Indonesia, and 5,248 of them are in Jakarta. Indonesia's book industry started from Jakarta. In this town is where the first publisher started, the first bookstore, the first library, and even IKAPI, the Indonesian Publishers Association, all started in Jakarta. And to this date, about 30% of the book industry are Jakarta-based. And in my role as chair of Jakarta Book City Committee, I'm proud to say that last November, Jakarta became the first UNESCO City of Literature in Southeast Asia. With the slogan of everybody's reading, we strive to improve access to reading material and literacy activities for all people in Jakarta inclusively to create a prosperous and cultivated life. Today, a year later, Jakarta is hosting the World's Publisher Congress with a theme, Reading Matters, because we cannot stress enough that reading is what will prepare us to embrace the future. When we submit our bid to host this Congress in February 2020, we knew for our industry to stay resilient, we must work together. Publishers, booksellers, authors, libraries, and also government, to meet, to listen, to talk, and to act over important matters in our global world. For us, it was important for these conversations to be made inclusive and accessible by all book stakeholders, especially from Indonesia, and therefore it is only right to make the Congress free of charge. And I am happy to say that this Congress, we have 666 registrants from 63 countries. That's a fantastic number. 379 coming from Indonesia and 287 from abroad. In the next hour, we will start the Congress with a fantastic line of experts in the field. We have 2 keynote speeches. We have 12 panels, 56 experts, 3 awards, and a gala dinner. And then on Saturday, we also have prepared various cultural activities. Actually, not far from here, you can visit the Literature Garden Marta Tiahau, another initiative from the Jakarta Book City Committee. And we also provide shuttle buses on Saturday to visit Taman Ismail Marzuki, Jakarta's iconic art and culture center, where Jakarta Content Week Festival and Everybody's Reading exhibitions are being held, and also to Jakarta Convention Center for the Indonesia International Book Fair. So many activities. That's why, lastly, I want to thank the Jakarta government, specifically former Governor Anies Baswedan and acting Governor Heru Budi Hartono for their support for the book industry. And from the Tourism and Creative Economy Department, Pak Andika, Pak Gumilar, Bu Helma, Mbak Luki, and for the organizing committee, consists of the IPA team, IKAPI, the Jakarta Book City Committee that has worked day, morning, and night to make this happen. My vice chair, Bu Ida, programming team, Karini, John, Jose, Olivier, James, the cultural program, Nofi and Ben, logistic team, this logistic team, they don't sleep. Evelyn and Husni, production team, David, Friza, and Greti, marketing team, Weda, Dita, and Andre, partnership team, Gian and Melfi, and most importantly, the secretariat team, Adisa, Nata, and Pak Mapa. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for your hard work. And on behalf of the Jakarta Book City and the organizing committee, I wish you all a successful Congress and a pleasant stay in Jakarta. Thank you.
Thank you to Ms. Prinsloo for your warm welcoming remarks.
And I would like to invite Mr. Arys Hilman Nugraha, President of Indonesia Publishers Association, to deliver his opening speech.
Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi. Dear Mr. Heru Budi Hartono, Acting Governor of Jakarta Capital City Government, Mr. Andika Permata, Head of Tourism and Creative Economy Department of Jakarta, Ms. Bodour Qasimi, President of the International Publishers Association, Ms. Laura B. Prinsloo, my colleague, Chair of Jakarta Book City Committee, our friends, publishers from Indonesia and all over the world, from 63 countries. Welcome to the 33rd International Publisher Congress here in Jakarta. The Indonesian, thank you. The Indonesian Publishers Association, you can call as IKAPI, is delighted to be a part of the Congress. Thanks to Acting Governor of Jakarta, Mr. Heru Budi Hartono, to make this amazing event happen. And we appreciate Mr. Anies Baswedan, who inspired the Congress to be this year important event in Jakarta. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this distinguished audience It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 33rd International Publishers Congress. And first of all, let me begin by thanking you, our distinguished speakers, thanking you for the time to be here and for sharing your great experiences and expertise. On behalf of the Indonesian Publishers Association, I would like to take the opportunity to express my deepest appreciation to the International Publishers Association, or IPA, for giving Jakarta the chance to be the host of this important forum to face challenges, search for the possible solutions, and enhance beneficial collaboration among players in the industry based on the experiences and ideas of the panel. As you may be well aware, we are now facing a truly unprecedented situation related to COVID-19 and digital disruption. The pandemic has disrupted book industries in three main ways. Firstly, loss of income, ways of money spending resulting in changing demand pattern, and supply interruption. I believe these issues have affected book industries in many countries. Hundreds of millions of people may be unable to afford books anymore as a result of the mass unemployment caused by the crisis. Yeah, they tend to fulfill their basic needs, or like in Indonesia, they take shortcuts and buy pirated books that they think are more affordable. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is home to the largest cultural diversity in the world. The nation has about 1,300 ethnicities and more than 700 different languages. Like the disruption of technology, it presents both challenges and opportunities. It is not easy for us to maintain harmony with so many differences. However, we also find it is easy to explore cultural diversity as the source of the infinite wealth of our books. Indonesia has 37 provinces, including 17,000 islands in a very long stretch, equal to the distance from London to Moscow and back again to London. According to data from the National Library of Indonesia, there were 6,502 publishers launched books in 2021. The highest number is concentrated in Java Island for almost 75%. However, there are still 30 provinces that also represent the uniqueness of their book. As IPA do in the global scope, we also believe in the importance of supporting indigenous languages publishing and empowering underrepresented voices. Of the hundreds of the languages we have, based on the local language vitality announced by the Ministry of Education, only 23 languages are included in the safe category. Most of the others belong to vulnerable group, have declined, are endangered, critical, and even 12 others have become extinct. The IPA and IKAPI share a common ground. We are working on the freedom of publish, digital transformation, literacy and reading, diversity and inclusion, respecting copyright, and combating book piracy. We are in the same boat in reducing cultural blind spots in our reading through translation among languages and trying to look at the world through different eyes. This time, this is our time now for cooperation and multilateral coordination to survive and also improve our industry stability together, because this way is more effective than going alone. Collaboration has been a powerful force for economic development and inclusive growth in our sector. Strengthening and expanding cooperation in the book industries are important, and we should have more opportunities to meet and expand our network. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Hilman, for your welcoming remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Ms. Bodour Qasimi, President of International Publishers Association, to deliver her welcoming speech.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Distinguished guests, Governor Heru, Budi, Hartono, Andika Permata, colleagues and friends. I'm pleased to welcome you to the 33rd International Publishers Congress. It's so good to see you all here today, here in Jakarta, a city that has a wonderful, rich history with a vibrant cultural heritage and natural beauty. Before I start my speech, I just want to give a word of thanks to the whole Jakarta team for the amazing work that you've been doing here, and a special thanks to Acting Governor Heru Budi Hartono. So a round of applause, please. It was no surprise that Jakarta was recently selected as a UNESCO City of Literature, the first city to receive this honor in Southeast Asia. UNESCO's title is a testament to Indonesia's dynamic literary scene and the vibrancy of its publishing sector. In fact, we see this entire region as a vibrant and emerging publishing hub, and we know that you will actively contribute to shaping the future of the publishing industry. Since its first edition, the International Publishers Congress has been an important platform for global publishers to meet, discuss key themes shaping the present and future of our industry. Understanding these themes and trends is critical for our business and future growth. Today, like nearly all global industries and sectors, publishing is also facing some uncertainty about its direction and its future. For the first time in history, publishing is now strongly interconnected and intertwined with many external factors, forces we don't have much control over. Fast and continuous innovation in technology, economic restructuring, supply chain disruption, climate change, inflation, and pandemics are all imposing abrupt changes in market and consumer behaviors. But as I have always said since the beginning of my IPA presidency, we have no choice but to be adaptable and agile, and try to lead the change, not just to adapt to it. Of course, it's always easier said than done, but it's doable because publishers are resilient. And this conviction is not based simply on blind optimism, but on the evidence of a long history and centuries of tenacity and a determination to continue evolving and defending our industry. Resilience in any organization or any system relies on a working environment which includes few key elements such as collaboration, flexibility, diversity, and a commitment to learning. This is as true for publishing as it is for any industry. Today, climate change and the essential measures we need to make to make our business more sustainable continue to pose a complex risk to our operations. No one market or region has the solution to face this complex issue, and therefore, we must collaborate with everyone in the industry and move at an even pace so we emerge at the other side stronger together. Digitization and data-based publishing is a trend that is continuing to grow at a fast pace, as evidenced in the recent WIPO report launched in partnership with the IPA. The good news from this report is that there are many positive signs of recovery in different markets, and digitization and technology played an important role in the recovery. However, in the same report, we learned that many markets are still struggling with digitization and therefore struggling to catch up. We can't and shouldn't let that happen, which is where partnership and collaboration can play an important role. It's also where learning and continuous upskilling are critical in supporting the recovery and resilience of those publishers. But despite all the challenges, this is still an exciting time to be a publisher, because with massive change comes massive new opportunities and new possibilities. Over the next 2 days, we will have the opportunity to discuss all these themes, challenges, and opportunities in more detail with our expert speakers and moderators. I'm really looking forward to the exciting and rigorous discussions and debate, and I encourage everyone here to participate and help us shape the future of our industry. Thank you, Terima kasih, Jakarta, for your hospitality and support. And thank you to all the committees and teams and everyone involved for your hard work in putting this Congress together. Thank you.
Thank you. Terima kasih, Ms. Qasimi.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will hear the opening speech from Mr. Heru Budi Hartono, Acting Governor of Jakarta Capital City Government via video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Atas nama pemerintah Provinsi DKI Jakarta, saya menyambut Anda semua di Kota Jakarta. Tahun ini kami merasa terhormat untuk menjadi tuan rumah penyelenggara International Publisher Congress ke-33, sebuah event 2 tahunan terbesar yang mempertemukan berbagai asosiasi penerbit di seluruh dunia dengan merefleksikan tema Reading Matters, Embracing the Future, pentingnya membaca merangkul masa depan. Penyelenggaraan kongres tahun ini akan berfokus pada pemanfaatan berbagai peluang, memastikan budaya membaca serta industri penerbitan dapat berkelanjutan. Selama 3 hari ke depan, kongres akan membangun sebuah platform untuk berbagi gagasan yang inspiratif, menyuarakan aspirasi para delegasi mengenai isu penting tentang penerbitan, kekayaan intelektual, hak cipta, dan literasi untuk semua. IKAPI Kongres memberikan kesempatan yang berharga untuk memperkuat kolaborasi di antara para pelaku dalam industri penerbitan. Ini adalah momentum untuk menjawab beragam tantangan, mengembangkan kemitraan kita untuk menerjemahkan wacana global ke dalam berbagai program yang akan memberikan manfaat bagi masyarakat. Saya sependapat dengan George Martin, penulis novel A Song of Ice and Fire, yang karyanya menjadi inspirasi drama seri Games of Thrones, untuk menggugah budaya membaca, bahwa orang yang membaca akan menjalani ribuan kehidupan sebelum dirinya meninggal. Sementara orang yang tidak pernah membaca hanya menjalani satu kehidupan. Terima kasih dan enjoy Jakarta, kota dengan kehidupan yang dinamis, beragam budaya, dan warisan yang menakjubkan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Heru Budi Hartono for the speech.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our Congress with a keynote speech from Mr. Daren Tang, Director General, World Intellectual Property Organization.
President Bodour Qasimi of the International Publishers Association, Secretary General Jose Boginho, distinguished delegates. It is a great pleasure to join you at the 33rd International Publishers Congress in Jakarta. Selamat pagi. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this event, and warm greetings to all of you from Geneva. As with many economic sectors, 2021 was a year of recovery for the publishing industry. WIPO's latest survey of global publishing activity showed a return to revenue growth in key markets such as the US, Italy, Japan, the UK, and Germany. The survey, which we are pleased to produce in collaboration with the IPA, also found strong increases in the number of titles published in emerging markets like Brazil and Turkey. And it highlighted the continuing shift to digital, with digital and audio formats now responsible for around a third of revenue in countries like Finland, Sweden, and Japan. Fast forward a few months, however, and the global economic outlook has shifted again. We now seem to have entered an increasingly volatile period where several multifaceted challenges have come to the front. These include a combination of inflationary supply chain and energy pressures, disruptions to global trade, and geopolitical stresses which threaten to make the work of us in the international community more complex. And the publishing industry is not immune to these headwinds. That's why it's critical that we continue to work together and sustain the same solidarity that characterized the industry's response to the pandemic. WIPO's support for global publishing rests on two pillars. The first is our work to strengthen and uphold the international copyright system. Copyright, and perhaps even more importantly, building a culture that supports it and that values it, is essential to maintaining the economic health of the publishing industry. It is by protecting and raising awareness of the rights of authors and by building respect for IP that we help writers, illustrators, and others to earn a living from their talent. The IPA is an important voice within our Standing Committee on Copyright and Related Rights, and we look forward to your continued support and active engagement with the global copyright system. On the issue of international norm building, it is important to state that despite the challenging backdrop, progress remains possible. At this year's WIPO assemblies, we achieved a significant breakthrough in our normative agenda. Member states agreed to convene two diplomatic conferences, one on the Design Law Treaty and another on an international legal instrument relating to IP, genetic resources, and associated traditional knowledge. While the circumstances around each element of our normative agenda are unique, it is encouraging to see that the multilateral way to move forward has reached agreement in these two areas. And we are confident that these milestone achievements will add momentum to our broader work in support of a balanced and effective global IP ecosystem. And this, of course, brings me to our second pillar of support, delivering tangible impact on the ground so that IP benefits everyone, everywhere. In our fast-moving world, we know that the creative industries, including publishing, continue to globalize. Appreciation of the economic potential is growing around the world, and we also need to champion inclusivity and diversity amongst the creative sectors. WIPO will provide assistance in each of these strategic areas. First, we'll use our global reach to support publishers in developing countries. For instance, through our Publishers Circle program, we have developed a mentorship initiative with the African Publishers Network. And so far, we have partnered with 50 participants from both the Anglophone and Francophone communities in the African region. This has led to a number of successful matches, including that between a Rwandan publisher, Fiston Mudakamura, and the international publishing consultant, Carlo Corino. Fiston helped to create the HAAPA store, an online platform for the distribution of African stories and content. Thanks to their partnership, ebooks have now been added to the site, enabling African authors to make their work available to audiences at home and abroad. And as Fiston told us, let me quote him, "For me, this is a bridge to joining a global network of publishers shaping the future of book publishing." Second, we'll continue to support the creative industries to generate economic impact. Around the world, awareness is increasing as to the important role that the creative sectors play in driving growth and development forward. But in order to harness this strategically, it is necessary to have a full and accurate picture of how the creative sectors are performing. And this in turn requires robust and reliable data. More and more developing countries are asking WIPO for help in this area. And in response, we have launched a new project to improve the capacity of developing countries to collect and then analyze data on their creative industries. Training has already begun with a regional grouping of African member states, and we are pursuing the project's rollout with colleagues from ASEAN, the Arab region, Latin America, and beyond. Third, we will continue to promote inclusivity and diversity in publishing. It is deeply encouraging that support for the Marrakesh Treaty continues to grow around the world. We now have a total of 90 contracting parties covering 116 member states. And this broad reach or increasing reach enables impact, with Marrakesh being a powerful example of how IP and publishing are improving lives. So it's our Accessible Books Consortium, or ABC, that is helping to bring the treaty's aims to fruition by making nearly 800,000 titles available for cross-border exchange. And the result is that millions of people who are blind or otherwise print disabled are able to participate in economic and cultural life. Promoting accessible and inclusive publishing have been the key themes of Sheikha Bodour's presidency, and we want to congratulate her for that. WIPO greatly values the work we have taken forward together in recent years. This includes our support for women in publishing and the partnership between the ABC and the Kalimat Foundation to increase the number of accessible books in Arabic. As this is your final Congress as President, I would like to pay tribute to your powerful advocacy on behalf of global publishing. In Karine Penza and Gavansa Jobava, the IPA has chosen another excellent leadership team, and we look forward to working closely with the new leadership team in the years ahead. So ladies and gentlemen, the global publishing industry is not only a critical source of jobs and growth, it broadens minds, opens up new horizons, and makes our world a brighter, more vibrant place. Publishing's success is all of our success. And that's why WIPO is committed to building on a strong record of cooperation with IPA and facing the future together. Thank you very much, and let me wish you all the best for a successful Congress.
Thank you to Mr. Daren Tang for the keynote speech and the valuable insights.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the talk shows and discussion sessions shortly, which will be divided into 6 sessions.
Yes, with 6 very interesting topics. The first one will be liberty of surveillance, how technology affects the freedom to publish. Very interesting.
Very interesting. And then the second session is titled Copyright, Artificial Intelligence and Publishing.
Ooh, very intriguing. I'm sure there's going to be a lot to discuss on that matter. And then the third session is titled Books for Children, Future-Proofing Tomorrow's Readers.
Quite interesting, as you have 3 children as well.
Yes, I'm sure it's going to be very interesting as well for all the parents in the audience and for publishers of children's literature.
And then we'll continue with our 4th session, which is Marketing and Distribution, Exploring New Worlds.
And then we continue with the 5th session, titled A Faustian Bargain, New Technologies and the Future of the Creative Industries.
And then lastly, for the 6th session, is titled The Path Towards Net Zero.
And that are the 6 topics for the 6 sessions. Now, we also like to remind everyone who haven't received their interpreter kit, they can ask for some assistance from the committee, so to make sure that you can enjoy all the sessions comfortably.
Just raise your hands, and then the committee will come to your table and will provide the interpreter kit for your convenience.
Yes, we also like to remind everyone that we're also going to have a lunch break later on. So we would like just to make sure that everyone is aware of that, and that we're going to enjoy a fruitful discussions after the lunch sessions as well.
And also coffee breaks.
Yes, of course, much needed caffeine, I'm sure, for all the participants.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our first session. We will discuss about liberty or surveillance, how technology affects the freedom to publish.
And as moderator, we would like to invite Ms. Trasvin Chiti Decharak from publisher at Silkworm Books, member IPA's Freedom to Publish Committee.
And also our speakers, Mr. Kristen Einarsson,
Mr. Hilman Farid,
Ms. Azadeh Parsapur,
and Mr. Tanapol Elsako.
Ms. Trasvin Chitricharak, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Terima kasih. Selamat pagi. That's good morning. It's a privilege to be here today among my colleagues, friends, publisher friends worldwide. And it's just overwhelming after all this pandemic, lockdown and things. So this is great to be here. Today, we are about to speak on the most important issue of this decade, on the liberty of civilians, how technology affect freedom to publish. Of course, we're talking about AI, which is a big thing now, and it's become a generative AI, which means it would write an article, novels, writing music, creating images, 2 dimensions, 3 dimensions. But we will leave the technical side to the nerds. We are publishers, we know nothing about it. We're just a mere user of technology. But we are affected by technology. It affects our livelihood. It affects the most important thing in our profession, which is freedom to publish. Freedom to publish is the most important, one of the most important issues and pillars of the IPA. Without freedom, knowledge wouldn't be advanced. Without freedom to publish, our profession cannot be sustainable and flourish. So, people give, definition of freedom differently according to whatever background. But I would like to quote Andrei Kokov, who recently gave interview to NHK, the Japanese broadcasting, that when he was a Soviet Union citizen, he thought he had freedom. He could write anything. But once Ukraine became an independent country, he gradually learned that freedom means difference. He learned as this young nation has developed, and he realized that in the past he didn't have any freedom at all. So, today we have our speakers, 4 wonderful speakers. Now I have to do it with this technology, which I would like to introduce to you all. The first person on next to me, the only lady, well, not only me too, but only lady speaker, as if I'm not speaking, is Azadeh Parsapur from Iran. She's a managing director of Norcam Publishing, which is based in Iran and UK. Azadeh is not only the publisher, she's a researcher and a journalist. She worked as a copy editor for years back in Iran, and she moved in UK in 2010 and studied journalism at London Metropolitan University. She is a managing director of Norcam Publishing, which launched in December 2012 in London, which crowdfunding to publish Iranian censored authors. NOCAM support and empower Iranian authors and translators, advocate freedom of speech, promote Farsi language in digital publishing, and provide easy access to invulnerable Farsi book. Farsi is the Persian old language. And Asida is also the founder of Tehran Book Fair Uncensored. There's two book fairs, Tehran Book Fair and then Tehran Book Fair Uncensored. The uncensored one, of course, organized outside Iran. And the annual book fair, Persian book published outside Iran by the independent publisher, free of censorship. So the next person in the middle is the publisher of Same Sky Publishing Thailand, Thanapon Yusakun. Thanapon is our IPA pre-wartime awardee this year. And I thank him for, a short notice. His biography is not in the program, so it's a surprise from IPA and from Thanapon himself. Thanapon was born in South Thailand. He attended high school and university in Bangkok. He's interested in politics from a very young age, and his political activism as a university student led him to his publishing career. In 2002, Thanapon and two friends invested and founded Same Sky Publishing, which Thanapon has overseen the business ever since. Same Sky published a monthly magazine with the same name, which now, unfortunately, discontinued. But the book publishing size continue with, he published many academic books in the social science, mainly from a critical perspective, particular about the monarchy institution and the monarch, which of course landed him into a lot of trouble. Thus, Thanapon have been a target of the ultra-loyalist groups, it's plural, that's a lot of them. Thanapon has endured monitoring by the state officer and attempt to persecute him in seditions. So, welcome to Jakarta. And next to Thanapon is my very close colleague, who I always look up to, not only physically, because he's tall and I'm short, but because of he's such a role model in fighting for freedom to publish. None but Christian Innocent, the chair of Freedom to Publish Committee and CEO of the World Expression Forum Norway. Kristen, thank you. Kristen has 40 years of experience in publishing. Some of his previous positions, well, if you have 40-something years of publishing, he's have a long list of a position. He was a CEO of Norwegian Publishers Association, a CEO of Norwegian Book Clubs, chairman of Kunskapsforlaget, is that publishing house, managing director of the same place, the president of Yarn Academy, the Norwegian Academy of Literature and Freedom of Speech, chair of Norwegian Film Fund, and chairman of Norwegian Film Institute and a board member of NOLA, Norway Literature Abroad. So today we will hear a lot from him, the man, the leader in our fight for freedom to publish. And last but not least, represented our host country, Dr. Hilman Farid. I heard lots about you, He's a Director General of the Culture Department, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Indonesia. Pak Hilman, is not only a scholar, he's a cultural activist and lecturer. He lives in Jakarta, enjoys cooking, swimming, and playing music. In the 80s, he started helping his father working as a translator of children's stories, especially from Init Brighton to Bahasa Indonesia. Before joining the ministry in 2015, Hilman has been actively engaging, if not initiating, many cultural networks and programs. He's also lectured in various higher education institutions. So today, we expect to hear lots from you. And without further ado, we are already late. So I would like to start with Kristen. Kristen, would you... Since the internet took over the world, social media become part of everyday life for many people. It's allowed those whose voices never heard to be heard and promote freedom of speech as never before. However, the same people become vulnerable. They became a target of state and people who disagree with them. If I may borrow George Orwell's words, social media has been the instrument to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable. What is your take on that?
Thank you, Traswin. Let me start with the bleak side, because when you look at what is happening in the past decade, the researchers, they sum it up that there are fewer and fewer democracies and more autocracies. And they also think that a central part of this development is actually the social media. And it marks a distinction in information between leaders and voters, and that's two main reasons for that. First one is that social media has become the most important channel for large groups, not least for young people. And secondly, the social media allows an immediate reaction and messages from authoritarian leaders, and there is no mediation, no editing corrections on what is left out on the internet. And actually it is this unbroken flow of information that the authoritarian leaders love. If you look at some of these authoritarian leaders, and I've just mentioned Donald Trump, Bolsonaro, and Rodrigo Duterte as some few of them, they like to present countless versions of reality, and in that way creating doubts about what is the truth. And actually, as we know, the democracy really rests on the notion that an educated population can weigh their options and vote accordingly to that in an informed way. So, in fact, the democracy depends on a common understanding of reality. But what these authoritarian leaders tend to do when they have created this confusion about all these versions of the truth, they end up saying, you have to trust someone on what is the truth, and you can trust me because I'm in power. We also see that in the social media, the social pressure is increasingly making it difficult for free expression and the freedom to publish. Social media is a perfect means to rapidly shut someone down. You post that there's wrong thinking and you do public shaming, and you in fact build a momentum that may have writers and publishers and others deplatformed or even cancelled altogether. And to top a bleak picture, even bleaker, the authorities are increasingly using shutdowns of the internet, either permanently or indefinitely, to silence criticism. And there's, as we know, more and more sophisticated ways of the online surveillance to be able to do that. So what should we do? I read an interesting article by Lorena Regatieri. She's from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. And first of all, she says that what politicians can do is to provide support for established and editor-controlled media. And that's both the media and also publishing, to ensure that you allow for different voices. And she is convinced that you can get social media to become a democratization tool. But then she said, you have to look at the digital infrastructure and social media as part of that, as a right, and also actually the truth as a human right. And she goes as far, and I think that's a very interesting question, saying that you should in fact install truth as a human right. And if you do that, then that will involve necessity or incorporate it into the legislations and into the debate. I would like to add at the end to that, that the role of the publishers is crucial in the fight for truth, both off and online. Luckily, we publishers still can both publish off and online. Publishing has always operated in a social and cultural environment, which is constantly changing. And as Bodour Qasimi was saying, we have to adapt, and we have to change, and we have to lead the change as well as publishers. And not only do we operate in this environment, but we are actually able to change it as well. And I think that is the key of what publishers are doing. You know, what they commission or select, and when they do that, the result of what the publishers are doing is to influence what is discussed in society, and how these works that we publish are received. And I'm sure that if we are to create and maintain free and healthy societies, then publishers must have the will and ability to challenge established thinking, preserve the history of culture, no alternative definitions of history, and to make room for new knowledge, critical opposition, and challenging artistic expression. So freedom to publish, I say it again and again, means that publishers must be allowed to publish all that they deem worthy of publication, even and perhaps especially if those works challenges the boundaries established by the society they operate in. And to end, freedom of expression is a prerequisite for creative industries to flourish as I see it. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, Kristen. Yes, totally agreed. And with this, that I would like to move on with Asisa, that you know, I've been the past few weeks, we heard all this dreadful news about Iran and the uprising. And of course, the government had shut down, I think in 19 September, Iranian government shut down the internet, shut down the Instagram, YouTube, and whatever. They didn't, this is not the first time they did it. They also did it in 2019. Please tell us, you know, how this has affected, why they are so scared of the internet.
Thank you, IPA, and thank you, Jakarta, for having me. As you have seen on TV or read in the news, for the past 2 months, my country, Iran, has witnessed an unprecedented wave of anti-regime protests. Demonstrations that have continued despite brutal and violent crackdowns by the security forces. The people's main chant has been woman, life, freedom. And one of the freedoms Iranians have been denied for decades has been the freedom to read the books the way the authors write them, not the way the government wants them to be written. Basically, the freedom to publish. In Iran, every book must go under a scrutiny process and receive a permit to get published. In this process, most books experience some degree of censorship. Lucky ones would receive the permit if you as an author and publisher accept to make the changes. However, there are books that would be classified as unpublishable and are rejected. Sometimes even their authors are blacklisted, and their future works will be deemed unpublishable too. What my publishing house, Nogam, has been doing for almost a decade is that we publish books that could not be published inside Iran. Either the author did not accept the required changes that the authority call corrections, or the whole book has been banned. But my publishing house operates in the UK, and for the books to be read by the main audience living inside Iran, I need the means to give readers access to my books. That's why every book that we publish has a free ebook for readers inside Iran to read, and also in Afghanistan. And a print edition for speaking a print edition for Persian-speaking diaspora across the globe. If there was no internet or no digital technology to create ebooks and audiobooks, we could not exist. And my main channel to promote the books, communicate with my readers, and connect with the networks of Iranian writers and translators inside Iran, inside the country, is also social media. I know that social media is one of the most successful tools for marketing for all sorts of businesses, including publishing. But my work would be impossible without it. Let me give you another example of how essential social media is for publishing houses like me working in exile. I founded the first ever Persian book fair outside Iran that you mentioned. It's called Tehran Book Fair Uncensored. This book fair started in London 2016, and the next ones are being organized in many cities and countries in Europe and North America by the Persian independent publishers across the world. The first few years, we had only physical events, but in 2020, because we couldn't travel, we started to organize the whole thing online. Book launches, discussions, interviews with the authors, and so on. For the first time, we could share what we are doing abroad with our Iranian readers inside the country. They could participate in our book fair. That was a huge step for us. Now we have hybrid events, face-to-face sessions, and streaming online. Saying all of that, I need to emphasize that access to internet and social media is not that easy in Iran. My website, along with many other websites and social platforms, are blocked in Iran. Iranians use circumvention tools to use Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and recently Instagram. Iran has a reputation with its internet shutdowns, especially when there are protests and demonstrations. In the past 8 weeks, Iran has experienced another round of internet shutdown, while the security forces killed over 300 people, including more than 40 children. Thousands have been arrested, either in the street or at home because of what they posted online. Iran has now blocked all the global social media platforms and wants Iranians to use domestic ones. The ones that most people don't trust because the platforms are heavily monitored and censored and give the authorities full access to users' data. Actually, the ultimate aim for Iran is to replace the internet with a local network called national internet. Despite all of that, can we do anything? Well, new technologies and social media can be used as democratization tool, and I'd like to echo Rigathieri's statement that says digital rights are also human rights. I have worked with human rights organizations in Africa and the Middle East to advocate for bringing digital rights under the spotlight in the United Nations mechanisms. Advocates are trying hard to make states accountable for the violation of digital rights. Freedom of expression is a human right, online and offline. In my opinion, we as publishers can step forward and collaborate with digital rights advocates to develop new legislations on digital rights. It does not solve all our problems. However, it is a step in the right direction to guarantee freedom of speech and ultimately freedom to publish.
Thank you. That sounds, awful. But when they shut down the internet during that part in September, then people cannot access, your reader cannot access to your ebook, right? Or they downloaded. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, thing is that it's not, you mentioned that it has happened before. It happens every time that something happens, a demonstration happens or protest happens. And sometimes it's just whole country, and sometimes it's just region by region. And yes, people cannot now have access. The thing is that sometimes during the day you cannot have access to internet, and during night you can. So it's really disruptive, and the access to free information, including our books, are getting really hard.
Right. This would be a similar situation in Myanmar right now, you know, that the junta military government would shut down the internet from time to time or have a limited hours for people to work. They don't want people to connect or contact or share any news. So, Thunapon, we heard something that more dreadful than our own countries. I think you better provide an audience information what's have been happening in Thailand in the recent year for the publishers like yourself. Please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a big one. Do you believe that the YouTube is the source of education and entertainment used to be blocked 4 months after 2006 coup in Thailand? This platform was accused to containing video clip violating the race majesty law known in Thailand as Article 112. Surveillance and punishment. Shortly after the 2006 coup, Thailand promulgated the Computer Crime Act 2007. The target political enemy on online platform. The situation became worse following the 2014 coup as the junta appointed National Legislative Assembly (NLA) amended this act in 2017, tightening the government's control over online media. The move was made despite the fact that over 300,000 people signed the petition against it on the website change.org, calling for the NLA to stop the amendment. Since the change of reign, the current monarch has neither the power, prestige, nor popularity enjoyed by the father King Bhumibol. Yes, the Article 112 seems to be enforced even more intensely. Pick 2. Okay, pick 2.
Change slides, please.
Okay. For example, on January 2021, Anchan, a retired civil servant who shared 29 online video clips, was convicted under Article 112 for the commission of 29 crimes, each with a 3-year imprisonment.
Imprisonment.
Yeah, okay. Sanction thus totally 87 years. The sentence was reduced to half, and Anchan will spend 43 years and 6 months in jail. In another case, those who post in Facebook with the words "very brave, very good, thank you," which was King Lama X press for a royalist was regarded as violating Article 112 for mocking the monarch. Okay, we have just to mention a number of juvenile descendants under Article 112. Prior to the court's judgment, while bail are also denied, such as can clearly be deemed unlawful and unconstitutional. Pick three. Okay. This example serves to illustrate two issues. First, anything related to the monarchy is a matter of life and death. Second, for the sake of the monarchy, the Thai government can take any means necessary. Okay. What do all this have to do with the freedom to publish? Okay. As an editor in the field of social science, a crucial part of my profession is to analyze Thai politics and society. It is undeniable that the monarchy as the elite network as a key player in Thailand politics sphere. Although in terms of supply, the number of book publication is relatively low compared to other media platforms. Books that delve deep into different topics are still a critical tool in spreading thought and idea to other media. For producer, okay. Moreover, the rise of the Thai youth movement since 2020, following the dissolution of the favorite political party, held a lot of publication on the law of the monarchy to gain more attention. Okay, pick three.
Change like this.
Pick four, okay. Attention including those by Same Sky publication. At the same time, we also had to deal with many lawsuits. There were instances where the police came to our booth at the National Book Fair and take our publication for investigation. The search warrant was also requested to order for the officer to release and sign our book. There were all attempts to prove that we should be charged with violation of Article 112. Besides, computers were also investigated as if book production was a crime in Thailand. I think this is of the I think this is one of the reasons why I am here today. In the form of liberty and surveillance, all this initiation took place in the 21st century with no foreseeable improvement in the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to just add that to help Thanapon a little bit, that Article 112 is dubbed for the less majestic law. This law had a severe punishment in Thailand, like for the case of Anchan, the lady that he showed the slides, that she shared the post for 29 times, and each crime, you would get punishment of 3-year imprisonment. And so they just multiply by 3 to 29, she get 87 years. And then you got discount half price, then that kind of thing. But still, I think she'll die in prison if there's no pardon or things. So that this is the big issues in Thailand. But Thanapon went back into 2006, I think, with the 2 foreign correspondents, because that was the Far Eastern Economic Review journalists who got that hand slapped, when they criticized the Prime Minister relationship with the monarchy, the palace and the court. So that you see, Hilma, you see that Indonesia is taking a lead in Southeast Asia, in ASEAN, as a democracy country and pro-democracy, and speak out every time that our neighbors have issues. And you are now also work as a, for the government. But you can see that is there any way that to improve the situation in terms of, in the name of culture or whatever, to promote freedom to publish or change all these conservative governments into accepted a voice that different opinions in our society, because ASEAN is no longer just Indonesia or just Thailand, but we are all together as one.
Well, first of all, thank you, and thank you also IPA for inviting me, and thank you for Silkworm Books. You publish excellent scholarly books on Indonesia and Southeast Asia. Thank you very much. About the question of freedom of expression in the Indonesian government, there are still lots of challenges. Yeah? And the reason for that is because of the shifting landscape that we experience right now. I grew up in the 1980s, 90s. So I was involved in alternative publications. I witnessed the most brutal and obscene forms of censorship in the past. Like in the past, it was not like blocking someone's website. I mean, they're simply seizing your printing press. That's what they did, right? And if I tell my students about those days, they sometimes like, really, could they do that? Yes, they could do that. And since I'm now with the government, yes, we did that, right? But now, I mean, if you look at the media landscape of today, there are like significant changes. The actors that are actually impeding the freedom of expression are different, right? Institutions are different. The role of the government is also changing in that sense. So now I think we really need to look at this like really closer. Now, before, like in the past, we talked about the unchecked power of governments. Now we also have to think about the unchecked power of corporations who are actually running, controlling the media landscape. No, I mean, we are all aware that the media landscape is now like increasingly concentrated in the view of like a handful of corporations and all that. And this is a serious challenge for freedom as well. Yeah, I mean, one has simply to follow the debates about whether Donald Trump can return to Twitter or not. And everybody now is waiting for Elon Musk to make the final decision. Yeah, and this is the problem of freedom that we have today. And I think since we are in a congress of publishers worldwide, we need to really to think about these issues. But of course, saying that corporations are now equally responsible, it doesn't like free the governments from the responsibility of protecting freedom of expression, right? Because like wrong plus wrong doesn't equal right. Yeah. So we need to find ways to look at these things, and I think in Indonesia nowadays, referring to our experiences that our friends here in Thailand, we have a similar issue. Blocking of websites when some content that are considered as unacceptable appear on the screen, right? And there is this issue, like a very delicate issue of content moderation. Yeah, I assume that we all agree that some level of content moderation is necessary. We don't want child pornography. We don't want some really like obscene forms of expressions. We don't want hate speech. We don't want increasing social polarization in the society and so on. Yeah, we don't want that. But we want freedom of expression so people can really contribute to a healthy democratic society. You know? So we want both ends. Like, how do you walk on that thin line, yeah, on the border of that? Yeah? And this is the challenge that we have today. And content moderation in Indonesia, there is this regulation by the Ministry of Informatics and Communication has been challenged by civil society groups. But the discussion, I think, needs really to be like, how do we actually do that? I mean, if you want to moderate content, yeah, who is actually in charge of defining what is right? So public participation is, of course, very fundamental to that attempt. The right to redress is also very important. Yeah? So if you don't agree with the challenge, then the owner or the manager of the platform or the person concerned with that has the right to redress, has the right to fight back. Yeah? And I think along that way, if we work on this with a very solid foundation and a common understanding would and finally emerge from that. And this is, I think, part of being a democratic society. I mean, you open up the process, let a lot of people or parties involved in that, and in the end, you will come to a certain point where you can reach an agreement what we actually want. It's an ongoing process. Yeah, you will be challenged by the future generation of not being democratic enough. Yeah, and that it's an ongoing process. So there's no final end, I think, to this. It's a process, and yeah, the key to this is to open up possibilities, ways of seeing at things, have a democratic discussions by bearing in mind that what we do actually really matters. The Human Development Report, like recently was published, and it signified like a complex of a new complex of uncertainties, planetary change, yeah, problems with the environment, sweeping social transformation where digital technologies are really a part of that, and increasing social polarization. These are the three challenges. So I, from my position in the government right now, try to contextualize our discussions about freedom in that context. Yeah, how we can actually contribute to solving all these problems by still protecting freedom of expression. So that would be my intervention for this forum. Thank you.
Thank you. I think if my Indonesian friends allow, I would like to borrow Hilman to visit my Ministry of Culture in Thailand, which I have problems with them every time I talk to them. But you see, when Hilman talk from the government agency perspective, do you have some hope that you want to borrow him to Iran too? Or let you have him first?
Well, we'll be happy to have him. But, well, I believe there are many people inside Iran working in publishing sector, in cultural sector, even in some bodies of government that are capable of doing good things for the future, for new policies. But I'm not hopeful that the current government, that the current regime can do anything about it. I'm not that hopeful about this, but I'm hopeful about the future because I see the cultural actors and political activists that has worked and has been fighting over more than 40 years for the things that we talk about it today, and many of them are in prison. I mean, our prisons in Iran, it's like, you know, Harvard, it's like MIT, just full of capable and knowledgeable people that can just build this country, Iran, a better place. And all that, I don't know, freedoms, I mean, civil rights and freedom of speech and all sort of freedoms that we talk about, and we hope it's a dream for us. I hope that it will happen, but I mean, in the context of Islamic Republic in Iran, no, I don't think, because they don't want. It's just there is no will, you know, to change.
That sounds not so good. Dhanapon, I can ask you and you can answer in Thai, and I'll translate it for you. You heard that, you know, we have not a brilliant government ourselves, you know, but to compare with Iran, that it's slightly better. But when I said better, I didn't mean good, you know, just better.
Okay. I think okay, before 2020 in Thailand, about is no people for the youth generation uprising. Okay, I think about Iran. I think before this year or 2 years ago, I think nobody think about a woman in Iran is uprising. I think in the 21st century, about religion, monarchy, or it's not matter for the young generation. I think they want to have the listener for government them. Okay.
So you see, before we got on stage, we had some discussion in the room back there, and Thanapon was joking that in Iran and Thailand is similar, you know, they have religions and we have a monarchy. So, and the two thing is being worshipped in a different way. But in Thailand, during the pandemic, during the lockdown, we have this youth movement. This is a high school student. They just came out, and if you remember the slide that showed the yellow books that published by Thanapon from Same Sky, that they quote that book and they want some reform and change because they don't see the future. And similar to Iran, that the women, you know, the sparking point of this pick up. But you see, since Kristen, we're talking about the youth uprising and the young woman in Iran. You mentioned in the back room before about, you know, what we should do about these younger generations and to participate in freedom, to publish or promote freedom. Because even though they use social media all the time, but they hardly actually engage it in the positive and really taking actions. What do you think?
Yes, in the new started World Expression Forum, our first project is on the youth participation in society, and there's been done some research on it, and you know, in one way they are born on social media, so they know everything about it, but when it comes to expressing yourself, there are a lot of hindrances that they feel. Everything from all the hate speech and everything that happens to, you know, who's going to read what I wrote when I was 15, when I'm applying for a job when I'm 24. So there's a lot of complex issues if we really want them to be involved in the public debate. If I could just add to one thing that Hilman was saying, I thought that this was a very interesting analysis you had, and I think for the governments, it's to, if you want freedom of expression, it's to strike the balance between using the freedom of expression and stopping the worst part of the hate speech. So it's difficult legal matter, but I mean, that's what's needed. But the second part, what is needed is, I'll say it, I mean it. I had hoped that people who buy the technology companies were not only innovators and rich people, but publishers. I mean, they have now been, the social media is, what, 20 years old now. They should have come to an age where they understand the responsibility. It's not only of connecting, because it all started by connecting, that's great. But you know, all the content should be free, so no copyright, that's one part of it. And the second part, you know, they don't care too much about what is done within their platform. And they should, a publisher is, so I think they should take some crash courses from some publishers, or some publishers should buy some of the tech companies. That might help.
That's it. Yes. I think our discussion could go on forever, which unfortunately we cannot do that. And I think the next panel is breathing in my neck. I would welcome questions, if there is any questions or suggestions. Yes? Yes. Please introduce yourself too. Thank you.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Vita Aini. I'm a PhD student. Thank you for the speaker for the inspiring sharing this morning. My question is, I just realized that some speaker highlighted a few important matters. First, about the actors. Actors who dominate the freedom to publish and freedom of the media. So I would like to ask the speaker, if it's possible, to give us take-home message. Who are the dominant actors who monopolize this media landscape? And how to balance their power? How strong we are as the citizen or the publisher to challenge their power? Because some of speakers just mentioned about the domination of authoritarian regimes, and at the same time talk about conglomerates who honor Twitter and Meta. Thank you very much.
Well, Kristen, do you want to answer this, or any of you want to answer this? Kristen.
Yeah, well, I think that it starts with you need a legal framework. That's where it starts. You need a legal framework that ensures that there is a freedom of expression and that stops the misuse of freedom of expression. You have to find a balance in your laws to do that. It starts there. Secondly, as I said, there is a responsibility on anybody who publish anything. And I mean, we need to tell the tech companies that there is a responsibility. They can't get away just saying that they are connecting, they're not responsible for the content. They need to do something on it. And I saw when Musk took over now for Twitter, he's reducing the staff, and a lot of people leaving are the people who used to try to work on the content. So I'm really hoping that the technology companies see their role. It is gradually getting into, but as I said, they are mature now. They're more than 20 years old. They should be adult and do their job.
Right. I hope that the answer would kindle your thought afterward. You could make another dissertation on this issue alone, I think. Yes. Yes, please.
Just to add a little bit on that. I think on the other end, it's also important to think about literacy, like digital literacy. That's like a very important component of my work today, is to increase our understanding of the media, of the different platforms that they are, and to look at the opportunities and how to protect and promote your freedom in that context. So we're asking about like how to find, it's very easy to find, I think. I mean, if you look at the platform, you look at your own phone, then you will see who is actually controlling what, right? So getting educated about the media landscape is very essential for a democratic society. So while publishers and the producing end are trying to democratize, like being involved in content production, asking for responsibility of these media platforms. On the other end, I think it's very important to educate the society so they can like speak up and then raise their voice about like injustices or impediments to freedom of expression that they experience.
Thank you. Any more questions? The time's up? All right. Sorry. Well, everything's have to end. Thank you very much for listening, and again, terima kasih.
Once again, thank you to our speakers and our moderator. Thank you, Ms. Trasmin Jiticharak, and also Mr. Kristen Einarsson, Mr. Hilman Farid, Ms. Azadeh Parsapur, and Ms. Tanapol Ifsakul.
So we just witnessed a very insightful discussion with a very interesting topic, liberty of surveillance, how technology affects the freedom to publish, which means we are now ready to proceed to the second session.
Our next topic is about copyright, artificial intelligence, and publishing.
Now, I'm sure that all of us have heard the words artificial intelligence copiously. Everywhere we hear this, from the arts to schools, education, and now we will hear how it is related to the world of publishing. This is going to be really interesting.
We'd like to invite Mr. Chandra Darusman, a creative consultant, former WIPO official, as a moderator.
I would also like to invite our speakers, Mr. Arys Abdurrahman Adiwilaga,
Ms. Jessica Zanger,
and Mr. Woo Kun Hoon.
Mr. Chandra Darusman, the floor is yours, sir.
Hello. Can you hear me? Thank you. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chandra Darusman. I have the pleasure to be the moderator for this session, namely copyright, AI, and publishing. Apart from being a moderator, I'm also from Indonesia. So I'd like to personally also warmly welcome you in Jakarta. And actually, the organizers have intelligently chosen a good location, natural intelligence, not artificial intelligence. Because this location actually is just besides the stadium, which was built by Soviet Union in 1962. It still exists until now. And in front of this hotel, there's a golf course, and on your left of the hotel is a shopping mall. So you can choose sports, nature, or consumerism. It's up to you. So thank you for the organizers. We are going to speak about artificial intelligence. I was talking with the panelists that we have only 1 hour. It seems like somebody said to me, it's like pouring the sea into a cup of coffee. You will never cover everything of artificial intelligence, copyright, and publishing in 1 hour. Nevertheless, we'll try to do our best. Let me just quickly introduce you to the lineup of speakers that we have this morning. And I'll start with Mr. Rizky Abdurrahman Adiwilaga, just to my right, IP lawyer, IP attorney, and IP management consultant, Adi Wilaga & Co., IP lecturer in Institute of Technology Bandung, Indonesia. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Adi Wilaga. Next to him is Mr. Wukan Hur, I hope I pronounced it correctly, Wukan Hur, Head Global Business Development and Strategic Alliances, EduTech Division, Visang Education. And Wukan is from Korea. Round of applause for Wukan. Last but not least is Dr. Jessica Sanger, Director for International Affairs, German Publishers and Booksellers Association. Welcome, Jessica. Round of applause for Jessica. So, ladies and gentlemen, the title Copyright, Artificial Intelligence and Publishing, again, it's quite a very nice and intelligent title because it gives me, the moderator, to really assign each of the speakers from the three aspects of what we're going to talk about. Copyright is talking about the law, artificial intelligence is about the technology, and the publishing is from the business perspective. So I will invite each of them, and start with Wukan, to give his short overview on how are we, what is the state of play for artificial intelligence in the whole issue of the publishing world. So after that, followed by Dr. Jessica, Dr. Sanger, from the perspective, from the law perspective, and lastly by Rizky from the business model or publishing situation. So we'll start, and over to you, Wukan, for your overview of this whole topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So I'm going to talk about technology aspect of the AI, even if I'm not an AI expert or the developer per se. But we've been in the exploration to learn about this AI from Korea over several years now, and starting to engage more opportunities to talk with experts and the companies. So we understand what it is and the context of it, so we can be prepared before we choose anything after that. So I'm going to, as explained, I'm going to talk a little bit more about technology aspect, so we all are on the same page, and hopefully we look at some of the opportunity aspects of this new technology, while we definitely want to hear more important issues such as transparencies, ethics, and copyright issues. So we have a certain balance over the discussion. So let's talk about the AI. So the definition of the AI, as there is no universal sentence that any experts would agree. Since especially it grows so fast and it changes so dynamic, the one that we learn from the time that we've engaged with others and experts, that the sentences I chose was more like, so AI is basically a software that comes with various type of technologies together that drive the process to perform certain tasks. So but the level of that the performance is just so high. It outperforms the whatever calculation levels that you had before, and especially of course the human intelligence in some level. So those in tasks where the possible outcomes surpass that the natural calculation abilities. So now you are starting to find, everywhere, small and large AIs in many different areas now. If we look into more closely, it seems like it consists of 3 different components, the AI. The first is the hardware. Of course, it needs a server, space, and the processor, like CPUs and GPUs, sort of things. And it needs certain rules to run it. They call it algorithm. It's a set of rules to process those tasks. And finally, the key ingredient to run those algorithms in that hardware is the data. So process the data. So those 3 things, if I just generalize to understand it, and it sounds a bit similar when I first look at those components. It sounds much similar the way that I cook it, prepare the meal. So I definitely need hardware and settings like utensils and kitchens. And the recipes are the algorithms. And finally, of course, the ingredients, the foods. But the key things that we don't want to miss by looking at those pillars or the components of it is that the cost to acquire those components are getting very, very low now. So something like cooking, for example. Imagine there is a shared kitchen that you can enter anytime you want, even if you prepare the small things or the large meal, utensils, all prepared. And there are free recipes all over the board. And you can pull up the YouTube video now, for example. And of course, the ingredients is something that you need to bring in. So the cost-wise, it started with just over a year and year. It's dropping like the 100 and 200 times lower than before. So the hardwares, the spaces, the uses of the spaces are over the competition. You just only pay what you use, and even more, the algorithms, the big companies like Google's and the Facebook now in Meta, they open up the sources already. So once you know certain computerized language like Python, you can easily build up on your rules, your algorithm to run it. Now the key thing is the data. So these are the big changes we've been noticing. And if you look into how it has evolved, I think it's quite important to see how it is evolved, because once we understand that evolves, that we understand where it will go. So since experts say it's been over 80 years now, the AI development, a lot of people say 1990s was the first version of the AI that we can describe as an AI level. The first one, the first generation of the AI, basically was able to perform the inference based on the set of large data, so books. So large informations are interconnected, so it can infer once it understands the input of the data, then it will infer the result for you. It runs on a set of rules and what they call as ontology. And the people had to pile up the data to get a piece of inference until they find the way of the machine learns itself. Doesn't have to bring the large part of the data to do that until they develop the machine learning. Then it was possible when the developers look into how the brains work, human brains work. So we have this neural networks, a certain of a map. So now, once you teach the AI the rules and provide a minimum level of information, they will start generating the data and understand certain rules. And now they can anticipate things from the inference. The third generation, what they call from 2020, is to find a way to understand that calculation. Since the machine learning is just so vast, it is quite difficult to understand what's going on inside. So this third generation is basically trying to address the way that the machine calculates, so we can understand. So explainable AI is on the table. So that's how it's been evolved. And we see that that means AI will be everywhere, small and large. And of course, we're here, it's already important issue to talk about it. And we will get to the more sensitive issues as well, to make it something that we can use. So let me a little bit talk about the benefits of it. So what's it got to do with what we do as a publisher? As a publisher myself, and we've been engaging with this technology AI over several years, and I think the two important things it's been on the table. The first one is efficiency. I think we can save some money if we utilize these resources well. And the second one, I think is more important, is that now we have accessibilities. We have understanding of who our readers are. Especially the areas that we are in is education publishing. Specifically, there are key stakeholders like the teachers and students. While the students are the key readers, there are key stakeholders like teachers. We didn't know what happened for the students before. We didn't know the end readers if they actually correctly understood it or not. But with this data, with this AI, not just providing ebooks, with this AI calculation, we know where they are better, why they are better, and what they can be better, and why they are struggle. If they learn better with the videos, or if they learn better with the questionnaires or drilling, something like that. So the efficiency side, I think, is straightforward. Over the different value chains, what you do as a business, I think it gives you the options to choose to find the efficiency. It's starting from something like proofreading, editings, and sometimes translations. And it can obviously help you for the marketing. So understand the market. So once it understands the patterns of it, your books, your stories, how they are being read, then it will give you some choices what to do. So those tools and information that you can choose from it, from this calculation of AI, now there is a strengthen to the core of your business, but not what you do. So AI is not to replace writers or anything. It is something that strengthens the core work that you do, your business core strength. So the second part of understanding of our readers, I think, is a quite important thing. So AI can not only classify, categorize, but also be used to predict our customers or readers' buying patterns, as well as instances where otherwise loyal customers may turn to the competitors. So my final comment basically is that the last 20 years, I think we've seen digital transformation happens in every corner of the societies and economic aspects. And there are increasing number of people are saying there will be additional 20 years of changes for the AI transformation. It will be used small corner of the stores, the bookstores. It can be used large corporation publishers, government side, and everywhere. So I think the message, at least for the company and the companies in Korea, is that it's becoming more clear that the perspective over the relation with our readers is to change. So in the past, readers found us when we put our outputs on the bookshelves. But publishing market probably will be formed and grow where the readers are. So while we remain to be a producer, we probably find an option to be more proactive, to set a certain relation with our readers. So again, the AI probably is something that we will continue to look into, to learn more, but there are expertise and there are tools, and I think we need to be familiar with what it is and how we use it. And once you understand, we will start to finding out if that helps, then as a tool and technology aspect, it's something we definitely want to look into.
Thank you very much, Ukon, for that excellent overview about AI, and I noted down several aspects of your introduction, that the AI is really attached to three components: hardware, algorithm, and data. And you explain also the opportunities that can be provided by AI for us consumers to benefit from. But then I'd like now to shift to Jessica, especially of the third aspect of AI that you mentioned, data. Now here, many AI discussions have been going on internationally, and not only touches the technology, but also the piracy side, the enforcement side, and so forth. So Jessica, I'd like to invite you now to jump in, and perhaps from the legislation or legal side, you can contribute. The floor is yours, Jessica.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. It's a real honor and a joy to be here. So looking at AI in the publishing context from the copyright side, I suppose the first distinction I would make is around the inputs and then the outputs of AI. So on the input side, you were saying, absolutely rightly, it's all about the data. So it's about the data that goes into the machines from which, and the data from which those machines will learn. And when that data is actually copyrighted works is when it starts to get interesting for copyright lawyers like me. And this is where there's been a lot of talk recently, and not so recently, about exceptions and limitations to copyright being introduced in order to enable AI and in order to enable the use of copyrighted works for the purpose of training those machines. And that's something that obviously raises some concerns when the works you've published are being used for someone else's benefit potentially, and without your control, that is something we should be thinking about. And what we've been considering and seeing happen is that there's a lot of enthusiasm about building AI as an economic sector, and there's money behind AI potentially. But there's sometimes little recognition of the fact that AI data sets, so data sets in the sense of copyright protected works being made available for AI, can be licensed and are being licensed already. And that is also a business model that deserves recognition and has its place. So in that sense, we have been looking at the development and to some extent, of course, pushing back, as we always do, against the introduction of new exceptions and limitations to copyright. And I heard a very interesting case being made last week, actually, by Professor Ryan Abbott, who said, this is, as much as it sounds like a threat, it is also an opportunity, or it can be an opportunity for publishers who own that content to license the content for the purposes of AI, but that means a little more than what we usually would be doing in terms of licensing our products for readers. It means providing data sets of a quality that are beyond what can be scraped from the web, but that are more curated, that have a much higher quality, where things like biases that we don't want can have been eliminated, you know, to have a really perfect quality data going in to AI will produce better results, because there is the saying, which I think is very useful to keep in mind: if garbage goes in, garbage will come out of AI. And I think that's quite visible in a number of contexts already. So it's a very interesting thought that we might be in a position to be licensing for AI, but that of course requires the incentive for that work to go into the data sets to remain in place. So that requires us to push back on the idea that, machines just read like humans read, and you're licensing for reading anyway, so stop worrying and leave it to the AI tech bros to sort it all out. Because I think what's happening in practice is that we're seeing a number of AI applications that will offer a user to generate an image maybe, or even generate a video with from a text prompt. They have been scraping the web. They have already been using copyright protected content just because they've been able to. And do we want that to be happening with our works that we have rights to? And to which extent do we want that? Will artists be happy if AI is generating images, say, make me a painting of the ballroom in Jakarta at the IPA Congress in the style of Chandra painting? Will artists be happy with their personal styles and their creative input being used in that way? And we've been seeing recently that some artists are not happy for that to happen. So there are a number of challenges in this space. So here I was talking about the inputs and the machine learning that go into AI. What about the output side? So I think in terms of copyright, there is fairly broad agreement that machines do not bring human creativity to what they produce, and that human creativity is a prerequisite for copyright protection, which also in my part of the world is very much rooted in the individual and in the individual creativity. So there's probably no copyright protection for AI outputs, and I think there's good reason for that in a number of ways. If you think that those but those products that are created at the tapping of a mouse or a button can be mass-produced, within seconds, whereas human creativity takes so much more time and input. We could just be clogging up the space for creativity if we mass-produced works by the million per minute and gave them full copyright protection. That would narrow the space for human creativity to be able to produce in even their own style, perhaps, going back to that example there. So I think the opportunity and incentive around licensing is still quite key to what we're thinking about in this space at the moment. And there are questions even around exceptions where there are TDM exceptions in place, and some are much broader than others. Some are quite, I would say, sensible and narrow, and some are really broad, and we'll have to see what happens there. But the TDM exceptions are usually affecting the right of reproduction. So the machine is permitted to copy, but it is usually not an exception to the right of making available. So the machine may not make other people's works available. Now you could argue that the whole process run by the algorithm in the cooking of the sauce, if you like, has changed the work to a large extent. But I think that's also still worth bearing in mind and looking at and seeing, to which extent are we perhaps getting quite close to some making available here. And again, where individual styles of artists who are still living and in copyright come into play. What about moral rights? So there are a number of questions, and I think lawyers' job is usually to ask the questions, not always to provide the answers. So I hope you find this raising of...
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Jessica, please. I think you nicely express the various dilemmas that we are discussing in the triangle of law, technology, and business model. And to complete this triangle, I'd like now to invite Kiki, to say a few words about the effect of AI to business models, to publishing. So to complete the triangle of the interplay between technology, copyright, and publishing. Rizky.
Okay. Test. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chandra, and then Bukan, and also, and then good morning, everyone. Well, I think in my part, I would like to share about the Indonesia recent development of artificial intelligence technology and its impact to the business. Well, this is not presentation, it's only the guideline. So in this session that I would like to, sorry, can you to move to the second? Okay, this is the picture of the AI technology development in Indonesia. So there are several research centers in Indonesia, particularly in the university, and I have captured several big universities that are dealing with and doing research in AI. First of all, an Institute of Technology Bandung, and we call it the ITB. ITB is the oldest University of Technology in Indonesia. And the second one is University of Indonesia. And then also there is Institute of Technology 10 November, or ITS. ITS also doing research very different with the ITB and University of Indonesia, and then the last one is University Gadjah Mada. But there is still another universities also doing research in AI. So according to the AI technology development in Indonesia, I would say that the development is quite very advanced. So I was discussing and then discussed with several experts from the ITB, one of them. And then, so I'm very quite interesting because the AI has been impact to the several business sector and also to the academy institution. So in the sense of the technology development, there is no doubt that the research and also the result of AI in Indonesia, I would say that's quite advanced. And then the second question is, how about the second issue, Mr. Chandra? And then the second issue is the AI's big impact. I mean the AI business impact. How is the business impact? Could you please to move? Sorry. The second slide, please. Okay. This is the business impact. So, according to the research been doing by the several big universities and other universities in Indonesia, including private university in Indonesia, there are two business entity which are doing business based on AI. The first one is PT Bahasa Kita, or in English versions at Our Language Limited Liability Company. And the second one, PT Prosa Solusi Cerdas, it means the Smart Solution Prosa Limited Liability Company. And the first one, PT Bahasa Kita, it is a startup from the government agency. So they're sorry. What the PT Bahasa Kita doing research for several years, and they have a solution, several solutions. One of them is the NLP, so they are doing business in NLP, and then voice biometric fraud detection, and also for the medical solution. So in lifestyle also. So when I discussed with the CEO of PT Bahasa Kita, I think, and then he told me that also has a discussion with you, Mr. From the IKAPI, and then very interesting because in Indonesia right now, for the medical and then also for the using AI for the media also becoming increase the needs of the business in media, and also in medical also needs of the application, and then based on AI is very high demand for them. And then on the other hand, the PT Prosa Solusi Cerdas in Indonesia, they developed the AI for article generator and also plagiarism detection, because this is startup from the ITB. This is from university startup. So mostly the research of the AI center has been doing, and then they implement in the company, startup company, and then also plagiarism detection and speech technology and hoax detection. This is very important in right now, currently, the hoax. So the Prosa technology of AI can detect, and also for the plagiarism detection. I'm quite very amazed with the, I read the Germany publisher as Jessica. So they are using from the AI for publisher, I mean business. And then in Indonesia, the growth or the needs of the AI tend to increase very high since the pandemic, during the COVID pandemic. So in the marketplace, there are so many people could not go out, so they will order something, except it means such as food in Indonesia, use the GoFood platform. Online media also need it, and then the others also at the office. And then I give a big question mark of the publisher. How about the publishers? This is quite interesting, because in publisher, as far as I'm concerned, up to present, after I've discussed with some, I know some of the publisher has issued the e-book version, and then the printed book version. So they offer to the market whether you are going to buy the e-book or printed book. However, the issue of the publisher in using AI is still going to be more having information, because I don't have any clue that the publisher in Indonesia is use AI. However, the problem of the piracy, because it's copyright issue, people say about the e-book, but e-book in Indonesia is very different with the perspective with the e-book, with the international publisher think about the e-book. And then, how about the legal aspects in Indonesia? Could you please to move to the last slide, please? Okay. So there are legal and intellectual property aspects that I would like to share to the audience, to the participant. That the first one is legal aspects, and the second one is intellectual property aspect. In the sense of the legal aspects, actually, the first Indonesia has the law number 16, 2006, I think 19 of 2006 regarding information and electronic transaction that is related to the AI. But the good one, the good news, about a week ago, the House of Representatives has issued the law number 22 of 2022 regarding personal data protection. That is very important for the AI. Because as Wukan said about data, okay, and Jessica also said data is very important. This is the main problem in Indonesia prior to the data protection law has been issued by the government. So in data protection law, I would like to share about there are two kinds of data protection that really important for the AI business for the next future. So the law arranges two kinds of data. It's a personal data and specific personal data, and then public personal data. This is quite different. For the personal data, it is data about the medical information, also biometric, genetics, and then criminal record, and children data, financial data, and then some of the data. But general data protection, it relates to the name or the full name, to the gender, to the citizenship, religion, and then legal status of the marriage. That is general public data of personnel. So in my opinion, according to the law of law 27 2022, the more important thing is the personal data with the specific personal data. It means that is very, very related to the us as a personnel. That is very important in relation to the AI development. And the second one is intellectual property aspect. So intellectual property aspect is becoming issue and debate also. In the law 13 of 2006 regarding patent, also there is a good. Is it AI could be patented or not? So the discussion is still going on. And then on the other hand, it's about the copyright. Copyright, as Jessica said, okay. Is there any copyright in creation of the AI? My discussion with the expert of the AI is very interesting because she said to me from ITB, she said to me that in article generator, right now in Indonesia, the article created by the AI could not be differentiated with the article generated by the real or human creator or author. This is very difficult. However, in the publishing industry in Indonesia, not really have clear information. But however, for the online media, the AI is very important to detect about the plagiarism and then also hoax. This is very good because there is online media has a rubric and then some kind of the feature to allow the people to send an article, but mostly as a tend to copyright infringement. And the AI is very, very useful to detect about that. And then the hoax. Indonesia is very diverse. And the hoax in issue of race, issue and religion is just like put the fire to the wood. To the wood is very, very easy to burn. So it could be detected. The AI could detect the issue, it is hoax or not hoax. So according to the recent situation, the law number 28 of 2014 of copyright has not, in my opinion, has not covered about the AI. What is the legal status of AI? Is it could be protected by copyright or not? So still debate. However, from the side of the others laws of responsibility, some of the legal experts say that, well, actually, if there is something about AI, who is going to be responsible? And then the question is not AI as a technology, but the person who running the AI itself could be responsible for the impact of the AI itself. I think that's all my information about the recent development of AI in Indonesia. Hopefully could be fruitful and for the audience. Thank you, Mr. Chandra.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause for thank you, the three of you. I think let's have a discussion here now, since you all have nicely explained from the different perspectives. Now, as I gather from you, Wukan, as you said earlier, that the AI has evolved throughout 8 years. You mentioned about 8 years. My question to you is, will it become even more intelligent in the future? Replacing, well, of course, I mean, we humans are body and soul, right? I mean, there's no soul here. But do you think it's going to be more and more intelligent in the future?
Well, one thing I'm certain is that I'm not the right person to answer that. But isn't it in our humans' nature to improve things? And we were fascinated to see that this one smartphone I'm carrying is much more sophisticated than the supercomputers that people invented years ago. So we definitely find something to improve.
Yeah.
And but since we are in a certain era, 2020s, looking at 21st centuries, and heading to the more evolved area, I think while there is no way that we can stop or do anything to reach or go beyond of what we can even imagine, I think it's important for people like us to talk about what is actually matters and why we're doing it, and raising those questions, parallel to the imagination. Okay, so
hello.
Yeah, I cannot even.
Testing, maybe low battery, perhaps.
See, so even the AI cannot work without a battery. So no worries, folks. Anyway, so I think we always have found the right questions to ask, and we will be.
Yeah,
So
yes.
I think that's what matters.
I think you have a very positive attitude, but I think when you came here from the airport, did you use AI?
Voice recognition of my phone.
Okay.
The maps.
And the map, Google Maps,
Yes,
right?
Google
That's
Maps.
AI, right?
Absolutely, yes. I think so.
Okay. Jessica, you mentioned about exception limitations, right? And actually, my background is more in the music industry, and whereby the terms of safe harbor is very much discussed, allowing the technology companies to be exempted from exclusive rights. So I think, again, the history of copyright is a matter of seeking a right balance, right, between protection and innovation and creativity. But how do you see along the road the need to have a new consensus on the level of protection of the data used by AI, and also the freedom of innovation, you see? And I think this touches upon the whole big issue of what side are you on, right? For the governments, actually, right? Because the governments are actually in the middle on how to balance between the two extremes. So from the corporate perspective, do you think I think so also, that we can reach a new balance, right, in trying to protect copyright and also not hampering the innovation. What do you think?
Well, that's a very big and a very important question. Thank you for that. I think it looks as though we need something completely new, perhaps. But actually, I think the tools we have been using for decades in looking at innovation and protection, and I don't think they're opposed, I think they work together, are going to be very useful in this context that is brought to us by a new technology. But it's not the first time that a new technology has turned up that has affected copyright, that's quite obvious. And so I think the first step is to understand how a market really works. So how the AI market works is, of course, something that's developing, but I think we have quite some insights already and understandings of what AI needs in order to flourish. But on the other side of the picture is, of course, the market for protected works. And we know very well how that works and what it needs. And again, you're talking, of course, about getting the balance right, but looking at things like impacts on markets is useful. That's something that a number of copyright legislations also work from. Looking at how, as I was saying, for instance, incentives work. So an incentive for AI, perhaps to do new things, but also an incentive for the copyright protected side, if you want to call it that, to also give input, produce products that have a quality that will also then help AI do a better job. I think, the mechanisms and the criteria that we're familiar with are going to work well here. We need to employ them, and we need to inform policymakers. Policymakers need to understand those mechanisms and what's really happening. And I think that's almost the biggest challenge here.
You mentioned also in your brief introduction, machines don't bring creativity. I like that expression. Machines don't bring creativity, because last night actually the discussion between copyright and artificial intelligence started already. Me and my friends here, there's Peter Schoppert here and Vera from Portugal. We had a discussion that, well, copyright protects the form of expression, right? But machines do not produce expression. It's just weaving of different data, right? So I think that's one perspective that's very, very important and very, I think, needs to be elaborated, that since machines don't bring creativity, then therefore there's no protection to be given to AI, right? What do you think?
Well, I would agree. I mean, there are a number of aspects of AI that could be protected. I'm sure, there are software and there are patents and there are things like that. That's a different story, but I think you're touching on something different, more the question of the human creativity that is required for copyright protection. And as I was saying earlier, I would agree that the outputs of AI would not deserve that. They don't. AI works from what pre-exists. And it, cooks with the algorithms and the data, but it doesn't bring any new idea, any novel concept. It works from where we've been. And I think that shows in the way that data that has been put into AI will produce outputs that are biased in a way that data was biased in the first place. And then we realize, if we don't like that, for instance, we realize, we've been inputting it with something that is already tainted or colored in a way that we don't actually like, and we didn't even realize it. But this just again goes to show that there's nothing new here. It's working from what was there. And if we stop, now, then, and sort of fill the creative space with AI outputs from what's behind us, then we won't move forward.
Yeah, I think the issue now is AI is cross-cutting several aspects of IPR, not only copyright, but as Rizky also mentioned, patent, right? The technology itself. Again, borrowing from the experience that is happening in the music scenery, someone, I think some of the audience here have read, that someone compiled all the Beatles songs into the machine, and this machine produced a new song, right? That can happen also in the publishing field, right? Inputting all the data from books written by someone and produce new books. But again, this is a field that uncharted, unprecedented, and we just need to find solutions. Last night I spoke with Peter, my friend Peter Shopper from Singapore. Actually, he's an actual American, but staying in Singapore. Peter, are you here? I think so. He mentioned that there is now this technology that filters, gives shields to the data, which not easily we can detect and identify what kind of data is being used. So I think it's getting harder and harder, right? As Rizky mentioned, that AI is useful for detecting piracy, right? Am I correct? And I think that's one thing that is a positive side of AI, right? So I think, again, the challenges and opportunities are there, but I think we really need to navigate as we go along and really try to emphasize the importance of AI, but also the challenges that comes with it. Ukan, you want to say something?
Yeah, actually, since we're gathered here, we finally got out of the pandemic, and then we realized how valuable it is to actually meet in person and then be able to communicate. And then I'm finally feel again that I'm actually one of the community. I am. So it is while we're enjoying and talking about this bit of difficult topics about AI. The one thing I really wanted to remark is that since we are as a producer of the contents, we tend to put ourselves at a certain corner of protecting the contents only. So the contents, as a data out of 3 components, I think it's time to think about the algorithm. Why not we do the algorithm? That's a rule that all the machines are doing. So I was talking about the cooking and thinking about all the AIs that we're talking about that you can find. That's all developed and managed and operated by these hardware stores. They don't know the recipes. They think they bring up, I don't know, from somewhere else. We're like, my granny. She has her secret recipe on the beef stew, for example. And that recipe, if I can support her as a cook to provide the good algorithm to produce to serve our guests, not by the kitchen utensil producer companies. Like I said, the tools are out there, and if we're starting to look into, in just a few months, we'll probably pull the string out of one instance of, okay, this may be something as a producer, as a content developer, as a creative, creative remain, would use this tool. So once we are on top of the algorithm, which was very, very difficult, I suppose, in the back year, but not anymore. So while we understand the importance of the data, our contents, our IPs and copyrights, we will set the rules. If they use it, we use it. If they don't, we won't. But then why we use this tool and how we want them to use. So I just wanted to also see that aspect as well. And there are the companies, the publishers want to try out to develop, even if it's small. The AI, the one fascinating thing of the AI is that it evolves it never stops to continue to find a spot for you. So it will evolve, and we will learn along the course. So I just wanted to put on the topic that as well. So we can be reminded we can lead this discussion. Well, we can not competitive as like a Google, for example, but I'm not trying to beat them, but we certainly have a spot for ourselves, and that will probably change the game later on.
Well said. Okay, we have barely 3 minutes to conclude. It's only an hour panel discussion. Before I sort of try to do this impossible job of summarizing what we have discussed, perhaps each of you would like to say as a closing statement for 30 seconds. Starting with you, Rizky.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think my closing statement is AI is right now we are facing the AI technology development very advanced, so we have to ready to to deal with the AI, and then so our attitude and also regulation also has to try to catch up what is the impact of the AI for the next future. I think that's my.
Thank you. Thank you. Jessica?
I think I would just say that in the sense of incentives and opportunities and challenges, if we're going to make the best of this situation, we probably need to move quite quickly and understand what we're facing and not be the last to the show. Thank you.
Thanks. Bukan, any more substance? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can cherry pick whatever you listen to these three brilliant panelists, and it allows me now to just try to summarize what we have been discussing for the past hour. So by now, technology, as we know its characteristics, after a few centuries of experience, is still a game changer in the aspect of production, distribution, and consumption of human needs, including arts and literature. The beauty of it is that it disrupts status quo, but at the same time, it also provides new avenues. For the past hour or so, we have confirmed this, and what is left to be said and to be done is we continue to the path of trial and error, formulate new consensus, and navigate the sea of change. I like that expression, navigate the sea of change. I wonder who made that expression. Maybe AI can find who made that expression, navigate the sea of change. Personally, if I may, what remains unchanged is that we are all still species of body and soul. I don't dare to admit that we are transforming the very essence of human beings to a human machine or machine human. Leave it to Arnold Schwarzenegger. Thank you to all the resourceful panelists. Thank you to the audience for listening to us. Lastly, let me bravely quote Yuval Noah Harari from one of his books, Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind, particularly excerpts from his afterword, The Animal That Became God. He wrote, I quote, "We are more powerful than ever before, but have very little idea to do what to do with all this power. Worse still, humans seem to be more irresponsible than ever." He ended by stating, "Is there anything more dangerous than this dissatisfied and irresponsible gods don't know what they want?" Well, I know what I want. I want a cup of coffee now. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for them.
Thank you once again to our moderator and our speakers. Thank you, Mr. Chandra Darusman, also Mr. Rizky Abdurrahman Adiwilaga, Ms. Jessica Sanger, and also Mr. Wu Kunher. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you. You may return to your seats. Thank you for the inspiring discussion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the next program. We will begin the IPA Award, and the award will be presented by Mr. Hugo Zetzer.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Hugo Zetzer.
Assalamualaikum, selamat siang, Bapak dan Ibu. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hugo Zetzer. I'm past president of the International Publishers Association. And before we begin this session, in which we honor people who have served the IPA over the years, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the sad passing 2 days ago of a long-time faithful supporter of publishing in general and of the Federation of European Publishers and the IPA in particular. Excuse me, but I'm affected by the news. Julián Viñuales was a member of the IPA's Copyright Committee, and he sat on IPA's Executive Committee. He was a unique person, always friendly, funny, and the life of the party. And he was a very dear friend to me. Those who knew him will always remember him with love. We will miss you, Julián. I would like to invite you that we celebrate Julián with a round of applause. Now, let's get back to the awards. What an honor it is to be today here with you. The IPA, like every other organization, is constituted of people, creative, talented, and committed people who make things happen, who have shaped the IPA to become what it is today. People who in time built the history of a great enterprise. I would like to quote from the book the IPA is about to release, where I tell the story of the IPA during the past 25 years. And I quote, "If Georges Masson and the many other distinguished publishers who founded the IPA 125 years ago were alive today, they would be satisfied and proud to witness what the association they created has become," end quote. This has been possible because of the work of so many people who have served tirelessly to represent and uphold publishers' interests globally, to defend the freedom to publish, to promote copyright, and to foster creativity and innovation. Today we honor some of these people with two meaningful and distinct awards. One is to recognize individuals who have shown exceptional commitment to the IPA. The other, to celebrate publishers and organizations who have generated outstanding innovation. I feel really privileged to be able to present on behalf of the IPA these two significant awards. Thank you to the IPA, to Bodour, to Jose, to Karini, for allowing me to present these awards. The first award is the IPA Champion Award. This award celebrates individuals who have, during their career, gone above and beyond the norm to help the IPA achieve our goals on behalf of the publishing industry. Today, we have a truly worthy recipient of this very first IPA Champion Award. It gives me great pleasure to present this award because I have personally known the recipient for many years and have witnessed all the work he has done for the IPA. The 2022 IPA Champion Award goes to Mr. Ashok Ghosh. Please give him a round of applause. Ashok, please join me on stage. Ashok has been strongly involved with the IPA for most of his distinguished publishing career and has contributed a great deal to a stronger and more united organization. He started his participation in IPA in 1974 and became member of its executive committee in 1983 and until 1990. He was later elected again to the executive committee in 1999 and served as IPA Vice President from 2000 to 2004. In 2004, he stood for the position of IPA President. Though he did not win the election, he continued to support the IPA and to uphold copyright and the freedom to publish in different fora. Some years later, he served again on the Executive Committee from 2011 to 2017. Mr. Ghosh was responsible for bringing the IPA Congress to New Delhi in 1992 and then again in 2018. He has chaired and addressed numerous sessions of the IPA Congresses and served as speaker in IPA symposia on copyright and related topics. Ashok has worked tirelessly for many years in promoting and defending IPA values and has decisively contributed to build the association we have today. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Ashok Ghosh.
Congratulations to Mr. Ashok Ghosh.
Ashok, if you would give us a few words.
Thank you very much. First, let me thank God because last week, this time, I was not very well. My voice was going down, some kind of viral infection, and I was not very sure that I would be coming here and joining for this function. So I'm really grateful to God, because God who shows us the path. As far as IPA is concerned, just now as I was coming, Mr. Charkin was showing 125 years of IPA. And out of this 125 years, I am associated with IPA for 50 years. Because first I met people from IPA in 1972 when we founded the Federation of Indian Publishers. So 72, now it is 2022 for 50 years. I personally think that it is a great organization for the publishing fraternity. The work it has done, and I was very young, I was not as old as I am today, but you know, when I was very young, at that time when I came in touch with the people of IPA, the people who are running IPA, and from that time till now, and now we are led by Bodour, and Karen is coming in. The IPA is in good hands. The executive committee, the IPA secretariat under Jose Borghino, they are working fantastically well for the publishing fraternity. And publishing, what I love about publishing is that we actually showing the way for taking our civilization from where we were 50 years ago and where we are going. And it is these people, the people who are, all of you, who are taking IPA forward. And I am very grateful to accepting this award which they have instituted and giving it to me. And I'm sure out there amongst you, there are people who must have done much more work than I have done. But because of my age and because I have served it for so many years, perhaps the first award is given to me. And I'm quite sure in the future, many of you are going to get many awards from IPA. The other thing I would like to say, because they were talking about artificial intelligence, but I do not know because I am not a great technical man, because I also publish books on artificial intelligence and other subjects. Basically, we publish from, say, A to Z, anthropology to zoology, all kinds of books we publish. But one thing I know, that there is a famous saying by a French publisher, a French philosopher by the name of Descartes, and he said about human beings that as I think, therefore I am. So somebody has to think. The artificial intelligence so far is instructed to think. So instructed to think cannot equalize any time human being, because I think, therefore I am. And that is what the publishers are. We think, and we think to take our civilization forward. And I think that we are God's creation, and God has created for this. And publishing, once again I say that it is a noble profession. I have not found any other profession which actually contributes much more than anybody else. My chartered accountants, very big company, Deloitte Haskins and Sells, they come to me, my bankers, Citibank and others, they come to me. They all tell me, Mr. Ghosh, what business you are doing? There is not enough return on investment. But we are not here only on return on investment. We do want to make some money, because without money, you cannot run profitably a publishing organization for further and future contribution. But, you know, it is not just for money. It is for continuing to the humankind, for having better life, better being, and better future. And that is what IPA is also doing. And I am indeed grateful to IPA for giving me the opportunity to come in touch with so many great people. And I have learned so much in my life because of my association with IPA. Thank you very much. I'm grateful to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashok. Thank you. Our second award is the Innovation in Publishing Award. Innovation is a key element for publishers to remain relevant. Over time, we have been innovative, adapting to change and new technologies. This award recognizes groups or individuals that implement innovative practices in publishing. They can be replicated by others to the benefit of the whole industry. The recipient of the 2022 Innovation in Publishing Award is the Câmara Brasileira do Livro for their project Conexão Livraria, or Bookstore Connection. And I would like to invite to join me on stage the President and the CEO of the Câmara Brasileira do Livro, Vítor Tavares and Fernanda Garcia. Let me just tell you a bit about Conexión Libraria. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. It's an ambitious project that sets out to connect independent bookstores with book wholesalers and a technology platform to facilitate the delivery of books to customers in a matter of hours, not days. This project was born out of the COVID pandemic in Brazil, where it soon became obvious that small and medium-sized bookstores didn't have the technological or logistical capacity to supply increased demands. Rather than lose customers to online bookshops, Conexión Libraria allowed customers to walk into a bookstore and order books that were not physically in the store, easily and confidently, and receive them in a few hours. This is a real game changer for small and medium-sized bookstores, which are increasingly joining the network. So now it is my pleasure to present Víctor Tavares and Fernanda Garcia this award. And I think, Vitor, you would like to give us a few words on the award as well, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great satisfaction for me, present the CBL, Câmara Brasileira do Livro, to receive this important award from the IPA. It's the recognition of the importance of the physical bookstore as the mystery of no radio told the book. We have to strengthen small and medium physical bookstore in our country of the world. When a physical bookstore closes its activity, the light of the city holders go out and democracy access the physical book is less for everyone. Long live physical bookstore. Muito obrigado. Thank you.
So this ends our award ceremony, and now I think we're all hungry. Thank you for listening. Terima kasih.
Thank you once again to Mr. Hugo Setzer, and congratulations to Ms. Fernanda Gomez and Garcia Franco and Mr. Vítor Tavares.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to take a break. The most delectable lunch awaits you at the foyer area. And for your information, the prayer room is located on the 3rd floor.
We still have 4 more aspiring sessions, and we hope to see you at 1 p.m. So enjoy your lunch and see you in a bit. Thank you.
There's something about our makeup that wants to encrypt and preserve something that has just happened, that in other species, other animals, just disappears. It's evanescent. But for us, we capture it and we put it into words and we share it with people we love. I think we've survived millions of years of evolution because we can tell each other stories.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant as the war was important for Jews as it was for many other people. But what it really impacted on me was the importance of international cooperation, anything to prevent the ghastliness of war.
We were once in Istanbul, and at a certain moment the publishers said, we now have to stop the meeting for a moment because every day we go to the court and start picketing with local authors and publishers in front of the court because they had put a publisher in jail. All of a sudden we were standing on the street and you realize that those people are doing this every week, every day to show the world that it was not right that lawyers and judges had put a publisher in jail.
So it's the fight against censorship, it's the solidarity among publishers, so that every publisher can publish and without any risk to the individual or that organization. And there are publishers which are absolute heroes. They publish books which are controversial, which they know are going to be censored. And they pay a price for it. Sometimes it's imprisonment, and sometimes they pay the ultimate price with their lives.
The freedom to publish is a vital part of what enables publishers to operate, and we have to be constantly vigilant as the threats to it are constantly changing. Whether it is state censorship or self-censorship, we work to make sure publishers can publish what they feel deserves to be published.
Freedom to publish and copyright are mutually reinforcing concepts and mutually reinforcing fundamental rights that belong to a coherent system of fundamental rights. So they're both enshrined in the treaties on human rights, and they belong together. And that's because an author with no opportunity to publish and be rewarded for their work will not be free to express themselves. They might have to rely on patronage or government funding, and that's not freedom.
If we don't protect copyright, then publishers can't sustain their businesses for long. Copyright protection is not just essential for publishing, it's essential for modern economies.
Is the main legal instrument of protection of these rights. Just think with me, without copyright there is no incentive for authors to dedicate themselves and their lives writing for the publishers. So if there is no protection to their creation, there is no books.
The most memorable is probably the fun moments, and you could count things like the Congress that we hold at Cape Town, in Bangkok, London, Delhi, and we share so much during that brief period of time. If you ask me what were the pivotal moment, it was the Marrakesh Treaty to give access to those with visual impairment to as much books as possible. And the only way we could do that was through technology.
I think that diversity in general has changed a lot. It goes together with freedom. Freedom to publish, freedom to speech, freedom to be whom you want and how you want.
So all those different lenses around ethnicity and sexual identity and regionality are kind of well represented, and that's in the leadership. I'm also very proud to put, I think, diversity and inclusion on the agenda of what we publish, and publishers are aware of that. They really feel that they should recruit diverse staff so that they can really market also to a diverse readership and a diverse authorship.
Africa has been a great example of how diversity and inclusion has been important and is going to be important for us at IPA.
So something that stands out for me is our Africa Publishing Innovation Fund, which was created in partnership with Dubai Cares. We have supported many projects in Africa that focus on publishing innovation and in building libraries.
last year, many publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free on a temporary basis as our contribution to tackle the pandemic. And we have to remind that this was possible because we had copyright to do this when it's needed for a crisis like we had last year. I also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, okay, we will get through this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I was traveling from the airport of Belgrade to Belgrade itself, I was just astonished because the destruction of the bombs were much bigger than ever the newspapers and the press have told us. There was a common message they wrote in the papers: please, people of the world, don't throw us bombs, send us books. I think that IPA at the end is about values. We represent the memory of the past, and we need to follow up this work of promoting the dignity of ideas.
When you work in these areas, in the institutional associations, you're not working for yourself, you're working for the others, you are giving, you are just trying to draw a path, in this case a path for the book.
With others behind you or others with you, all these paths, they get less difficult to overcome.
It is not the president who's doing this. It is not the vice president who is doing it. It's not when I was the chairman of boards, committees and so on, which is the work, but it is the total work, and you do it together in a truly international environment.
And then it is your job to try to harmonize them all and to walk in the same direction.
One of our key values is collaboration. Developments are global and policy is local, but I think behind that or beneath that is an even more important value, and that's that we feel connected to each other.
If we focus on the best interest of our members, then our industry does well. And if our industry does well, then our societies do well. Because our organization is international, and this is one of our key strengths. The world is changing so fast, and when we focus on diversity, then we ensure that we have multiple perspectives, different opinions that allow us to truly represent and understand our readers, and that will help us stay relevant and sustainable.
Welcome to Jakarta. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more Jakarta? Are you sure you have seen everything? Let me tell you more about it.
It may feel strange.
It may feel strange because it is not a typical city.
Heads up!
So heads up, the journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. Push the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on. There's still a lot more to discover. Take your time. To enjoy memorable trips in a city that barely sleeps. Enjoy more colors. Enjoy more taste. Enjoy more of the unforeseen from a city of collaboration. Enjoy Jakarta.
There's something about our makeup that wants to encrypt and preserve something that has just happened, that in other species, other animals, just disappears. It's evanescent. But for us, we capture it and we put it into words and we share it with people we love. I think we've survived millions of years of evolution because we can tell each other stories.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant as the war was important for Jews, as it was for many other people. But what it really impacted on me was the importance of international cooperation, anything to prevent the ghastliness of war.
We were once in Istanbul, and at a certain moment the publishers said, we now have to stop the meeting for a moment because every day we go to the court and start picketing with local authors and publishers in front of the court because they had put a publisher in jail. All of a sudden we were standing on the street and you realize that those people are doing this every week, every day to show the world that it was not right that lawyers and judges had put a publisher in jail.
So it's the fight against censorship, it's the solidarity among publishers, so that every publisher can publish and without any risk to the individual or that organization. And there are publishers which are absolute heroes. They publish books which are controversial, which they know are going to be censored.
Iya dari langkah deh. Nah, kalau misalkan mau ditukar, berarti harus ada konverter ini SDA itu. Oh enggak, kalau media HDMI itu ada ini. Mesti ada konverter ininya kalau mau ditukar kabel dari berubah dari SDA itu HDMI. Ada nggak? Berubah dari SDA itu HDMI. Oh dari SDA ke HDMI. Iya. Kalau misalkan ini dibalik mah gampang. Iya maksud gua kabelan ya, gua pinjam. Jadi ini koneknya ke kamera. Ini ya TV. Ini kan ke LED. LED kan. Yang LED itu pindah ke TV. Kan itu LED pakai HDMI kan. Nah, itu nanti TV-nya pakai ini. Nah, berarti harus ada konverter. Ada konverternya kan? HDMI itu. Iya. SDA itu HDMI. Dua kali konvert. Harus dua kali konvert berarti. Kalau enggak, ambil outputan dari. Iya kan, outputan dari. Udah kita dari ini ada SDA. Ini kan ada SDA kan? Iya. Iya, udah. Bisa kan itu. Nah, itu kan enak. bukan di TV lagi. Dengan kita ngeluarin kan konverter TV kok ngambilin ke kabel itu. Nah, mana konverternya ada nggak? Konverter dari SD ke HDMI iya. Ada. Nanti dari sono iya kabel yang ini langsung ke itu. Proses prosesor iya.
It's probably the fun and you can count things like Cape Town, Bangkok, London, Delhi, and share some of them. It was there. In fact, those who there as much as it's possible. And the only way we can do that is become I'm also very proud of Jakarta because all the agenda was published where diverse staff, leadership.
Africa has been a great example of how diversity and inclusion has been important and integrated in IPA. So something that stands out for me is our African partnership with each other, which was bringing women partnerships into IPA.
Last year, the three publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free on a temporary basis as our contribution to tackle this. And we have to remind you that this was possible because this we needed for crisis. And I also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, hey, we'll get this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I was traveling to Heru, Belgrade, I was just astonished because the destruction of the wall were much bigger and newspapers and the press kept to us. There was a common message that I wrote in the paper, please, people, don't throw us a bomb. Send us. I think the IPA at the end is our power. We represent the memory of the person. And we need one of promoting the dignity of ideas.
With you, all these tasks, they get less.
It is not president, it is not vice president, it is not I was chairman of boards or committees, it is the work. It is the total work, and we do it together in a truly international environment. That is the job of
One of our key values is collaboration. Developments are global, the policy is local, but I think behind it, beneath that, is even more important value, and that's that we feel connected to each other.
If we focus on the best interests of our members, then our industry does well. And if our industry does well, then our society will do well. Because our organization is international, and this is what we're looking at. The world is changing so fast, and when we focus on diversity, that we ensure we have a multiple perspective, different opinions that allow us to truly represent and understand the world. And that will help us stay relevant.
pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more Jakarta? Are you sure you have seen everything? Let me tell you more about it. It may feel strange because it is not a typical city. Heads up! So heads up, the journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. Push the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on, there's still a lot more to discover. Take your time. To enjoy memorable trips in a city that barely sleeps. Enjoy more colors. Enjoy more taste. Enjoy more of the unforeseen from a city of collaboration. Enjoy Jakarta.
solidarity among without any risk to individual representation. There are actions, heroes, they know our communities, and they pay price for by
The freedom to publish is a vital part of what we as publishers to operate, and we have to be constantly vigilant as a threat to and constantly changing. Whether this state censorship or self-censorship, we work to make sure publishers can publish like we deserve to.
Themselves and their lives writing for the publishers. So if there is no protection to their creation, there is no books.
The most memorable is probably the fun moments, and you could count things like the Congress that we hold at Cape Town, in Bangkok, London, Delhi, and we share so much during that brief period of time. If you ask me what were the pivotal moment, it was the Marrakesh Treaty to give access to those with visual impairment to as much books as possible. And the only way we could do that was through technology.
I think that diversity in general has changed a lot. It goes together with freedom. Freedom to publish, freedom to speech, freedom to be whom you want and how you want.
So all those different lenses around ethnicity and sexual identity and regionality are kind of well represented, and that's in the leadership. I'm also very proud to put, I think, diversity and inclusion on the agenda of what we publish, and publishers are aware of that. They really feel that they should recruit diverse staff so that they can really market also to a diverse readership and a diverse authorship.
Africa has been a great example of how diversity and inclusion has been important and is going to be important for us at IPA.
So something that stands out for me is our Africa Publishing Innovation Fund, which was created in partnership with Dubai Cares. We have supported many projects in Africa that focus on publishing innovation and in building libraries.
Last year, many publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free on a temporary basis as our contribution to tackle the pandemic. And we have to remind that this was possible because we had copyright to do this when it's needed for a crisis like we had last year. I also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, okay, we will get through this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I was traveling from the airport of Belgrade to Belgrade itself, I was just astonished because the destruction of the bombs were much bigger than ever the newspapers and the press have told us. There was a common message they wrote in the papers: please, people of the world, don't throw us bombs, send us books. I think that IPA at the end is about values. We represent the memory of the past, and we need to follow up this work of promoting the dignity of ideas.
When you work in these areas, in the institutional associations, you're not working for yourself, you're working for the others, you are giving, you are just trying to draw a path, in this case a path for the book.
With others behind you or others with you, all these paths, they get less difficult to overcome.
It is not the president who is doing this. It is not the vice president who is doing it. It's not when I was the chairman of boards, committees and so on, which is the work, but it is the total work and you do it together in a truly international environment.
Then it is your job to try to harmonize them all and to walk in the same direction.
One of our key values is collaboration. Developments are global and policy is local, but I think behind that or beneath that is an even more important value, and that's that we feel connected to each other.
If we focus on the best interest of our members, then our industry does well. And if our industry does well, then our societies do well. Because our organization is international, and this is one of our key strengths. The world is changing so fast, and when we focus on diversity, then we ensure that we have multiple perspectives, different opinions that allow us to truly represent and understand our readers, and that will help us stay relevant and sustainable.
Welcome to Jakarta. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more Jakarta? Are you sure you have seen everything? Let me tell you more about it.
It may feel strange.
It may feel strange because it is not a typical city.
Heads up!
So heads up, the journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. Push the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on. There's still a lot more to discover. Take your time. To enjoy memorable trips in a city that barely sleeps. Enjoy more colors. Enjoy more taste.
Ada di situ.
Oh, di sana.
Iya. Taruh apa ya di sini ya? Taruh apa biar kelihatan?
Tapi dia buat pembunuhan, nanti dia tahu.
Ya, ini aja lah.
Lah, ini apa ini? Punya makanan mereka itu orang ini.
Hah?
Masih pakai HP?
Hah? Enggak kayaknya.
Karena kabel.
Karena. Masa pukul dulu. Oh, mas.
Ya.
Belum keluar emang.
Udah teman.
To publish and be rewarded for their work will not be free to express themselves. They might have to rely on patronage or government funding, and that's not freedom.
If we don't protect copyright, then publishers can't sustain their business. Copyright
Coba. Itu punya apa sih?
Ini kue ini.
Kok nggak dimakan?
Udah es video belum?
Hah?
Udah itu belum?
Udah.
Kurang terang nggak? Kalau di situ tadi kan terang.
also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, okay, we will get through this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I traveled to the airport of Belgrade, I was the destruction were much bigger than in the papers the press have told us. There was a common message they wrote in the papers: please, people of the world, don't throw us bombs, send us books. I think that IPA at the end is about values. We represent the memory of the past, and we need to follow up the work of promoting the dignity of ideas.
When you work in these areas, in the institutional associations, you're not working for yourself, you're working for the others, you are giving, you are just trying to draw a path, in this case a path for the book.
With others behind you or others with you, all these paths, they get less difficult to overcome.
It is not the president who is doing this, it is not the vice president who is doing it, it's not when I was the chairman of boards, committees and so on, which is the work, but it is the total work, and you do it together in a truly international environment.
And then it is your job to try to harmonize them all and to walk in the same direction.
One of our key values is collaboration. Developments are global and policy is local, but I think behind that or beneath that is an even more important value, and that's that we feel connected to each other.
If we focus on the best interest of our members, then our industry does well. And if our industry does well, then our societies do well. Because our organization is international, and this is one of our key strengths. The world is changing so fast, and when we focus on diversity, then we ensure we have multiple perspectives, different opinions that allow us to truly represent and understand our culture, and that will help us stay relevant.
Welcome to Jakarta. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more in Jakarta? Are you sure you have seen everything? Let me tell you more about it. It may feel strange because it is not a typical city. So heads up, the journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. Push the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on, there's still a lot more to discover. Take your time. And enjoy the
Berapa ya, Nyok?
That wants to encrypt and preserve something that's just that other species, other animals just I think we've survived millions of years of evolution, so we can touch ourselves.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. This was particularly resonant as the war was horrible for Jews in this country. But what really impacted this
Sebelah kiri kenapa? Oh.
We were once in history, and at a certain moment, the Persians said, we now have to meeting for a moment, because every day we go to the court and try to pick a team. This Persians interrupted the war because they had used the Persian agenda. All of a sudden, we were standing on the street.
Mana? Udah belum, Dom. Udah belum. Kurang. Hah?
Lawyers, judges, and Persian agenda.
Fight against censorship. Solidarity among and how any risk.
Sini ya, sebelah sini.
There are
Sebelah sini bukan?
absolute heroes.
Kanan bawah sini bukan?
They pay a price for it.
The freedom to publish.
Kurang turun kali ya?
Publishers to operate, and we have to be constantly vigilant as threats to our change.
Segini? Gimana segini? Mas Luli? Segini dah?
We work to make sure
Cek sound, cek. Ini kok cek sound? Itu aman. Wes Heru. Dom. Monitor, Dom. Cuk. Cuk. Sendalmu belum dulu. Cek monitor, cek. Oh alah, jancuk. Malah nang kene. Lah piye ngeceke saka kene, Cuk?
Ngaruh kena juga.
Nah,
bocor nih kono kamera. Dipotong nanti. Tenang aja.
Just think with me, without copyright there is no incentive to dedicate yourselves and their life right.
Ini gak kena nih.
If there is no protection to their
Cek
creation,
sound. Oke.
Sini, yang lumis ini. Ini beda. Halo, mana ada belum? Mana tuh? Kalian sih lihat tadi. Coba lihat di grup. Grup. Oh sini.
Leadership.
Belum.
Africa has been a great example of how diversity and
Halo, udah mas, wes.
Last year many publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free.
Enggak, ini udah aman belum? Nih.
And you have to remind that
Udah aman ini ya.
this
Pojok atas kanan yang deket kupingnya Sian yang mikrofonnya.
have a friendly voice over the other end of the line and say, okay,
Pinggir, coba yang kanan lu apa ke yang kanan tangan kanan lu mana? Ah itu kanan itu. Ini. Udah aman ya.
There was a common message they wrote in the papers, please.
Sekarang tinggal VV-nya ya.
Orang pada lewat susah nih.
Iya, ini lampunya.
Gimana om? Gue juga bingung om.
Enggak, masalahnya di sini buat orang kru yang mau
Sekarang gimana?
mau lewat sana kejauhan.
Enggak kan awalnya tadi di sini.
Enggak di sini.
Ini dia.
Tadi di situ udah di sini.
Enggak dapet.
Ini orang lewat ini bukan kru doang loh, jadi yang mau udah biar dia lewat sini.
Nanti sore sih katanya minta dipindah.
Iya, emang bakalan dipindah. Maksudnya kalau di sini dia lewat sementara di sini.
Sekarang mau nggak mau di sini.
Udah ada mana keluar? Keluar. Studio.
One of our key values is collaboration. Development of policy is global. I think behind it, beneath that, is more value.
Kalau nggak gini aja, yang itu digeser aja misalnya.
Kenapa sih masalahnya?
Duduknya geser.
Because our organization is international. The world is changing so fast. And when we
Kalau segini?
diversity, then we can network, we have a multiple.
Ya, ini dia masih ngebayang soalnya.
Kalau segini aman nggak?
Segitu aman. Jadi kita mau jepit nggak ada tiangnya, jadi sementara di situ aja ya.
Yan, backgroundnya digeser sana Yan, dicopot Yan. Pelan-pelan turunnya.
Welcome to Jakarta. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more Jakarta? I'm sure you have seen everything. Let me tell you more about it. It may feel strange because it is not a typical city. So heads up, the journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. Push the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on. There's still a lot more to discover.
Halo. Asli, ini kan saya setting ulang nih, coba aman nggak? Ini kan saya setting ulang. Udah ya? Udah ya? Sama aja. Coba bentar.
Take your time. To enjoy memorable trips in a city that barely sleeps. Enjoy more colors. Enjoy more taste. Enjoy more of the unforeseen from a city of collaboration.
Dom, ini udah kelar belum, Dom?
Iya, ada nanti.
Enjoy Jakarta.
Udah, bosku.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who have finished enjoying your lunch, we kindly invite you to please go back in the ballroom because the 33rd International Publishers Congress will begin again. Once again, ladies and gents, hope you enjoyed your lunch. We would love to have you back here in the ballroom for the continuation of the 33rd International Publishers Congress event. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
Tidur dia. Coba saya mencari fokus dulu. Oke.
Boleh di zoom in lagi gak?
Gak bisa.
Ah, gak bisa.
Ntar di sana croppingnya beda lagi.
Oh, beda lagi.
Yang croppingnya di sana.
Oh, justru yang sana emang minta zoom in lagi.
Pengoperasiannya semuanya di sana.
Kalau yang di sana minta zoom in lagi bisa pakai croppingnya.
Nanti hasilnya kan bisa dilihat. Kalau sini, kalau main di crop, main di zoom, ntar di sana croppingnya apa susah lagi.
Those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant.
Mendingan ngambil wide kita, jadi ada apa-apa bisa di cropping. Danting piano kala jemari menari ada merambah pelan di kasur
And it's a short moment purposes. He said, we now have to do meetings because every day we go to court and start picketing with local publishers in front of the court because they had
sama sebuah
we were standing on the street. We realized that those people are doing this every day to show the world. It's not right. Lawyers, judges, and publishers in jail.
Spying against solidarity among publishers, every publisher, and without any risk to individual or
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on stage.
Thank you for having us again, and we hope that you had a great lunch, and now we're ready to continue with our next session.
Yes, we are back on track for the 33rd International Publishers Congress event. We hope that you are now re-energized to have another productive session. We love to have everyone back from the foyer area actually to take their seats so they all can enjoy the next session with the same interesting topic.
Indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next session we will discuss about book for children, future-proofing tomorrow's readers.
Yes, as a parent of 3 children, I would love to learn so much from the next session. So, shall we invite the moderator and speakers?
Let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, as a moderator, we would like to invite to join us on stage Miss Karini Pansa, Publishing Director, IKAPI Vice President.
And we also like to invite our esteemed speakers, Ms. Ani Rosa Almario.
And also Miss Elena Pasoli.
And Mr. Joaquin Kaufman.
Miss Karini Pansa, the floor is yours.
Udah lagi makannya dulu biar makan kepintar digeser lagi Mas. Jangan besok.
Hello. Sorry. I was looking for a button and there was no button. Okay. I hope everyone is good, that you had a very good morning. I'm very pleased to be here today, joining you, joining our esteemed guests. Thank you so much for accepting my invitation and Jakarta's invitation to participate here with us. I'd like to welcome my dear speakers for the panel Books for Children, Future-Proofing Tomorrow Readers. Ani Rosa Almario, Elena Pasoli, and Joaquin Kaufman. I'm going to introduce you first so that people can know a little bit of your background. So Ani Rosa Almario, PhD, is the Vice President for Product Development for Adarna House, the Philippines' first and largest children's book publishing house. She is also the school director and co-founder of the Raya School, a progressive school in Quezon City. She has a doctorate and curriculum studies and lectures on children's literature at the University of Philippines and curriculum studies in Marian College. Please welcome Annie, please. Elena Pasoli is the director of the Bologna Children's Book Fair, member of the Executive Committee of the Italian Center for Book and Reading, and of the Executive Committee of IBBY, International Board on Books for Young People. She coordinates many international activities, such as co-organization of the China-Shanghai International Children's Book Fair, and tours of children's illustration exhibitions in more than 40 countries. Under her leadership, the Bologna Book Fair was awarded the 2018 International Arys Honor Prize. In 2021, Elena expanded the Bologna Book Fair brand with Bologna Book Plus, aimed at the general publishing market under the guest directorship of Jack Thomas. And Elena has a degree in classic literature and an avid reader and consumer of visual and performing arts. Welcome, Elena. Joaquin Kaufman has been managing director of Carlsen Publishing since 2006 and executive director of Bonnier Books China since 2014. Carlsen Verlag was founded in 1953 as a German subsidiary for Forlaget Carlsen in Denmark. The publisher's program focuses on books for children, and Carlsen is one of the 10 biggest publishers of children's books. Welcome, Joaquin. So, ladies and gentlemen, today
we are going to talk about children's books. I would like to do this panel as friendly and as talkative as possible. So please interrupt each other. So it's going to be a nice one. A lot is usually discussed about children's books and its responsibility on shaping the future's readers. IPA has met this week, with 2 days ago actually, with IKAPI members. IKAPI is the Indonesian Publishers Association here in Indonesia. So we could understand that one of their main concerns was also regarding what kind of readers they will have in the future and how children's books publishers will respond to this issue. It brings to me the important point of this session, not only from the economic point of view, but in terms of content and strategic role that children's books play in the market. According to a study conducted by IKAPI during COVID times, we have learned that there were two main blocks: countries who have already had their distribution and infrastructure developed, and countries where they had to develop during the pandemic. They had to develop during the pandemic their distribution and e-commerce infrastructure. So I suppose, you tell me if I'm wrong, that Germany was one of the countries that didn't suffer from this lack of infrastructure. Joachim, would you like to share with us what were your main difficulties as a children's book publisher during COVID times?
The main difficulties at the beginning was that all our bookstores were closed, and there we are all on the same page. We had the luck, as you just described, Karini, that we have the infrastructure. There is a very healthy, sometimes too healthy, e-commerce business in Germany for books. But in the beginning, I thought, being responsible for a company with more than 200 people, oh, what happens to the company right now? Will that be a huge disaster? And surprisingly, after a few months, we saw there's even more demand for children's books. Much more demand, even. Not only because of closed schools and more time for the students, but because I think with all the devices, all the media around them, there was also a demand from parents, of course, but also from the children themselves to calm down with books. These books helped. So we have experienced in the German market a clear positive development of the children's book market. We as a company have nearly a growth of 50% of the market. Meanwhile, we are in the whole market the biggest single publishing house. And that wasn't imaginable a few years ago in the German book market. So for us, Corona was a booster. And I stay optimistic that the market size will stay as it is now. And there's a demand for books also in the future, despite all the different media offers for young readers and young target groups.
That's very good to believe in it. Annie, I imagine that for your region, it was something different, wasn't it?
Yes, you're talking to the polar opposite of his experience. We had no e-commerce infrastructure to talk about, and I think Indonesia also has Shopee and Lazada, so those guys were around, but we really didn't think of them as ways of distributing books. So I think COVID also gave us a booster, pardon the pun, in terms of having us see Shopee and Lazada as possible distribution platforms for books. And COVID also goaded a lot of the local children's book publishers to set up our own selling websites. So setting up our own, as well as banding together on Shopee and Lazada so that we would all survive. We just really wanted to survive. But you stayed a couple of months without the bookshops closed? Yeah, as I was telling you when we were in the holding room, I do remember at the start of COVID, of the lockdown, there were 2 full months that we had 0 sales. And I really thought that the company would fold, and I could imagine with us being the largest player that all the other children's book publishers also felt the same fear. But luckily, we all survived with our own grit and resilience.
Great. Elena, I can imagine that for Bologna Book Fair, it was very difficult because you were like the second fair that had to be cancelled just after COVID stroke. And it was during the worst time of it. How difficult it must have been for you. But tell me, what was the opportunity that has risen for the book fair itself just after it?
Actually,
yeah, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Actually, it was a huge opportunity. Of course, it was an opportunity to learn and expand our reach in a way. In the meantime, I have to say that for a book fair, for any fair, digital editions mean nothing in terms of money. So actually, it was very important because we learned how to reach out to more people. You know, we are a B2B fair, so there's always that sense of not having the possibility to talk with everybody, to talk with the general public. But that's our DNA. It's a B2B trade show. It was great to be able to speak with all people interested in children's books, families, to create events available and enjoyable by everybody. Of course, in terms of money, it was a total disaster. But anyway, we wanted to accept the challenge and try to establish things that could work also when the world is back to normal. So we invested money to create a platform for the copyright exchange, and we have been increasing it. I don't know how we could make it in so few weeks, because actually when we cancelled, we had just 6 or 7 weeks to create this online edition. But we immediately decided that we have to build something for the future. And so we did, and it is working. And also, last March, when we had finally the first in-person edition after 2 virtual fairs, it was great to merge, to do the hybrid show with most of the activities in person, because everybody needed that, but in the meantime to keep safe that new part of initiatives available to anybody. And so for me, my colleague says that I'm always too optimistic, but that's the way I am. I see that sometimes I feel a bit ashamed to say, COVID was a great thing to us, because I cannot say that. But if I just focus on the activity, I can say that we now have an experience that is so important, so precious. It's really something new, a new era. Please.
Yeah, I totally agree. And COVID has both sides, as most things in life. Terrible things happened, very sad things happened on a personal level, but also for our business, for the reading culture, and also for the way we work together, for the collaboration, for the speed you just described, for the energy we suddenly set free. It had some very positive effects. Also, we learned that working from home office is sometimes even better than working in the office.
It was really an energy injection. For example, the idea of expanding with this additional Bologna Plus came out from that period, that moment when I thought that okay, it's true, we have a long tradition, we're going to celebrate the 60th anniversary, we've been doing almost the same book fair for so long, so let's go ahead, let's open up to new scenarios.
It made you reinvent yourselves, and I think, let me join the chorus of there's a ray of sunshine from COVID here. I think the pandemic also makes you be more introspective as a company, as a publisher, and makes you really rediscover why you're into publishing, and see and respond to what children really need at that point. Because we're here to provide them hope, we're here to help them with their education, and we're here to help them get through the pandemic. And I think that sense of purpose was strengthened because of the pandemic experience.
Sure. And do you think that the habit of reading was increased during this period? Do you feel the consequences of better sales during this COVID time? Let's say the booster for the sales. I like this expression. Do you?
Yeah, because you don't want to look at your husband anymore. So you've never been with him for 24 hours straight. So just kidding. My husband will see this. But yes, I think it boosted. We keep using that word. We love that word now. So it boosted the reading habit because reading had more layers to it. It was for kids, it was for education, for entertainment. It was also an escape for some array of hope, and made us less desperate and less miserable.
And of course, I totally disagree because my wife is in the audience. I read much less with all the time at home, but at least my children, they read
talking
more.
about children's books.
My children are not married yet. They read more. Meanwhile, and I also see the classmates of them. So books is playing a bigger role. So you have the optimistic panel here today, if it comes at least to the effect of COVID. And there are new chances also for the media consumption. For example, Disney Plus was launched in Germany during COVID, and there are many brands, or Crunchyroll. For example, we are also a manga publisher for Japanese comics, and this market has tripled within 3 years. It's an unbelievable development in Germany, and now Webtoon is on the edge of the development in the European market. So the market is developing much faster now. You have to adapt much faster, but that's also always an opportunity. If you're flexible enough, if you're fast enough, if you hear to the consumer's voice.
I would like to get back to your words, and your words was about the worst things. Because something bad, I think there was also something bad. Something that was already the real thing that's I speak for my country, but the COVID strongly highlighted this, and I'm talking about the differences between social classes, because all this explosion of online activities, reading marathons, all these activities that engage so much our children actually didn't touch at all a lot of children that couldn't even enjoy the school because they couldn't even attend the online classes because they have no connection, because and this is in Italy. So I can't think of other countries that are...
Imagine a developing country as Brazil, where it's so huge.
And this was the real disaster of COVID, and I know that on the psychological side also, now there are big problems with many children because
suffer the consequences.
The total absence of any sociality didn't really affect them so much.
Annie, you also have an experience with schools, so still talking about difficult part. How was your experience in your region about learning process of these children that were, kept at home and it was difficult with the schools? How was your experience?
Yeah, well, my experience as a K-12 educator has been that it's been very difficult, as Elena pointed out. The lack of social interaction has really impaired their ability to do simple things that you expect them to do in school, like make friends, approach somebody to play with you. They've been cooped up in their homes for 2 long years. So the Philippines just went back to face-to-face classes, formally in November, at the start of November. And we're seeing all the effects of the pandemic. There is actually a very infamous statistic about the Philippines. It's concerning a measure of the World Bank that they call learning poverty. And learning poverty measures the ability of 10-year-olds in your country to be able to read an app-level short story, a simple story. And the Philippines is one of the top rankers in terms of learning poverty. I think we scored 90.9%. So that's 91% of our 3rd graders cannot read. So we may be, as a publisher, I can talk about like the challenges, but the challenges and the bright spots coming out of COVID. But as an educator, I really can't see any bright spots because coming out of the 2 years has really affected us so badly in terms of the reading skills of the children as well as the social emotional state of our children.
It's hard to listen. Yeah. But as you said before, we believe in what we are doing and the opportunities that we are creating with children's books.
Correct. That's why there has to be synergies between schools and libraries and publishers and communities in order to help in our country, for example, in order to help the kids get out of learning poverty. We can't rely on government alone. We really have to engage everyone, including private citizens.
Yeah.
This is even more important because when we say that the children's books help shape the future readers, it's not only the future readers, but it is the future citizens. And we need to raise better citizens for a better society. And books are so effective for this. And publishers are doing a wonderful work because they are so committed in publishing books on diversity, on migrations, on climate exchange, on all these topics that somehow until 10 years ago were not so common in children's
and
books.
No one was thinking about publishing these topics.
Yeah, and now you know the children's books are so full of these strong commitments that I have to tell you that there is another very bad thing that is coming up.
Another one
from the COVID, but it is the censorship. Censorship in children's books is flying high in the last years, you know.
Sometimes not proper censorship, but self-censorship.
Self, but also an example in Italy, a mayor of Venice, the marvelous city of Venice, some 4 years ago, banned, only for 1 week, because then they stopped him, Little Blue and Little Yellow by Leo Leoni. That's a classic, because in a way it talks about diversity and about merging. But anyway, that's another topic.
Joaquin.
Before we speak about censorship, I think this purpose which you mentioned, this really gives us a lot of strength. Also in talkings with politicians, for example, I think they understand how important reading is for the development not only of our children but also of our future readers and of our society. I think we really make a difference for the future of the whole society, not only for the book industry. Of course, we are the base of the book industry. Without new readers, the book industry probably won't survive. But it's not only that. I think it's much more. And I experience new openness about topics in talks, especially with politicians. And it doesn't make sense, especially in a period now where we have huge spendings for anti-corona programs, anti-inflation programs, anti-climate programs, to cut spendings on libraries, to cut spendings on books like in Brazil or so. I think it's very short-term oriented, and we have to convince them all together, I think, that there's a need for good children's books and for supporting especially poorer children to have the access to good children's books. I think that's
right.
what brings us together.
Yeah, because investing in good children's literature is an investment in good global citizenship. So it has if you want citizens who will be equipped to face all of these challenges of the climate emergency, of disinformation, of populism, you really have to start with what they're reading. What they're reading has to develop that level of critical and political literacy that they will need for them to face these challenges. Because we talk about these problems like they're problems of the future, but they're actually our problems now, and they're part of our children's reality. So we really have to deal with them now.
Yeah, you are completely right, and I do agree. But talking about numbers, after this very difficult period, and according to Nielsen book data, the children's book market was not, or is not, rising in sales and growth volume everywhere. So we keep on telling, oh, children's books are going up, going up. But the truth is that there are countries where there was a decrease on the volume of sales, like in India and South Africa, where the decrease was 2.9 in India and 1.8 in South Africa compared to the total growth of the market. Children's books, they are really important to the industry, not only on the economic point of view, as we all agree, but in terms of content and the strategic role for children, as we were mentioning before. what can we do as publishers to make and to support the rest of the market to growth? What do you think?
As publishers, of course, first we have to publish the right books that are bought by the children or by the parents of them. Then, of course, we have to support the infrastructure and all new developments. We have to embrace them instead of running away. Also digital developments, to combine books with new enhancements. I think there are so many opportunities and we have to embrace them. And yeah, I'm pretty optimistic that as long as we have freedom to publish, and that's not a problem in Germany but in many other countries, that we have the freedom to publish and freedom to support the kids in getting interested for books, then I'm pretty optimistic that the book, even the printed book, will stay for many, many years, even for my grandchildren.
And what do you think that the book fairs can also do, Elena? Do you think that...
Well, I think that first of all, a book fair as the Bologna Book Fair that's focused on business as to support as strongly as possible the relationships between publishers, to support the copyright exchange, to try to include publishers from many different countries, to meet with the Western publishers, with the publishers of the country with a long tradition in children's publishing. I think that this is our task. And then again, we feel that we have to be more inclusive as possible, at least outside the fair, in the city, for example, and online, to reach out to all the general public also. But I'm not a publisher, but I would like to tell you about a great initiative that the Italian Publishers Association has been doing in the last year. The name of the campaign is Io leggo perché, that means I read because. And it's a strong campaign to support libraries, school libraries. In Italy, that's a problem because our schools, most of the schools have no school libraries, or so small old books, books that have been donated because people didn't want to keep them because they were too old. And so this campaign is moving 100,000 books because people are invited to buy a book for a school that they decide which one at the bookshop, and the same amount of books is donated by the publishers. So it has been getting huge, really, and this is a strong help, a strong support.
Yeah, sure.
May This is only one example for a reading initiative, and there are so many very, very helpful reading initiatives from publishing houses. For example, we make a reading day in November, and we give away for free 5,000 copies of books as Carlsen, with a lot of support of the Stiftung Lesen. And they are, for example, the government pays for 3 books in a row in a year for each child in Germany. And all these initiatives, they are important for future readers and, as we said, for the society. So if you ask what we publisher can do, I think we have to find ideas for reading initiatives, and we have to find supporters on the political level, but also within our book industry, not only within children book publishing, because that's only a small part of the industry, but to get more and more people into books. That is a target we should look at together.
Because reading matters, right?
Because reading matters.
And what about libraries? talking about and referring to work that can be done together in partnership, so not only with different or private companies, but what can be done together with libraries. Annie, do you have examples in your region?
I wish I had examples, but what I wanted to suggest for the Philippines, for example, is something that some countries are already doing. So the winners of their major children's book literary prizes are immediately purchased by their public library system. So that makes these prize winners, these excellent pieces of literature available to everyone. So I wish we had that back home, and that's an example of how award-giving bodies and publishers and libraries can work together to increase access to good literature and work together as well to keep the children's book publishing houses alive and healthy.
I just, when you said about the lists, I just remembered that in Brazil we did the SDG Book Club in partnership with the IPA, the local Libraries Association, IBBY, and one of the results of having this list put together about the sustainable development goals was the mayor of São Paulo. So they have decided to buy the list of the books that were selected to the public libraries. So these books were being distributed to the libraries, which I think is one of the main goals of this list, the book club. Did you have this type of, you just mentioned, but Joe, do you have any types of lists that are bought from government to the libraries, or it doesn't really happen in your region?
Unfortunately not. There are some, for example, Catholic libraries promoting certain titles awarded by the Catholic Church, but we don't have that. I would say there's a lack of support from the government to the libraries. In the political discussion within the German book industry, we are emphasizing the differences between libraries and publishing houses, because we are arguing about, for example, e-book lending, which from our point of view harms our market. So in Germany, about 50% of the e-books are lent by libraries, but that's only for 6% of the e-book turnover. So this is a danger for our business model, especially if it goes more and more digital. But I think we should emphasize that we are together in one boat. So we are partner of the libraries. We are publishing the books, many books, and we sell them to libraries. And this model worked for centuries, I would say. And we should try to find ways that we support the libraries as publishing houses, but especially that we help the libraries to get the right support from the government, because usually they are dependent from public money, and that's a bit a problem, or even a huge problem in some countries more than in others. But it's necessary, especially for poor, less educated children. It's absolutely necessary to get access, also free access to books.
That's the only way that they get books, if they don't have the conditions to buy it. Okay, would you like to add something before we go to the audience? I would like to receive some questions to our speakers here. Do you have anything else to add?
I was going to say that this idea is such a good idea, because you could choose a theme that's really relevant to your context. So for example, like a set of books for good citizenship, if you think that's the primary need of your society, for example. I think it would be great to have conversations between, as Joe mentioned, conversations between publishers and the government and libraries, and work together on projects like this that really serve a greater purpose, more than business.
I into what?
No, I just want to ask you something else. This list that I mentioned, the SDG Book Club, was in partnership with IBBY. So IBBY was selecting the books, and it was the section in Brazil. They were responsible for selecting the books, which was fantastic because so we had someone who was able to do the right selection. I know that, Elena, you are part of the executive committee of IBBY. Would you like to share something on this?
Yes, I'm very happy. Thank you for this space you are giving me, because IBBY, you can find in your bags, this brochure is really connected to all the topics we talked about today, because actually the mission is bringing books and children together. And this EB, this ONG, that is one of the widest ONG in the world because it spans over 80 countries, it's been created in the 50s after the World War II, and has actually two main aims. One is to enhance and to support good books for children. So highlighting quality in literature and in illustration. And the famous Hans Christian Andersen Award is actually run by EB. And in the meantime, the second cornerstone of its activity is to reach out to children in all difficult situations. So there are many initiatives. The most important one is the Children in Crisis Fund, and we've been able really to support the children in war places, everywhere. There's hundreds of volunteers that work hard in any single country. And publishers, of course, are close. Some publishers are very close to EB. There are some of them that in the sections of their own country are active. Some are also in the executive committee. But many of them didn't even know about EB. And I have to thank IPA very much for including us in the SDG, because the result of these our talks about SDG when it got started was to sign a memorandum of agreement, and this is very important because for us it's very important to feel publishers close to us. We have no money. There's a very small staff in Basel, 2 people only to deal with the 80 sections and to organize all the activities that we are doing all over the world. We ask for support. We have just created a new figure, the friend of EB. We ask publishers to contribute with a donation, and we promote the publishers on our websites and all over the world when we participate in events. All information are in these brochures, and there's a nice piece of paper inside that explains about the possibilities of supporting us. Thank you very much. But there's one more thing that I would like to tell about a minute, is that when it comes to support reading and to try to have a bigger audience, a bigger number of children and also of parents who understand how important readership is, I think that a good role could be played by the media. And I have to say, and this is something that happens not only in Italy, because this is something that we have been discussing also with the friends of EB in the world. Media don't pay enough attention. Children's literature, children's books are still a Cinderella in the articles on the newspapers, on the magazines. There's always the section children, but it's not something to be discussed as we discuss about the general literature. We organize in Italy the children's section of the Premio Strega. Premio Strega is a 7-year-old, it's the most established literature prize in Italy. And when there's the nominations and when there's the winners, you have 10 pages on the newspapers. When we award the winner of the Premio Strega Children, you have half a column. That's it.
Let's ask for the media to take more attention on children's books. Okay, so let's go to questions. I can see one hand, various hands. Where's the microphone, please? Here, first question, please. John on your left.
Hello. This question is, I'm John McLean. This question is a reflection on what Ani Rosa and Elena just said. I mean, publishers do have to watch their bottom line, of course. They need to survive. But with the rise of intolerance,
repeat, please, John.
Okay.
You're being censored.
Publishers have to watch their bottom line, of course. But with the rise of intolerance around the world, populism, all these other bad things, do publishers, especially children's publishers, have a moral responsibility to publish titles that might, help to, resolve this situation?
And my answer is a resounding, of course. Yes, it is actually up to us to come out with literature that addresses these issues so that they don't have to be around forever. Like, I feel like, for example, in the Philippines, now that we have a president who's actually the son of a former dictator, that we even allowed that in our generation means that we somehow failed our children. Maybe our education system. Definitely children's literature. We didn't discuss it as much in literature. That's why these things happen to us. So if we want to protect our democracy, if we want to make sure that our children will be able to choose their own leaders wisely, I mean, wiser than we did, we have to come out with children's books that address those issues straight on.
Yeah, I just would like to add, John, if there were more people who read our books, I'm pretty sure that there would be less populism in the world. I think it's not a problem of the books, it's more a problem of no books read by them.
Or no reading.
Critical thinking, only reading can give you critical thinking, and I think that if we really want that our children have all the same possibilities, I think that we have to give them books, absolutely, good books.
Thank you, John, for your question. Yeah, okay, please.
Hello, my name is Meta. I'm from Mentari Groups, and I would like to ask you about the digital development that you did mention. So, as you mentioned before, to maintain young readers, you have to perhaps support the infrastructure and as well as the digital development. So maybe I would like to ask is it possible to, because you mentioned also about the marketing strategy using the digital development, but is it possible as a form of the book itself, is it possible for young learners or children to use e-book for children? So maybe That's my question. Thank you.
Yes, Joe.
I try to answer, and going back to history, or going back 10 years ago, I assumed that the e-book would change our industry, also our children's book industry, quite dramatically. Unfortunately, I don't know, I was wrong. So we are a big publisher in Germany, and we have a share of 6% digital revenues, even if we try a lot and make a lot. I think the big chance of the digitization is how to market the printed books. Of course, we never neglect e-books, and we will create new offers, but we have so much more possibilities to market our books via TikTok, via social media, via CRM systems, modern CRM systems, and addressing the parents or the children directly. So this has changed our business a lot. And so I'd like to invite all children's book publishers to embrace these opportunities instead of being afraid of the digital development.
Thank you, Joe. We have other questions here. I can see 2 hands here on table. I don't know the number. Sorry, I cannot read it. Here, 17, and your table. Yeah. Where's the microphone? Sorry. There is one microphone here, so, and the next one would be here. Ed, please.
I'll ask it quickly.
Sorry, I didn't see that you had your...
My question is regarding how do you address parents and grandparents? Because a lot of I find my experience is children are very eager to read. When you give them a book, it's an object that belongs to them. They're delighted to have it. And I often find as a journalist, the problem isn't with the children, the problem is the poverty is with the parent. And how do you address that issue to begin with getting to kids' books? And is there an opportunity even to go to the grandparents? Because those are the ones who happen to have the time and the opportunity and the will to want to cater to their own grandchildren. Is there something there that might be a message as a member of the media that I can put out to try to advance your cause, like you requested?
Thank you. Would you like to? Yeah. Annie?
I can try. So of course you're totally right. For us, we always have the problems as children's book publisher that we have different target groups. We have the target group of the buyers of our books and of the readers of our books usually. And marketing-wise, we address both. So we've built up, for example, a platform just for parents and for grandparents as well. We don't make a difference here, but for buyers, for children's books, and we've collected within 2 years more than 200,000 addresses, and they deliver their data with birthday of their kids, and we try to make a customized experience to recommend the best book and to be with the development of their children and stand on their side on that development. But you're totally right, that's always kind of a problem we are having, that these two target groups have different interests sometimes.
I know you would like to add something.
Yeah, so Ed, are you writing an article directed to parents and grandparents right now? Great. So please tell them not to censor the books that their children are reading, to have them read everything and anything, but be prepared to talk to them about what they've just read, to always be available to converse with them about what they've read, help them process it.
And also, when I say that media, and I don't mean professional media, I mean media for the general public, don't pay the necessary attention to children's books. I'm exactly thinking of parents, because the first person who have to understand the importance are parents. I'm still surprised when some friends of mine that are lawyers, that are doctors. They ask me if I have any spare books for their grandchildren. For me, it's terrible. That's something that you have to choose. That's something that you have to understand the importance.
In Brazil, we have a research called Reading Habits, and it is said that moms and teachers are the first one and the most responsible people to address the reading habit. So if we think about that, of course parents and grandmas and grandpas will come just after. So we need to talk to them. We need to tell them how important it is.
And not only the mothers should play this role, but also the fathers. That's a huge problem in Germany, especially if it comes to reading of young of boys. They need a role model, and that should be the fathers.
Yeah.
So we make a big campaign about reading aloud from fathers to their children, which is as important as the mothers, who usually play the main role in that reading habit development.
Good. Please. Can you hear her voice? Yeah.
Thank you, the panel. It's been a fantastic discussion. I'm Vicky McDonald, the President-elect of IFLA, the International Federation of Library Associations, and listening to the conversation, there's so much that the IPA and IFLA has in common, and I think literacy is one of those shared values. You mentioned around the question around publishers and libraries working together to achieve literacy. I just wonder whether there's more that we can do through proactive work, working together to support the encouragement of new writers, new publishing, those sorts of things. And if the panel have ideas on where we can take that collaboration even further than what was talked about earlier.
Thank you. Yeah, IFLA should work with IB. Yeah. And mobilize everyone. Yeah, I think that working the partnership between publishers and libraries shouldn't just be selling and buying books, but giving the opportunities for authors to be present, for kids to play and to interact as well during creation of new books and so on. But you're doing this question because you have a very good experience yourself in your library. Would you like to tell us a little bit of it? Oh, we cannot listen to her again.
One of the projects that I'm involved in is our library is actively encouraging the development of First Nations writers, recognising that they need to have a voice and create their own literature. But we also recognise that there's a shortage of editors, First Nations editors. So we actually have a program where we provide fellowships and work through with the editors to develop those skills. And then we have a partnership with a publisher who then works on the manuscript to publish it. So consequently for that program over 10 years, we now have award-winning First Nations authors winning national prizes in literature. So I think it has to be strong partnerships over a period of time sometimes to have these outcomes.
Fantastic.
But if I could just comment too on the question that was asked before, I very much agree that parents are the first educators and they're a really important target group to be focused on. Many of them don't have the skills to actually encourage their children to read, talk, play and sing, so it's an important target group to be working on. Thank you.
Yeah, that has been discussed. Thank you. I see a hand to Uchenna. Yeah. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Uchenna. I come from Nigeria. I'm actually the president of the Nigerian Publishers Association. We have a challenge. Nigeria is involved in internal crisis. And estimates would indicate that over 2 million children live in internal displaced camps. They don't live in their homes. That estimate might be a little too small because we don't have accurate data. So if you do the proper thing, you may have over 5 million children who live in camps. During the regime of my predecessor, Badega, we had gotten about booked worth over 25 million naira, couldn't convert it in dollars. We gave to the North Central. But Nigeria has 6 regions, and the rest 5 are still involved in one form of crisis. I'm asking the panelists or any other person right in this hall, we're looking for creative ways and advice how to ensure that these children who are displaced may have access to books. Doesn't matter in which format, because where they are, some kind of war is raging on. They live in fear, and even publishers will dare not even get closer. So this is a challenge not only for the publishers, but for the children who are the future leaders of tomorrow. We are looking for creative options to help deal with this situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that, if may I just try to, libraries, I think that are the first step that should be taken into consideration when you have populations that are less privileged than others. So we should give politicians and governments information and data about how important our industry is and how important publishers are to the growth and development of a society. So we do really have to tackle these issues and subjects to have more opportunities for developing countries. I don't know if you have other comments on this, but I think that we finished this panel with a very, very important message about children's books, growing society, and developing people to a better future in our world. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Ms. Karini Pansa, our moderator, and also to our esteemed speakers. Thank you for that delightful conversation about this very interesting topic. Hopefully we all can help to shape future generations as book lovers, because, you know, as they say, today a reader, tomorrow a leader.
Indeed. And we hope that these conversations will spark ideas and also new progress in the future for people in the industry. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, we thank the speakers and moderator, and we'll continue with our next session.
Yes, so for the next session, we will discuss about marketing and distribution, exploring new worlds.
And ladies and gentlemen, as moderator, we'd like to invite to join us on stage Deputy Editor, the bookseller, Miss Benedict Page.
And we also like to invite our speakers, Mr. Adi Ekatama,
Mr. Randy Anthony.
and Mr. Pedro Sobra.
Ms. Benedict Page, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank
delighted to be here, jet lag notwithstanding, to see you all in Jakarta and to have a chance to talk about the new worlds that we're exploring in the landscape that's been created after the pandemic, and with all the changes and the opportunities and the extra complications sometimes it presents to us. And here with me, I'm delighted to have, first of all, Adi Ekatama, who is General Manager of Gramedia, Indonesia's biggest bookseller, also with a publishing arm and an e-book platform. And Adi looks after the digital retailer Gramedia.com and the e-book platform Gramedia Digital. So looking forward to hearing what he has to tell us. Also with us is Randy Anthony, who is CEO of Republic Media Creative, which is an e-book aggregating company which handles the titles of multiple publishers going into e-book stores, including Google. Yeah, very good to have you with us too. And also Pedro Sobral, who is Chief Publishing Officer at Grupo Leia, which is the publisher headquartered in Portugal, but also incorporating publishers in Brazil, Angola and Mozambique. Covering both literary publishing and education. And Pedro is also president of APAL, the Portuguese Publishers and Booksellers Association. So please do welcome all our panel. So, I wanted to start with asking you all whereabouts you all are in the landscape following the pandemic. Basically, what opportunities the last couple of years have brought to you and how they have changed the businesses that you do, and perhaps also the marketplaces that you're working for. So, Adi, could I start with you?
So, Gramedia, we are, I think, one of the oldest book retailers in Indonesia, as well as book publishers in Indonesia. So, I think before the pandemic, we were, I think, too comfortable with our conventional business or brick and mortars and the way we run things in our publishing company. But then pandemic happened, it changed a lot. I think after the pandemic happened, we started to accelerate our digital development. So we started to focus more on our digital distribution through marketplaces, and we also focus more on developing our internal platform, Gramedia.com, and our ebooks platform, Gramedia Digital. And in the content side as well, we started to develop our content, our books into other forms. Yeah, basically, pandemic changed everything that we initially did in Gramedia.
So it's really had a root and branch change in your approach.
Yes.
And you mentioned to me before that it was changing how you relate your digital platform and your stores. Could you say a little bit about what you've
So
been doing there?
we have around 120 stores, bookstores, all over Indonesia. Before the pandemic, these bookstores, they're not connected with any online sales. So, but then pandemic happened, these stores, they cannot, they're not able to open their regular hours because the government restrict their working hours. So we started to help them selling their products through online platforms. So we connect them with marketplaces, and we also integrate these stores with Gramedia.com. So now, if our users buy books from Gramedia.com or from marketplaces in Indonesia, these books can be delivered from the stores that are closest to these users. So we accelerate that development after the pandemic started. Yeah.
And how has that gone down with customers?
Yeah, so as of now, I think the pandemic has been around for 2 years, more than 2 years. And now our sales of books, the contribution from online channels are already bigger than the sales of the books that coming from each of the stores. If you take a look of the book sales in each of the stores, from online sales is already more than the sales from the brick and mortar stores.
So you're really seeing a response.
Yeah.
Randy, how about you?
Okay, so because my company started in 2014 and we focus on two things. The first one is online stores and the second one is the aggregator for ebooks. I think before pandemics, we don't have much competition in terms of online bookstores. For example, like Gramedia didn't really focus on the online bookstores. So back then, there's only like 5 to 10 players max for a big company. But after 2020, everything's changed because now every publishers has their own online bookstores. Even there's some publisher who owns more than one bookstores, online bookstores and everything. So suddenly the marketplaces in Indonesia that used to have only like 3 to 4 online bookstores now have more than like 50 or something, right? So the competition's really changed, the map's really changed, and people now have more options of where to buy these books for us. And for the digital books in Indonesia, they're never really like skyrocketed in a much. So before the pandemics, the sales of ebooks is only like 1% or less if we compare it to the print books. But during the first 6 months of pandemics, it really grows. Okay, but after that, because now everyone has an access to the online bookstores, because now everybody is opening bookstores, the sales is decreasing again.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. But now, because of the traditional marketplace, in Indonesia we have the two biggest one is Shopee and Tokopedia, and almost every publisher in Indonesia now owns a channel over there, right? So we have to think a way on how we improve the market.
Yes,
right?
How do you compete now
So
that so many
now
other players?
we are actually in cooperation with TikTok, right? And we are trying to learn how we can actually sell our books derived from the content. Okay, so because TikTok is very different from your traditional marketplace, because in other marketplaces, when you see the catalogs, you see lots of books and everything, right? But in TikTok, you cannot see those catalogs, right? In TikTok, all you see is a content. And how you can actually tell people that this content is actually related to a books, and you can actually get the complete version of the books. So I think that's what we are exploring right now, and that's what we are trying, I think.
Yes, so you're really having to shift and adapt because it's growing so quickly. Do you think that the market is going to settle down anytime soon, or is everyone experimenting? Sometimes it's a stage where publishers try new things, but then they decide to leave it to the biggest marketplaces. How do you think?
I think it's based on the target market itself. I think for the older age, you can still use like marketplaces and everything, but for the younger age, I think the platforms such as TikTok is more engaging to them.
Well, let's go on and talk in a little while about the various initiatives that you're doing, because I know TikTok is big for all of our markets.
Right.
But first of all, let me just go to Pedro. Pedro, you're in a very different part of the world, and your market is a very different one. Can you tell us how it's changed as well, and what new horizons have opened up for you in the last couple of years?
Yes, well, I could divide in three main areas. So sales-wise, e-commerce gained a huge traction. Just to give you an idea, in the two confinement years, so 2020 and 2021, we passed from 11 to 20%, 11 to 12% of e-commerce weight in sales to 25%. And the effect still endures. Of course, brick and mortar were closed for long periods, and e-commerce gained this kind of traction. The second area that I can point is promotion-wise, where social media gained a lot of visibility, and also streaming platforms. For example, my group had a huge, surprising bestseller during confinement due to a TV show where the book series were published by us 3 years before. So the promotion effect was also extremely high from social media, mainly TikTok, but also Instagram in Portugal, and streaming platforms. I heard somebody today saying that Disney Plus opened during confinement in Portugal. It was almost the same thing, and immediately, and we are Disney licensees, immediately we had a huge boost of sales in classic movies, for example. The third effect was the huge and sudden content shift consumption that we had in Portugal. So, for example, comics, graphic novels, or manga were niche kinds of content, and suddenly, with the pandemic, mainly in the first year, it basically exploded. Just to give you an idea, this year, so 2022, these categories, so comics, graphic novels, and manga, is responsible for 30% of market growth. So again, the effect is still there. So basically, it was a 180-degree change in the market, from content to promotion to sales. And we still are seeing that effect. So the market is still growing 2 digits because of these 3 effects. And all of them combined are creating, and now I'm giving the optimist scenario, are creating a new group of readers. And we have to take in attention that Portugal in Europe has very low reading habits. So it's the second country in European Union with the lowest reading habits, mainly between 12 to 18 or 21 years old. But funny enough, after confinement, is this group bracket, this age bracket, that is making the market grow. So the optimist scenario is that this will continue on. Probably not with 2 digits, because we are facing a macroeconomic environment that is extremely complex and tough for Portuguese families and global families overall. And the pessimist scenario is that we are witnessing the end of the world, so probably it will stop in December, but probably reality will be in between.
That's so interesting. Have either of you had any of those observations about different content selling, a sort of upswing of the kind of thing that Pedro is describing, where manga and graphic novels are suddenly really upswinging? Have you noticed any of that?
I think in Indonesia specifically, webtoon is big. I think pretty big in Indonesia. It shows that there are content from webtoon that are made into like series that are shown in Indonesian OTT platforms. So I think there's followers of that, and I think it just started to grow really after the pandemic.
Yes. Yeah.
And we as a publishers, I think we also look for content in those manga online platforms. So we publish comics that was initially published in webtoons.
Okay. Randy, did you see different patterns of buying?
What I see is because pre-pandemic online transactions is not really a thing in Indonesia. Everybody is still using cash and everything. They have very little trust in online transaction, right? And especially in intangible goods, right? Such as like digital goods, movies, like music and everything. It's not really popular in Indonesia. But after the pandemic, things started to change. Now everyone has their like digital money and everything, and they're starting to, or at least learning how to buy things online.
Right.
And
so there is a real cultural shift that you're seeing in terms of.
It's more like a force in, but and then now because of so many content, so many choices online. The free content, such as things in Wattpad or in webtoons, is actually becomes more and more popular, right? I think Mr. Adi also know, like Wattpad is a very big culture in Indonesia, and most of the publishers right now are getting their authors from Wattpad.
Okay. One of the things I wanted to ask you about was, certainly for us, a big growth area over the last few years has been in audiobooks. It's really been the most massive success in our market. Double-digit growth last year as well. Obviously, big rise during the pandemic, but also it just seems to suit people's way of consuming books very much at the moment, where people are quite time poor and they also like to be doing something else, driving somewhere, doing whatever. I listen to audiobooks while cleaning the house. But can you tell me how that's responded in your market? Pedro, have audiobooks been a big growth area for you?
Well, in Portugal, it's starting.
Only starting?
Yeah, so it was a non-market during the confinement, so there were no platforms or even audio files available. Leia, my company, launched a streaming service on April last year, and it's very interesting it's a platform for ebooks and audiobooks, so you can subscribe for reading or listening or both. And it's very interesting to see how the consumers behave in that platform. First of all, the majority of the subscribers we have are heavy readers, so they are doing a rational choice. Instead of spending this amount of money with books, I have this monthly subscription and I can read whatever I want. But then they experiment a lot, the one that have the combo subscription, the audiobooks. And it's very interesting. First of all, their reading habits are different from their listening habits, so they don't have a pattern of what they are consuming. They are experimenting a lot more with the audio, listening to authors that normally they would not read. And also what we see in terms of age is that it's younger people again that are listening more than reading. So the numbers we have for the Portuguese market in terms of subscribers are extremely high. We've made the break-even 6 months before it was projected, so it was the first time that our Excel sheets gave better results than normally it does. But what we think is happening is that people are seeing audio as a doorway. So we are not captivating heavy readers. We are not bringing, like I think it's in the Nordic countries where people read a lot, so they listen also a lot, because audiobook, as you said, is a problem solver. What we are seeing there is that normally people that do not read or read 1 or 2 books a year are willing to experiment with listening and then start reading. There's one thing that is interesting also in our market is that Europe-wise, we are the second country with most podcast audience. So people listen a lot of podcasts in Portugal. So there's the audio habit of listening to content.
So
And I think
podcasts are the gateway to audio, which is the gateway
at least
to...
there we think it is, yeah.
Yes, yeah, that's really interesting. And so do you see, you project a lot of development for it's your own platform, you say?
Yeah, it's a partnership with Kobo. We've decided to launch a very original streaming platform, was to bring what, in this case, Kobo has the best to offer. So technology, very good engine motor, very good algorithms, with the experience we have in the Portuguese market. So we are driving the marketing investments, the kind of content we have there, and Kobo is giving us the technology. So it's a publisher platform partnership that also delivers a better revenue share for publishers and authors. It allows us to have much more content and to be much more faster in the country. To answer your question, if you look at other figures in audiobooks, is that we have the Nordic countries like benchmark, but I think it's a mistake. The numbers we see in the Nordic countries are specifically for that kind of markets and regions. But if you look at Germany or UK or even in Spain, probably is where you find the sweet spot for the rest of European countries. So as we are starting, of course, we are still having a growth avenue that is very interesting to be on.
Right, thank you. And I mean, podcasts are also huge in Indonesia, aren't they? So where are you both with audio? I do first.
So yeah, I personally big fan of audiobook. My wife listens to audiobook often. Yeah. But honestly, business-wise, maybe Sandy has a different experience. Business-wise, we haven't really gone deep into audiobook business. We were actually expecting like a global audiobook player to come to Indonesia and we could learn from them, but yeah, sadly there's not. I think there's one that was seriously entered Indonesia, but then we haven't really heard how the traction has been.
You have Storytel.
Yeah, we have Storytel, but I don't know, there's like I think changes and Storytel themselves. That's why we haven't really got the data and learning experience from them. But even though we haven't really gone deeper into the audiobook business, we have prepared ourselves. So we had like a recording studio. We've started to produce audiobook content based on our books. We are not making only the full version of audiobook, we also make the summarized version of the audiobook. So, and we're also developing our platform to be ready to sell audiobook content. So I think next year we're gonna try to start offering audiobook to our users. So yeah, that's why that's the phase that we're in currently.
You're kind of poised and ready for the big boom. Randy, how about you?
I mean, the market is very huge in Indonesia. They are ready to listen to audio contents, but the problem is, are they ready to pay for the audio contents? Like Spotify is very huge in Indonesia, but why Storytel is not doing the same thing? The performance is very different, because I believe Storytel came to Indonesia since 2019, right? And they are actively approaching major publishers to produce content for them. And then I think like Gramedia also works with Storytel, I think, right? And they are also using like huge names in literature, like very famous authors and everything. But in terms of business, it's still very small. Right,
but I think the opportunity is there because I think audio podcasts in Indonesia, I think it's pretty big. There are a lot of big Indonesian content creator that started out as a podcaster. So actually, I think the opportunity.
So all the conditions are right, aren't they? It's just.
So the habits and the culture is there, But I mean, maybe we haven't find the right platforms, maybe we haven't created the right contents and everything. But the audio business is already settled, but the audio business is not yet.
Right. Okay. Okay. Well, now I think it's time to talk TikTok. TikTok, what a phenomenon! An amazing phenomenon. In the UK, I think Nielsen says that it believes over 7 million book sales, 7.1 million book sales have been in the UK, have been generated by the effects of BookTok. So £50 million of revenue. Nielsen accounts that TikTok has generated that by the incredible enthusiasm that it produces for books, and that very authentic feeling of book lovers going online and bringing people to something they feel really passionate about. And certainly in the UK, James Daunt, the head of Waterstones, has said that it's bringing a whole new generation into the bricks and mortar bookshops on the high street because they want the physical book because it looks so nice on the TikTok videos. So they like to buy that. So it's bringing people into physical bookshops who haven't been coming there for years. So pretty exciting development for us all. So let's talk about how you've all approached it. Pedro, I'll go to you first. I know you've all been busy in this arena, but Pedro, to you first.
You've talked about Waterstones, Barnes & Noble in the United States have a whole new life because of TikTok. So that's the effect of this BookTokers phenomenon. What I see is that it's a cycle that repeats itself, at least, and I think it's I don't know if Indonesia is the same, but this started to happen before on Facebook. Then it went over to Instagram, and now is on TikTok. And what we see is that, at least in Portugal, we have almost a perfectly division between ages. So 45 plus are on Facebook, 30 plus to 45 are on Instagram, and then below that they are on TikTok. So what's the difference? Why TikTok is generating much more sales? Well, first of all, because we had the pandemic, and that made the kids going much more on social media, talking about what they love. Second, the writers and the publishers adapt their content. So if you have BookTokers, you have TikTok fiction that is ready to consume, from covers that are made exactly to be good on the videos, from sprayed edges that you start to so the objects start to be reworked again. But I think most of all, because this new generation see everything as an experience. If you pay attention to the videos, they do not talk about the book. They do not talk about the narrative or characters. They talk about how they feel happy or sad with the book. They even cry, and probably you see the video and you don't understand what the book is about. But you see that somebody had a very good experience with it, a very personal experience. And that is what made TikTok generate numbers that before with Instagram and Facebook were interesting, but not a game changer like TikTok is. Not only in terms of promotion, but also we were talking backstage around it, but also to create a group of influencers or affiliates that are very into it, they are very passionate, they know what they are doing, what they want to do, and they start to work their micro networks. So of course we have influenced millions of followers, but at least in Portugal we have very good results with micro affiliates. So they have small networks around them, but then it's like, you know, a spread viral kind of effect. So it's also a thing that will continue, at least as TikTok is still the social media to take into account. We see that every generation it shifts. We started with Facebook again, and now we're on TikTok. Twitter is passing through a very weird phase from last week till today, so don't know what's going on Twitter. So yeah, it's a thing that the publishers have to take into account because it's really a game changer.
Yeah. Adi, what have you been doing, Sarah?
Yeah, so I think TikTok's growth has been very fast this year, so we talked about backstage. We actually started doing activations on TikTok in middle of this year. So we're pretty new on TikTok, but the growth has been very, very well. So I think the difference between TikTok and the other marketplaces, it's a social commerce. I think influencers, they make content on TikTok where their followers can see it in real time. I think specifically bringing people to offline stores in the UK, it happens in Gramedia as well. So when these influencers, they make content in our stores, or maybe our stores have event, and then these influencer TikToker are at our stores and doing live in that event. It brings like curiosity in their followers. It makes them want to come to our brick and mortar stores. I think that's why TikTok actually brings traffic to our offline stores as well. It offers different experience from the normal e-commerce. I think TikTok. Yeah.
Randy, how about you? I think you've been doing some programs, haven't you?
Yeah. Our journey with TikTok started in February this year, but during the first 2 months, we only generated an income maybe less than $1,000 each month. It's very small. Because from what TikTok tell us to do is we have to create our own content, and then we have to derive the content to our product in the shop and everything, right? But we realized that we are not a content maker. Okay, we don't have enough production value or the creativity to create the content that is engaging to the watchers. And then I think in April we have the Holy Month in Indonesia. How you say in English? Eid Mubarak. What is it? I think Idul Fitri. In English. The Holy Month of
Ramadan.
Right. So back then the content for Islamic religion is really growing, right? And then we have this one title that consists of like a collection of prayer, right? And then we are trying to connect with several affiliators back then. So we try to put this book on their content, right? We contact them, we ask them whether they want to put our titles over there, and from its sales, I think they will get like 10% or something, right? But starting from that, we are growing exponentially almost every day. So currently in October, the numbers of sales is more than 400,000 for a month, which is quite high. I mean, in the growth and still growing, right? So we are actually not into creating our content anymore, but we are making our own affiliator center. So now there are two focus on dividing the affiliator center. First is the self-improvement group. So this is where all of the self-improvement titles related to, for example, mental health issues, which is very a thing in Indonesia right now, right? And of course, content related to Islamic religion is also a thing in Indonesia. And the other group is for the fiction and novels. So, especially for the self-improvement group, we have more than like 20,000 affiliators right now.
Big numbers.
Yeah, and we are managing them based on their specialties. So every time there's a new titles coming to our stores, our first thing to do is now to determine whether these titles belong to which affiliators. And then we contact them personally and ask them, do they want the free samples of the book, right? And then we have to send the book to them first. And then maybe after 1 or 2 weeks, they will start producing content for our books. And this is how we are growing right now.
Right, and that's how you're getting over the hurdle about how do you produce content when you're not content producers yourself. And I think, Pedro, did you not bring some people from TikTok in-house? Did you not employ some to get that expertise?
Yeah, we've brought 2 TikTokers to our payroll. They are the TikTokers.
You hired them internally?
Yes. And what they do is first research. So they are supporting the publishing team, the publishers, to receive the trends, what they are talking about. International fiction has a big weight in Portugal, so they are very sensible to see what's happening outside, because what we see is that big international trends on TikTok, mainly the States, UK, will arrive sooner or later in Portugal. So we try to anticipate the royalty deal as soon as we can. So they do this kind of research. And second, what they do is to manage, promote also the affiliates we have, managing samples, trying to get them on board. It was very interesting to understand how we fit in this last year. We are the leading publishing in Portugal, so big, heavy structure that is very expert in doing what we always have done, but that's slow to navigate these new trends. And then you have 2 TikTokers, very young, that are going to the speed of light, that are talking about manga, TikTok, non-fiction, going all over the place. And it's very interesting how you see they connect with these traditional publishers. Adi said one thing before that I think it's very, very important to notice, is that when you're talking about content shift, you're also talking about a shift in scouting new content. Wattpad, webtoons suddenly are one of the main tools to bring new content, to translate new content. And I don't know if this happens in Indonesia, but at least in Portugal, it's extremely critical to reduce the translation time. Why? Because this new generation is almost bilingual. They don't care if they're going to read the English or the Portuguese version. So, for example, when we are negotiating royalties, we are also negotiating PDF delivery in order to have simultaneous launch with the English. I've previously told manga and graphic novels represent 30% of market growth, but international books, so books in English that we cannot compete, represent 15% of the growth. So, as you see, every detail on a very classical method of publishing, from the scouting to the publishing to the time of publishing, the way you promote, the way you sell, everything changed. And speed, time, and capability to be the first are now probably the main variables to go right in.
Isn't it amazing what effect that is having? Very interesting. Ali, can we talk a bit about what you are doing in IP development? Because you're really sort of seizing on opportunities there with both hands and going for it. So could you tell the audience a bit about what's going on?
Yeah, we saw there is like the opportunity and the content development business as well, IP management we call it. If you take a look at the data of the blockbuster movies in Indonesia, I think 50% of the movies that have the biggest tickets sold in Indonesia are those movies that are adapted from books. Previously, we never produce movies based on our films. We only license our books, and then we let external production houses make the movie based on our books, because we see that opportunity we started to develop our capability in-house to develop script for films based on the books that we published or we were going to publish. So we started in 2019 actually, just when the pandemic was about to start. We made a short film based on a well-known author in Indonesia. That film was selected in Sundance Film Festival in the US, and after that we continued producing film. Our first feature long film. We produced it last year. It was on Netflix now. So yeah, it turns out that we can actually we're able to do that. You know, so that's why we're starting to create more product derivatives based on the books that we publish or we are going to publish.
Excellent. Yeah. Is that something, Pedro, that you're also working with?
Yeah, we are also we have a similar project in Portugal. So we've made a book based on the TV show. So the first Portuguese TV show ever made on Netflix. We've bought the script and then turned it into a book, and it went quite well. And now we are assembling a team only to work with these streaming platforms and also with the production companies, because these international streaming companies are obligated to have a percentage of local production in Portugal in order to have the license. The culture ministry also subsidies the production companies to produce Portuguese content into these platforms. So we have a more simple process than it's sell rights to the production companies that then will produce to Netflix or HBO. These are the two main. In Portugal, Disney Plus is not open still to this kind of partnership. But again, as I've told you before, during confinement, one of the biggest bestsellers we had came out of Netflix. Disney Plus had a big, strong effect on book sales. So as we are talking about TikTok, but also the streaming platforms are huge in bringing new people or bringing people to reading and to books.
Fantastic. Now, I know we need to leave enough time for some questions from the floor, so do prepare your questions, and in a couple of minutes I will be coming to the floor. But could we just, perhaps quite briefly, because we don't have too much time, could we just address the question of print on demand and how new technologies and print on demand are affecting what you do? I'm going to, who would like to leap in on this?
I can start.
Okay, you start.
Well, print on demand has become critical at this stage, right? If you look what Portugal and Europe is facing, that macroeconomic context that is extremely complex now and it will be more complex next year, book consumption is positively correlated with private consumption. In Portugal, it will go from 5.4% this year to 0.7% next year, so it will be a huge drop. This means that you have to manage your stock in a very tight way and allow e-commerce to continue to navigate what they are doing. So we started to look at print on demand 3 years ago before confinement in a very loose and easy way. And in the last 6 months, we turned as project tier 1, high priority, and we want to launch a pilot next January. First of all, because it will allow you to optimize stock at your warehouse. It will allow you to have more books available for e-commerce platform. But also, do not forget that one of our main customers is our author. Also allow our authors to have all their work available to final readers. So it's probably one of the key features that for the next 2 years will be extremely important for publishers who want to survive what is going to happen until 2025 at least.
Really interesting. Randy, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think I agree that in the next 2 years it's going to be the next big thing in the publishing industry. But currently in Indonesia, the cost of print on demand is still very high, and our market is very price sensitive right now. So print on demand is not really a primary choice in terms of the printing cost and everything. I think like I think Gramedia have their own print on demand service, right? But from what I experienced, that the cost of print on demand may almost double the cost of if you're using the offset printing in Indonesia.
So that's
right?
a huge.
Yeah, and Indonesia, our income, our general income is not as high as other maybe Western countries. So that's why, in terms of price, we have to be very careful to determine it.
Okay. Adi, what would you?
Yes. So in Gramedia, we actually have a printing business arm. We basically print our books by ourselves. Even that, but print on demand itself is very essential. Actually, it's very important because dead stock is one of the major problems that we have in our
dead stock. So
too
much stock.
Slow moving inventories. Yeah, slow moving books. With print on demand can actually tackle that problem, as Pedro mentioned. But the main challenge for print on demand is just as what Mas Randi said earlier. We still cannot offer the same price that we usually offer with the regular books that we print with no print on demand. We still find that challenge, that difficulty. Even that printing itself is our own company. That's why we're still figuring out how we're able to offer our customers the equal price that they get from our regular books. Aside from that, another challenge that we have on demand is because we already have a lot of stock already printed in our stores, that the stores, they have to sell this stock first before we can offer our customers print on demand. That's why there's not that challenge too for print on demand.
Just let me add a thing that's important. You have a bundle that is print on demand with data analysis. So to solve this variable of which price should you mark up print on demand, you have to have strong algorithms within your systems that can do two things. First, analyze your backlist to see where is the rigid demand, the ones that can, have a higher price, and second, the ones that people are willing to pay that higher price. So data analysis is critical to have a good print on demand system.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, I hope you've all been preparing your questions and you have something that you would like to ask our panel. Any questions out there? I think there's one over there towards the back. If you could introduce yourself and give us the question. Thank you.
Thank you for chance here. My name is Linda Okta, as a writer in Indonesia and also for the academic researchers about economic and business. If we talk about digital platform industry, is not only provide for the service or to deliver many more books in the world, but also how to know about the company perspective, competitor, and also for the customer perspective here. For the second question is about how to deliver or making promotions in the world, because of we talk about for the exploring new work. Thank you.
We'd like to take it. Well, there's a question about promotion for discovering new work. Am I right? Yeah. Yes. How can you set about promoting debuts, new work? Yes.
Yeah, start first. So in Gramedia, we have a platform we call Gramedia Writing Project. It's actually for aspiring writers, new writers. They can, it's like Wattpad actually. They can upload their writing in that platform, and our editors, we regularly curate the content in that platform, and if our editors feel like the story has potential, we then publish the story to a book, and we distribute it to our stores online as well as brick and mortars. I think each year we started this platform actually in 2020. Every year I think we have around more than 10 titles that we publish into books.
So it's really a good source.
Yeah,
so discovering people.
Yeah. So in Gramedia, that's what we do to get new writers.
And how about getting the knowledge about the writers out there? How can you create that awareness?
When we decide to publish the content from the writing project, we work together with the author, usually the writer. We help them manage their social media. We promote their story in our social medias as well. Yeah, we work together now with TikTok. We work with book influencers. So we not only edit and publish their works, but we also help these writers to grow their community.
Right. Yeah. I think Pedro, you had something to say.
Yeah, just to add, in Portugal we also have a self-publishing platform where we are always looking out for this new talent based on figures. So when they achieve a number of readers and downloads, then we ask some publishers to analyze. But the main mechanism we have is what we call layer price. So it's the highest literary price in Portuguese language. So 50,000 euros for a new novel, not a new writer, but a new novel in Portuguese language. And it's very interesting, since we began in 2008, we've published around, from that price, so from winners and finalists, around 78 new books, and all around the Portuguese language community. So we have people from Brazil, from Mozambique, from Angola, from Portugal, trying to apply to this prize. And what happened is, for example, 2 years ago, it was a Brazilian writer that won the prize, that sell quite well in Portugal, but in Brazil it achieved 700,000 books sold in 2 years and a half. A new writer, new book, and this can give you an idea of the leverage, because what we do is that we promote through media, you promote through all the Portuguese language community, and that brings us excellent authors and also good sales that we of course all need.
All right, very good. Is there another question out there? I think there's a hand up at the back there.
Hi, my name is Melissa. I'm from Quark International. We publish comic science for primary school students. My question is, how can you see periodical publications such as Kids Magazine, which publish monthly in the future about marketing and distribution? We know that in Indonesia, access to gadget and internet is not that equal. So, and printed books are still mainly demanding for kids in rural area or in most of areas. How can you see that marketing and distribution for periodical? Thank you.
So yeah, in Gramedia we have a dedicated sales force that go to the schools, yeah, because the question is especially kids magazine, right? Periodic kids magazine, yeah. So we go to the schools. There's actually a digital platform that we sell to these schools. It's called ePerpus. It's a digital library. We have e-magazines there. We have e-books there. So we regularly update the content in that platform. But yes, the network infrastructure in Indonesia is not equal between one area to the other areas, and print content, printed books, printed magazine is still contribute a lot to the sales, to our sales. That's why we're not only offering digital platform to the school, we also offer them physical books and magazines, and we have quite a large number of schools that already work with us. So our Gramedia is very open to explore more magazines or e-magazines from other publishers to be put in our portfolios that we offer to our school clients. Yeah. We have that dedicated sales force.
So it's still a hugely important part of your business. You're not going to lose focus on that. Yeah.
I think I talked about these issues with you before, right? Before the sessions, that because of the archipelago of Indonesia, we have like thousands of islands, and then the digital infrastructure is not there yet. If you just go to Java Island and Bali Island, of course we have very good internet connection over here, but if you go beyond that, you will see that it's not that good, it is not really stable. So first, distributing the physical books is going to be very expensive, but distributing them in the digital formats will also become an issue because the limitations of the internet connections. I think one of the solutions that the government is trying to give to them is by distributing the digital formats in a physical form, right? So they distribute like the...
That sounds quite surprising, yes.
Yeah, physical hard drive through this more remote areas and everything. I think they also owns like a servers, and these remote servers already contains like have like thousands of ebook titles and everything, and they are delivering these servers to the remote area so they can access it offline over here. So I think that is one of the solutions that the Indonesian government trying to take. But if we really want to solve these issues, then we have to increase our internet connectivity in Indonesia.
Right, yes. So it must, infrastructure is going to be a priority in the companies. Okay. I think we're going to have to leave it there because we are running out of time. But I would like to say a very big thank you to our three panelists, Adi, Randy and Pedro. They've really given us some fascinating details on an industry that is changing at some speed with some complications, some opportunities, new players, a lot going on. So many thanks to all three of you, and I'm sure you'll all wish to show your appreciation. Thank you.
We thank the moderator, Ms. Benedict Page, for the insightful session, and to our speakers, once again, thank you so much.
Thank you to our speakers, Mr. Adi Ekatama, Mr. Randy Anthony, and Mr. Pedro Sobral. Thank you.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, now to recharge your energy for the rest of the day, we'll take a short break. You may enjoy the coffee that's being served at the foyer area, and then we will start the next session at 3:30 p.m.
3:30 p.m. So we'll see you back at the ballroom at 3:30 p.m. And also you can also visit our booth at the foyer area to buy souvenirs. And prayer room is located on the 3rd floor.
So once again, please enjoy your break, and we will see you back soon. Thank you.
Heroes. They publish books which are controversial, which they know are going to be censored, and they pay a price for it. Sometimes it's imprisonment, and sometimes they pay the ultimate price with their lives.
The freedom to publish is a vital part of what enables publishers to operate, and we have to be constantly vigilant as the threats to it are constantly changing. Whether it is state censorship or self-censorship, we work to make sure publishers can publish what they feel deserves to be published.
Freedom to publish and copyright are mutually reinforcing concepts and mutually reinforcing fundamental rights that belong to a coherent system of fundamental rights. So they're both enshrined in the treaties on human rights, and they belong together. And that's because an author with no opportunity to publish and be rewarded for their work will not be free to express themselves. They might have to rely on patronage or government funding, and that's not freedom.
If we don't protect copyright, then publishers can't sustain their businesses for long. Copyright protection is not just essential for publishing, it's essential for modern economies.
Is the main legal instrument of protection of these rights. Just think with me, without copyright there is no incentive for authors to dedicate themselves and their lives writing for the publishers. So if there is no protection to their creation, there is no books.
The most memorable is probably the fun moments, and you could count things like the Congress that we hold at Cape Town, in Bangkok, London, Delhi, and we share so much during that brief period of time. If you ask me what was the pivotal moment, it was the Marrakesh Treaty to give access to those with visual impairment to as much books as possible. And the only way we could do that was through technology.
I think that diversity in general has changed a lot. It goes together with freedom. Freedom to publish, freedom to speech, freedom to be whom you want and how you want.
So all those different lenses around ethnicity and sexual identity and regionality are kind of well represented, and that's in the leadership. I'm also very proud to put, I think, diversity and inclusion on the agenda of what we publish, and publishers are aware of that. They really feel that they should recruit diverse staff so that they can really market also to a diverse readership and a diverse authorship.
Africa has been a great example of how diversity and inclusion has been important and is going to be important for us at IPA.
So something that stands out for me is our Africa Publishing Innovation Fund, which was created in partnership with Dubai Cares. We have supported many projects in Africa that focus on publishing innovation and in building libraries.
Last year, many publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free on a temporary basis as our contribution to tackle the pandemic. And we have to remind that this was possible because we had copyright to do this when it's needed for a crisis like we had last year. I also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, okay, we will get through this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I was traveling from the airport of Belgrade to Belgrade itself, I was just astonished because the destruction of the bombs were much bigger than ever the newspapers and the press have told us. There was a common message they wrote in the papers: please, people of the world, don't throw us bombs, send us books. I think that IPA at the end is about values. We represent the memory of the past, and we need to follow up this work of promoting the dignity of ideas.
When you work in these areas, in the institutional associations, you're not working for yourself, you're working for the others, you are giving, you are just trying to draw a path, in this case a path for the book.
With others behind you or others with you, all these paths, they get less difficult to overcome.
It is not the president who is doing this. It is not the vice president who is doing it. It's not when I was the chairman of boards, committees and so on, which is the work, but it is the total work, and you do it together in a truly international environment.
And then it is your job to try to harmonize them all and to walk in the same direction.
One of our key values is collaboration. Developments are global and policy is local, but I think behind that or beneath that is an even more important value, and that's that we feel connected to each other.
If we focus on the best interest of our members, then our industry does well. And if our industry does well, then our societies do well. Because our organization is international, and this is one of our key strengths. The world is changing so fast, and when we focus on diversity, then we ensure that we have multiple perspectives, different opinions that allow us to truly represent and understand our readers, and that will help us stay relevant and sustainable.
Welcome to Jakarta. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more Jakarta? Are you sure you have seen everything? Let me tell you more about it.
It
may feel strange.
It may feel strange because it is not a typical city. Heads up! So heads up! The journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. Push the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on. There's still a lot more to discover. Take your time. To enjoy memorable trips in a city that barely sleeps. Enjoy more colors. Enjoy more taste. Enjoy more of the unforeseen from a city of collaboration. Enjoy Jakarta.
There's something about our makeup that wants to encrypt and preserve something that has just happened, that in other species, other animals, just disappears. It's evanescent. But for us, we capture it and we put it into words and we share it with people we love. I think we've survived millions of years of evolution because we can tell each other stories.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant as the war was important for Jews as it was for many other people. But what it really impacted on me was the importance of international cooperation, anything to prevent the ghastliness of war.
We were once in Istanbul, and at a certain moment the publishers said, we now have to stop the meeting for a moment because every day we go to the court and start picketing with local authors and publishers in front of the court because they had put a publisher in jail. All of a sudden we were standing on the street and you realize that those people are doing this every week, every day to show the world that it was not right that lawyers and judges had put a publisher in jail.
So it's the fight against censorship, it's the solidarity among publishers, so that every publisher can publish and without any risk to that individual or that organization. And there are publishers which are absolute heroes. They publish books which are controversial, which they know are going to be censored. And they pay a price for that. Sometimes it's imprisonment, and sometimes they pay the ultimate price with their lives.
The freedom to publish is a vital part of what enables publishers to operate, and we have to be constantly vigilant as the threats to it are constantly changing. Whether it is state censorship or self-censorship, we work to make sure publishers can publish what they feel deserves to be published.
Freedom to publish and copyright are mutually reinforcing concepts and mutually reinforcing fundamental rights that belong to a coherent system of fundamental rights. So they're both enshrined in the treaties on human rights, and they belong together. And that's because an author with no opportunity to publish and be rewarded for their work will not be free to express themselves. They might have to rely on patronage or government funding, and that's not freedom.
If we don't protect copyright, then publishers can't sustain their businesses for long. Copyright protection is not just essential for publishing, it's essential for modern economies.
Is the main legal instrument of protection of these rights. Just think with me, without copyright there is no incentive for authors to dedicate themselves and their lives writing for the publishers. So if there is no protection to their creation, there is no books.
The most memorable is probably the fun moment, and you could count things like the Congress that we hold at Cape Town, in Bangkok, London, Delhi, and we share so much during that brief period of time. If you ask me what were the pivotal moment, it was the Marrakesh Treaty to give access to those with visual impairment to as much books as possible. And the only way we could do that was through technology.
I think that diversity in general has changed a lot. It goes together with freedom. Freedom to publish, freedom to speech, freedom to be whom you want and how you want.
So all those different lenses around ethnicity and sexual identity and regionality are...
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to please go back inside the ballroom. The event will begin again shortly. Once again, for those of you who are still enjoying the coffee break outside at the foyer area, we kindly invite you to please re-enter the ballroom, take your seats because the event is about to begin again shortly. Thank you.
Of how diversity and inclusion has been important and is going to be important for us at IPA.
So something that stands out for me is our Africa Publishing Innovation Fund, which was created in partnership with Dubai Cares. We have supported many projects in Africa that focus on publishing innovation and in building libraries.
Last year, many publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free on a temporary basis as our contribution to tackle the pandemic. And we have to remind that this was possible because we had copyright to do this when it's needed for a crisis like we had last year. I also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, okay, we will get through this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I was traveling from the airport of Belgrade to Belgrade itself, I was just astonished because the destruction of the bombs were much bigger than ever the newspapers and the press have told us. There was a common message they wrote in the papers: please, people of the world, don't throw us bombs, send us books. I think that IPA at the end is about values. We represent the memory of the past, and we need to follow up this work of promoting the dignity of ideas.
When you work in these areas, in the institutional associations, you're not working for yourself, you're working for the others, you are giving, you are just trying to draw a path, in this case a path for the book.
With others behind you or others with you, all these paths, they get less difficult to overcome.
It is not the president who's doing this. It is not the vice president who's doing it. It's not when I was the chairman of boards, committees, and so on, which is the work, but it is the total
Ladies and
work.
gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? We are ready to begin again the event. We kindly invite everyone to please proceed to go back inside the ballroom so we can continue with the event and the sessions. Thank you very much.
Beneath that is an even more important value, and that's that we feel connected to each other.
If we focus on the best interest of our members, then our industry does well. And if our industry does well, then our societies do well. Because our organization is international, and this is one of our key strengths. The world is changing so fast, and when we focus on diversity, then we ensure that we have multiple perspectives, different opinions that allow us to truly represent and understand our readers. And that will help us stay relevant and sustainable.
Welcome to Jakarta. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more Jakarta? Are you sure you have seen everything? Let me tell you more about it.
It may feel strange.
It may feel strange because it is not a typical city.
Heads up!
So heads up, the journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. Push the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on. There's still a lot more to discover. Take your time. To enjoy memorable trips in a city that barely sleeps. Enjoy more colors. Enjoy more taste. Enjoy more of the unforeseen from a city of collaboration. Enjoy Jakarta.
There's something about our makeup that wants to encrypt and preserve something that has just happened, that in other species, other animals, just disappears. It's evanescent. But for us, we capture it and we put it into words and we share it with people we love. I think we've survived millions of years of evolution because we can tell each other stories.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant as the war was important.
Welcome back at the 33rd International Publishers Congress, Day 1, ladies and gentlemen. And next we will discuss about a Faustian bargain, new technologies and the future of creative industries.
I think this would be the most philosophical between all the discussions. I have a feeling we'll have some deep talks during the next discussion. So we'd like to invite our moderator, the chief editor of Jakarta Post, Mr. M. Taufik Rahman, to please come to the stage.
And would like to invite our speakers, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ricky J. Pesik.
And next, let's welcome Mr. Edward Navotka.
And Mr. Richard Charkin.
And now we give it to the moderator, Mr. M. Taufik Rahman. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for still joining us this afternoon. I know this is going to be a really difficult session because I think the afternoon session is really difficult to stay alive. So I'm going to try my best to sort of have an interesting conversation. And please make sure you have coffee or tea to keep you awake, because this is going to be, I think this is going to be really, well, philosophical discussion. So I'm trying to make this as interesting as possible. And I think we're going to discuss, I think this morning and in a number of sessions afterwards, I think we have discussed a lot about, I think there's a sense of optimism when it comes to technology. I think early in the discussion, some of the panelists, rightfully so, they discuss about the sort of liberating potential of technology in Iran, and I think the smuggling of ebook. I think that's sort of the potential that technology can offer in a very authoritarian society. We're going to sort of take a detour to sort of have a second look on that issue. We're going to talk about the possible pitfalls of technology. What are the limits and some of the challenges that will be posed by some of the technologies that we have, e-books, social media. I think in the case of music, for instance, Spotify, the open possibility of the internet, is it really the future that we want, or is that a problem to that potential? And I think we have a very stellar cast of panelists this afternoon that can discuss some of the key issues that not only affects publishing industry, but also some of the global issues that we're dealing right now. I'm going to introduce Pak Ricky first because he's sitting next to me. Pak Ricky is now the President Commissioner of Indonesian Tourism Development Corporation. He has a number of positions in agencies and institutions dealing with creative industry. So if you hear the name Ricky Pesik in Indonesia, he is sort of the elder statesman of the creative industry here, although his current position sort of does not reflect that. He is a former advertising practitioner and has won numerous Citra Pariwara. Citra Pariwara is equal to sort of Oscars in advertising industry in the country. So this is really a major achievement for Pak Ricky. Next, we have, I hope I don't get your name wrong, Ed. We have Ed Nawadka, and it was really a surprise for me that this is not on the CV, or not, at least not on LinkedIn, but he has an extensive experience as journalist covering Indonesia in the late 90s. Yeah, so it was really, really great to have someone with Indonesian background other than Pak Ricky. So yeah, Ed Nawadka is a senior international and book-selling editor of New York-based trade magazine Publishers Weekly. He is also a co-founder of Publishers Weekly and Espanol, launched in 2020 and based in Seville, Spain. Oh, hold on, okay. He is also, okay, but he is also co-founder of international trade website Publishing Perspectives, and he's also a columnist at Bloomberg News. And of course, I mentioned earlier about his experience in the country. He had a degree in creative writing from Columbia University. So really glad to have you here, Ed. Last but not least, we have, I hope I also get your name right, Richard. Richard Charkin, owner, manager, and funder of Mensch Publishing Company. And this is what I quote from your website. Mensch has no mission statement. So this is really something. No mission statement and no stated editorial policy, really bold. Its aim is simply to help authors reach readers with minimal intervention and maximum impact, and to reward them proportionally. So I think this is really rare in publishing industry to have this kind of philosophy. Currently, Richard is the president of the Book Society, vice chair of Bloomsbury China's Beijing joint venture with China Youth Press, and a member of the International Advisory Board of the Frankfurt Book Fair. I think with that introduction, I think we're going to have a really interesting discussion about sort of the potential that the technology would have to sort of help authors and also publishers, but also aware of its limitation. Probably the most basic questions, if Franz Kafka or who's the other author, like Dostoevsky, lives today, is it possible to have people like them? I remember Jonathan Franzen, when writing Freedom, he decided not to connect himself with Twitter, for instance. So probably we're going to talk a little bit about that. First, I'm going to go with Ed, and then to Pak Ricky, and then Richard, sort of the last time. Please, time is yours, Ed.
Well, thanks. I suppose since I have to start, let's talk a little bit about Goethe, the Faustian bargain. That is, let's talk a little bit about Goethe and the Faustian bargain, just since that's the title. So I'm reading currently a book by Alexandra Wolff, which is a bestseller in the UK, which is called Extraordinary Rebels. And it's about Goethe and his circle of intellectuals in the city of Jena in Germany in the 18th century, okay? Now, what we think of as, you know, these phenomenal trends, TikTokers. 10 years ago, it was mindfulness and coloring books. These things that sweep our industry. This is not new. Back in the late 1700s, Goethe was 25 years old when he published his first novel, which is called The Sorrows of Young Werther, okay? And it was a global bestseller. And this was shortly after Gutenberg. It suddenly, the printing press made this available to everywhere across Europe. The book, if you're not familiar, is essentially about, well, the sorrows of young Werther. It's a lovelorn young man who, learning that he cannot, you know, have the love of his life, eventually subsumes to sorrow and he kills himself. So that's a terrible, terrible story. But it was a romantic period in that time in history. And the joke at the time is that it was such a successful book that Goethe was more successful at ending young men's lives than Napoleon was. But the other thing to keep in mind is this also created a, it was a phenomena that was also extra literary. People were walking around dressing in the fashion of the character in the novel in yellow waistcoat and tricorn hat. This was fashionable. He even had merchandise, if you will. China was producing porcelain with portraits of Werther on the, you know, on these, essentially merch. This is the 18th century, and this is kind of a phenomenon. So my only point is that we can start off with is everything that we think is brand new is not. It's simply not. This is the trend. The trends come, the trends go. To address TikTok, I mean, TikTok is an extraordinarily powerful platform. And if we want to talk about, to answer your question, will we have a Dostoevsky, a Kafka, a Goethe without the internet? I would point to, you know, there's different ways you can play with that. And I would point to the success of an author like Elena Ferrante. You can do the opposite of promoting yourself. She is anonymous, or he is anonymous, or they are anonymous. And you can have success. Those are translated books. They're global phenomena. They've been you know, produced on television, but nobody has seen the author. So you don't necessarily have to. What social media is all about is this projection of the self. You don't necessarily have to have that to be successful. I think that there's a lot of ways to be successful. We're just identifying the most popular one right now when we talk about TikTok. But I will say this very briefly about TikTok too, is I went to a book conference recently in Monterrey, Mexico, and it was amazing to me because TikTok was a sponsor of the event, and they did something very clever. Monterrey is a very wealthy city in northern Mexico, and they have a book fair. And they had up kiosks that you could actually walk in, and throughout the book fair, TikTokers could actually film themselves making a TikTok on site, upload it without using their phone, probably without even reading the book. I'm sure somebody handed them a book and they just got in front of the camera. And it was, you know, it's a revelation. So it's almost like real-time social media promotion now exists. The distance is minuscule now between somebody getting something and then turning it into advertising for you on the internet. So, but I'm going to pass this along to either Richard or...
Okay, but I just want to follow up a little bit on that, because you bring up a really interesting point about, okay, you can have a lot of interaction on social media, but that, I think, obviates the needs of having to digest the real art, because you just need to take photo of you with, you know, this book and that book. But I think the major theme of social media or whatever form of technology that we have is now we're being distracted from the real art. I don't remember the last time I sit down and listen to a record in its full entirety. So, okay, selling books, that's the business side of things. And if you can sell a lot of books through this means, that's going to help you with the bottom line. But with all this kind of distraction, what is the way forward for readers and authors? With all the distraction that we have, it's difficult, hopefully not.
I mean, it's a huge question. So ultimately, there was something that I would say, I'll say this. One is, it was pointed out earlier that, yes, when somebody gets up, holds a book and screams or cries, and this is the entire depth of criticism for the book, this is not serving literature or advancing the culture in any meaningful way. My criteria for what publishing does is advance the culture. I don't know how to identify that, I don't know how to explicate that, but I know what it looks like and I know what it feels like. So this is really about emotions. I will say this, I do think that this is a positive step forward because it engages people in our industry. Whether the book is essentially, in that case, a prop. It's literally a prop. And yes, people are going into bookstores to buy them because they need the prop. That is honestly the only reason they're going into bookstores. I've been in bookstores and I have to actually point out the TikTok bestsellers to the booksellers because they don't know what they are until they sell out of them immediately. And the readers are even surprised when they pick up the content of the book and they don't know what it's about, but they know they have to own it. But at the end of the day, maybe it sounds cynical, but anything that gets people involved with our business is positive. Period. I mean, I think let's not criticize it. Do I think that there's a crisis in long-form storytelling? Maybe. I mean, as was pointed out, half the adaptations of books, or half the adaptations of Oscar-winning films are from books. So I don't think there's a crisis. I think publishing and I think reading. And this was brought up recently by Marcus Dole at the Sharjah Book Fair last week. Reading just has a bad rap. It's not seen as sexy. It's not seen as aspirational. It's not seen as necessarily cool in the way that it should. I mean, I'm not saying it's seen as uncool, but it doesn't have that pop that music does, or that TikTok does, or being an influencer does. So I think if we can bring a little bit more of that, it's bounce, it's pop, is what, And I think, again, don't know what that is, but I know it when I see it.
I can pull up a number of tweets you have from Sharjah, but I will move on to Pak Ricky first. In the back room, I think you mentioned earlier a little bit about some of the pitfalls and challenges in Indonesia. So please, Pak Ricky.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Taufik. Before I decided to join the session, actually I'm a bit misplaced in this forum because I'm no longer in the creative industries anymore, actually. Now my title is more to tourism business. Working 6 years as a government officer, taking care of the creative industries. There's a lot of stories to tell. Because my session, late session in the afternoon is very challenging, So previously I planned to throw it just to make everyone wake up. But the first jokes I want to the audience is apparently it's not working anymore. But I tell you anyway. When I share the title of the forum, the session, Faustian bargain, my former boss in the National Creative Agency asking me, who is the Mephistopheles or the demon? And I said, of course it's me. But I said, worry not, because we have someone named Jesus in the panel. But apparently there's no Jesus in the panel. So the joke is not working. But the topic about the technology, I think this is we all know that the creative industries, well known as the early adopter for technology. Every time new technology changing, I think the first adopter to the technology is mostly coming from the creative sectors, industries. And that's why we see a lot of new breakthrough from the creative industries. But the problem is, of course, when we're talking about how the new technology for the future of the creative industry challenge the ecosystem in the industry, in the country, that's always related to the policies in the government. And in Indonesia, that I can share the experience that the regulation actually in Indonesia quite advanced for creative industries. Why? Because in 2019, I think Indonesia probably the first country in the world that have law on creative economy. It's approved by Parliament in 2019. Not even the country that have more effect on economy in creative sectors like South Korea have that kind of law, but we have. But that's not directly affecting to progressing our better ecosystem in the creative industry. Moreover, even this year, we have a new regulations, the government regulation that allowed IP, intellectual property, as a fiducia, as a IP to collateral for financing to the bank, to the banking system. But of course, we need a better fundament for that. But they're already launched, I think, like 6 months ago by government, the new regulation where intellectual property can become. I think this is actually the very sexy project in the future, especially for organization that taking care of. Yeah. But technology is always now the changing of the world. The issue is always about how we can adopt to the digital transformation. And when we're talking about digital transformation, we're talking about big data. How we're dealing with, how we're preparing the new ecosystem of big data. Because it started from how you manage your big data. Because from the big data, then we've been able, better big data, make us being able to create a new algorithm that offer a new creative products, a new creative breakthrough in the future. I think now we live through new algorithm offer in the market that give us the sense of new reality or hyper reality. But we consume it anyway. That's what happened, I think, in the market right now. We are driven by an algorithm in the market. But how to manage big data? Can put slides, first slides, please. So this is the irony of the big data. Slide, please. First slide. Oh, it's okay. So this is, I just capture what viral in social media about big data. This is ironies and jokes. Someone wrote in the Twitter that I think this is a correct one, analogy. Big data is like teenage sex. Everyone talks about it, nobody really knows how to do it, and everyone thinks everyone else doing it. So everyone claims they are doing it. So that's how big data, I think, and especially is more relevant in my country now. And there's a viral picture, two viral picture in social media in Indonesia that's showing how Indonesians deal with big data. The left one is comparing USA database and Indonesia database. And the picture in the Indonesia database actually, there's we call it nasi bungkus. That's from a food stall, hawker. a pack. If you order some food from the hawker, street food, they're packed. And there's a paper using as a pack of the food. There's a government document, strictly confidential, but it's widely available in the public. So it's not destroyed, but reused as the pack of, so you can read our strictly confidential government data from the booth. So that's a joke. But this picture is really happened. And the second one, this is a joke also. When Chinese hackers want to hack database in Indonesia. And how is database in Indonesia? We still pack with paper document. How do you hack that kind of database document? But 6 years in the government organization, I'm really quite relevant with this matter, because everything we documented, like stay there like in 15 years in some, I don't know, some database, not database, but this is what we're facing. And then come the pandemic. Next slide, please. So, if as company or organization, the issue of digital transformation become hot because of the pandemic, because we cannot going nowhere. Digital transformation is years away. I don't see our company having to change anytime soon. COVID-19 make us, push us to do this. I have one example how COVID-19 make everyone easily migrate to the digital ecosystem. I don't know how prepared they are, but there's one project in Indonesia where I still involved at the time. I still in the government, in the ministry. There's a project to transform all small, medium enterprise Indonesia to e-commerce platform. We're doing it in 2020 on the program called Bangga Buatan Indonesia. And amazingly, during 2 years, there's almost 10 million new adoption to e-commerce from small medium enterprise. The first time migrate to the e-commerce. But we need to review how they're doing it now or next year probably. But the numbers is quite amazing. That's the first time they enter the e-commerce platform because of the pandemic. So everyone want to adopt this. If there's no COVID-19, probably not that. Okay. But the creative industry, no, I think the key word is the creative industry never compatible with government actually. That's what I come from the creative industry, then become a government officer, then back to the to other industry. But I think the key to tackle how to prepare a better ecosystem, a creative industry ecosystem especially in Indonesia, so we need less formality and less bureaucracy actually, but more incentive, and more importantly, more creating new experience. I think that's the key to the creative industry. But and that's very important to prepare the digital transformation. Next slide, please. I just show a slide from We Are Social data on 2021 globally. How many total population and how many people using handphone, how many people connect to the internet. This number amazing. And the next slide, please. And this is the market. If you see the market, this is, next slide, please. See, this is the number of the market in e-commerce. Is there any publishing? Digital, the biggest, I think, from the creative industry is music, video games, food and personal care workers. But I think this is very important to review. Either publishing will be there, or in its dominant sector, publishing taking a significant role on that sector. So that's I think the biggest challenge in the future for especially in the digital platform e-commerce. Next. So lastly, I think this is the key. I just quote. I always borrow people mind, people thought. This is I think a very amazing quote from a digital minister of Taiwan, Andrew Tang, when he's talking about digital transformation and digital innovation and digital ideas, because everyone talking about this new paradigm, digital. What we have to do? The technology is there. When we see Internet of Things, because it's already here, let's make it Internet of Beings. So that's, I think, the philosophy of everything. When we see virtual reality, let's make it shared reality. When we see machine learning, let's make it collaborative learning. When we see user experience, that's always the key. UI, UX as in the digital world, let's make about human experience. And lastly, when we hear the singularity is here, let us remember plurality already here. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Ricky. Yeah, I think Pak Ricky brought up very important message, especially the last slide, I think, to sort of bring back the human factor into the equation, because we cannot allow, the big tech or algorithm to control some of our experience in reading or consuming books, for instance. I want to move on to Richard about what are some of his thoughts on this.
I'm suffering a little bit from imposter syndrome, which on top of jet lag makes it all very difficult. So I'm going to ask you to imagine a younger me, in fact a young me, aged 35, attending my first IPA Congress in Mexico City, Camino Real, I think, hotel. And the keynote speaker was one of the great innovators, entrepreneurs of the 20th century, Akito Mori, who was the co-founder and president of Sony. Okay. He got up on the stage and waved a very attractive disc like that, which reflected rainbow colors, spectrum, and he said, and I remember it so well, "This is the future of your industry." It was, of course, a CD, I think probably just a CD, but it could have been a CD-ROM. So the moral of the story is, when the greatest technology innovator of the generation misleads the audience of the IPA Congress, we all rushed out and commissioned CD-ROM versions of every book we could think of, and that wasn't such a great idea. On the other hand, what he did was open our eyes to different ways of delivering the information that we'd been publishing, and indirectly this led to the boom in online information and everything that's gone along with that. So good and bad, but I think I want to leave you with me as a 35-year-old before I go on, much nicer than I am now. But being a sort of a well-disciplined person, I read the subject of today's conversation, and it was about the Faustian Pact. And being a scholar of limited significance, I looked up what a Faustian Pact is. on that very reliable source, Google. And it is an agreement, and I'm going to edit it a bit to make it more appropriate for us, an agreement in which a person abandons their principles in order to obtain knowledge or wealth. Well, the thing is, that's exactly what publishers have been doing ever since they began. We trade-offs. We make trade-offs every day of the week. We allow booksellers to return books to us which haven't sold, in spite of the fact that we thought they had been sold. We pay authors advances, which may or probably may not ever earn the royalties, and thus, in a strange sort of way, they're taking royalties away from those people who are not getting advances which are unearned. We publish down-market books from time to time, or actually in some cases frequently, not because they're brilliant books, but in order to stay in business, perhaps to allow us to publish more brilliant books. So that's a deal. The scientific community has made all sorts of deals, largely with governments. Now, I know the tech industry, big tech is dangerous, but I would think that governments can be even more dangerous. So a pact with the government can be dubious, to say the least. Many educational publishers, for instance, are almost totally dependent on government orders, and where you are dependent on government orders, there is the fear of some sort of pressure on what goes into the books. And we know in many countries that is the case. So there's another sort of pact. In the case of scientific publishers, something called Google Scholar, which is Google's way of searching across the academic oeuvre, which is fine, and they do it pretty well, but not perfectly. And all the publishers know it's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. So a deal was struck. I think we have to accept that, firstly, publishers always do these deals, and therefore are probably quite good at making a balance between what to give in order to get. And I'd say that we cannot do our business without the big technology guys. They will definitely not work for us. They may work with us if they feel there's something they can get. So the deal with the devil is a bargain we have to live with. There is no running away from it. So what we need to do, I think, is to apply what we've learned. He's given up on me. No, he hasn't. What we need to do is to apply what we've learned over 500 years of doing deals with the devil, to apply it to what we do today with the devil. Not sure what that is, but for sure, keeping your eyes open, making sure that what you're dealing with isn't going to kill you in the end. It may hurt, but it won't kill. I think a good example of that would be our relationship with Amazon. Amazon are incredibly important to all of us, of course, and incredibly dangerous. And there are concerns about how powerful they have become and all that. We could go into it. But at the same time, they haven't put any of us out of business. And indeed, particularly during the COVID crisis, they kept us in business. So we have to learn how to work with, not against, but for God's sake, look after your intellectual property. Because the one thing for certain is that what keeps us in business is copyright more than any other thing. And so whatever we do, Don't let that get eroded, please. Thank you.
There's so many different directions that this conversation can go in, which is really interesting, and that's you know, because I'm thinking about this, you know, these Faustian bargains, and one of the things that comes up a lot is it was brought up earlier. I want to speak specifically about Indonesia. Okay, so and as I worked in advertising here, and I wrote the marketing campaign for the first cell phone, Telkomsel, Simpati, which was like a little SIM card hand puppet in a batik shirt. It was ridiculous and very fun. And the point I think that we're missing is that content follows the technology, right? Wattpad became big in Indonesia because it created a platform that could be used at the time on flip phones. That is why Wattpad became the dominant writing platform. Same in the Philippines as well, at the time. This created an environment which democratized the book industry. And that was really the point that I was going to make about this technology is the technology has democratized our business. Whether or not you like the books that the creators are producing or the videos that people are producing, many of those books are simply good enough for the reader. To your point about the Faustian bargain with the big tech companies, it is a Faustian bargain. There's two sides. Governments can regulate, which we saw, you know, the United States just litigated against Penguin Random House acquiring Simon & Schuster, which a lot of people see as a test case for going after big tech. Governments can do it, but the other people who can do it are the people who are the consumers of the technology. They have the power to, if people stop creating for the platforms or exert some control. So I think people, and I think as the organizations in this room who defend copyright and freedom to publish have a responsibility to make that clear to the authors and the creators and the publishers that they have power in their hands to fight back against the technology or to at least exert a response. TikTok has come up many, many, many times today. TikTok is a Chinese-owned platform, period. Do not forget this. They can censor whatever they want, and they do. What has been interesting, though, as a consequence, is, and I'm not saying that the U.S. technology platforms are any less invasive. I mean, but they're certainly not as overtly censorious as China. It's also had a consequence where the creators have gotten extremely creative, and the Chinese censors will ban people from TikTok arbitrarily based on the content of their video because it might allude to whatever thing has offended whatever official who happens to be looking at that on the day. But the creators have adapted, and they quickly adapt their own language, their own codes to communicate this. And again, I don't want to say this is new. Anybody who lived in Eastern Europe under the former Soviet Union, the writers did exactly the same thing. The playwrights did it, the TV creators did it. So this has been ongoing throughout history. But I don't want us to give in to this idea that it's government or big tech that has the ability. And you know, we talk a lot about representation and inclusion. And I think when we talk about representation and inclusion, we need to think about the creators as being representative of that. And I often say freedom to publish isn't just a prison. It's not a physical prison. It's a mental prison. So freedom to publish, if people feel empowered to publish by technology, that frees them from that mental prison. That fosters freedom to publish. And that's something that I think, as the representatives of the publishing associations in this room, you don't just represent the business of publishing. You represent the spirit and the creativity and the motivation that gets TikTokers and parents and grandparents who are telling a story to their grandchild that's going to turn into a memoir 20 years down the road. That's creativity just as much as somebody producing you know, a poem on Instagram and publishing it as a book later and becoming Rupi Kaur, who is now the best-selling author in English on the planet. So, you know, these things can produce some enormous results. So at least that's my feeling about this kind of conversation that we have in this context.
You want a little bit, add a little bit on that? Because I want, if not, I want to go back to Richard, and especially on, you mentioned something about, and this is, I'm speaking from my personal experience, dealing with the tech giant, negotiating with them, and this is a negotiation, and you sum it up perfectly, that we negotiate from a position of weakness, because the alternatives are even worse. So probably my question is, has there been a time, or was there a time in the past where we can have a stronger position to negotiate with Akio Morita, or in the past we have a stronger position?
Is this working? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I can think of one example from the past, which was Google announced that they would digitize the contents of the world's libraries without prior permission to digitize that material. And this struck me at the time as a huge threat. Indeed, it was the wrong side of the bargain. And even though we loved Google for all sorts of reasons, that was a step too far. And the industry screamed and hollered, and there were a couple of legal cases. But I don't think it was the legal cases that won the argument. It was the screaming and the hollering that made it clear to Google that they had taken a step too far. They've never admitted that, but the Google library is not what they had envisaged. So I think, actually, slightly to Ed's point, we do have power, we can use it. And it wasn't the publishers, I mean, it's partly the publishers, but it was the authors who wanted to protect copyright in that instance. So, yeah, you can win, not always.
What about the government? And probably Pak Ricky can jump in on this issue as well, because we have talked a lot about the big tech, but I think Ed mentioned about, you know, also the role and the intervention from the government, and also should we negotiate with them if there's an effort to sort of crack down on the freedom that publishers have, for instance?
Well, I'm going to tell a story, but I won't name the country involved because otherwise I'd go to jail. We were setting up a business in a country, and our internal lawyer said, "Are we sure that this won't lead us into any corrupt practices which might get us into trouble?" So we queried it with the managing director in question, and he said, "Oh, it's okay. There is a lot of corruption in this country, but we don't intend to work with the government, so we're all right." I'm not going to name the country.
Well, I mean, if we're going to talk a little bit about governments and their ability to intervene, I'm going to just go back in time again, because again, I feel like we're always looking right in front of our nose. And this is in the context of the IPA, and it's on the sign right outside. 1886, the World Book-Related Developments, the Berne Convention for Protection of Literary and Artistic Works, first signed by, and listen to this list of countries: Belgium, France, Germany. Okay, fine. Haiti, Italy, Liberia, Spain, Switzerland, Tunisia, and the United Kingdom. Let me repeat that: Haiti, Liberia, and Tunisia. I mean, this goes to show that this has been part of the DNA of nation states all across the world. Liberia, Tunisia, Haiti. These are not countries that we immediately think of as publishing powerhouses that, you know, are dedicated to freedom to publish. It just goes to show that we all share the same values, and if we have a collective voice, we can raise that. Governments do have a responsibility. I mean, the European European Union and European Parliament has been very active in trying to combat hegemony by big technology to take over essentially the book publishing business. You know, France, the Lang Law and the fight against Amazon has been, you know, has been pretty interesting. And, you know, Amazon has this clever situation where the French litigate and they say you cannot ship books for free, you know, because they're trying to empower their independent booksellers. And Amazon says, well, that's adorable, so we'll ship everything for 1 cent, 1 euro cent, right? Finally, this year, the French came around, and eventually, over time, they passed another law that said, no, you can't do that as well. So it does work. The wheels of government are slow, but if you combine the wheels of government and, again, the voice of the people, and it may sound like a ridiculously high American idealist because the Democrats actually didn't completely fold yesterday in our elections, you know, it does show that you can do a lot. But what I'm always inspired by, and by being back in Jakarta after 20-some years, and I covered the end of the regime of Suharto. It was a very difficult time here. Very stressful, very unhappy for many people, and you know, I was witness to that, and it affected me very much as a young man. But to come back and see this city, see the spirit of the people, see the tremendous boom in book publishing since 2015. The number went from, I think, 73,000 to almost 150,000 books. You know, that says two things. One, it says, yes, a country can come out of a very, very stressful political situation, decades of political stress, poverty, essentially, for many, many people, and empower itself. And a lot of that has been enabled by technology and democracy, to be frank. And I think that that's very inspiring, and that's inspiring. And this is the 4th most populous country in the world, one that I think largely remains somewhat mysterious to many people. Even to myself, having spent some time here, 17,000 islands of the imagination. I mean, if that doesn't sound like a tremendously rich storytelling environment with 700 indigenous languages, you know, these are all opportunities. And when I look at technology, it just, like I said, it's empowered this country. It's empowered the young people of this country to have a voice in a way that 20 years ago, 2 decades ago, they didn't. And I think that in and of itself is valuable. There are many dangers, there are many threats, many threats, but there are good stories to tell too, if I may say.
Sure. Pak Ricky, you want to add a final word before we go into the audience for a question? Silakan, Pak Ricky.
Yeah. I always have this one statement. Before I joining the government as a professional, when I become a government officer, and after I out from as a government officer, for the creative industry, the focus on government job, what the government can do is helping creating incentives, formulate a more competitive incentive for creative industry. That's what the creative sectors always need. And that's how other countries, I think, our competitors, if we take it's a competition, global competition, that's always what happened. Look at South Korea, look at UK. They give more incentive in order to be more competitive in the market, right? Otherwise, no. When I, on the first day, stepped into as a vice chairman of the Creative National Economy Agency, I talked with some of old government officer, and he said to me, Pak Ricky, our kopi is famous, enak sekali, it's very good, and very diverse. You can have our best coffee from Aceh to Papua, from the west part to the east part. But why there's no coffees, Indonesian coffee shop everywhere in the world? I said to him, Pak, if as the business is eligible, I believe all the big name coffee shop, Indonesian coffee shop, already have a feasibility study, but the business is not good if they open in Tokyo or in Singapore or in New York, if there's no incentive, because it will be too expensive for them. It's not right for the business. No one doing business to lose the profit. Otherwise, it's a charity program. So I said, we need to create incentive. How competitive the incentive they need in order for them to compete. That's, I think, what's the rest is just the creative industry. I think, like what Ed said, we have 17,000 islands. How many languages? How many suku? Yeah, there's, I think, billions of content that we can create for the market, actually, especially in this era. I even said to some Pak Chandra, Pak Chandra still here. Pak Chandra, I said, how many music sound from all across Indonesia? Even if we can sell it as a database, actually, because when I once visit one studio in Los Angeles, and I see how they're working, oh, they just pick sound from everywhere and then mix it, and then, so I said, do you buy this? Yes, we bought it. It's available in the internet. Yes. What kind of sound? So we have billion, I think. That's one of the example. But we need to, the government need to put an incentive, more competitive in it. So that's our story. In order to publishing, maybe I grew up as a university student that hunting down by the military intelligence because we read Pramudia book. That's what happened when I still in the university. But now, after Suharto stepped down, that Ed witnessed the story, then at that time, everyone is being able to publish book. There's no censor, there's no limitation. I witnessed also that era where a friend of mine just have a hobby to write and publish itself. As long as you have money, especially it happened in middle class in Jakarta. But even I witnessed some of parents that have their kid talented in comic, and then they just went to the printing shop, print the book, become a comic like 500 editions, and they sell it online. Yes. Everyone can become doing that. Yeah. What we need actually, the platform or the ecosystem that can curate it, the content better for the audience. I think that's the challenge in the future.
Okay, Pak Ricky. Thank you so much for that, because I've been told that we only have 5 minutes left. We can only take one question, so please raise your hands if you have. I see a gentleman in the middle. Please pass the mic. Silakan, Pak. I can give my mic, but it's a bit too far away. Mbak yang di belakang mungkin ada yang bisa ngasih mic. Okay, I'll just walk there, Pak. Silakan, please. Yeah, we still have one question, time for one question. Please.
Thank you very much. My name is Ser Ali from Pustaka Nasional. I'd just like to ask the panel's ideas and views about the role of publishing industry and its future in the metaverse. Thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat the first one, Pak? Metaverse and what?
the role and future of the publishing industry in the metaverse.
Metaverse. Okay, so the role of the publishing industry in the metaverse, whatever the definition is. Please, Richard.
I can answer it very simply, because I neither can understand what the metaverse is, nor do I know what blockchain technology will do for me. So the answer is I haven't the faintest idea, but if we publish well, we'll survive.
Honestly, I'm again a little bit of a dumb optimist about this, but a couple years ago I was invited to be a contributor on a video game that Ubisoft, which is the French video game company that creates Assassin's Creed, and Tom Clancy. This was a video. I worked on a Tom Clancy-based video game. It was an utter failure, but it was an extraordinary experience because it was a $200 million game. Okay, this was a game that literally cost $200 million. There were 400 people in a room this size, sitting in front of computers, all writing. And the storyboard for this game, which was supposed to be 3 games, it was called Ghost Recon Breakpoint, if any of you want to watch the trailer, which I wrote on YouTube. The storyboard would have taken up this entire wall. It was an extraordinary experience because we were talking about mapping out 280 hours of gameplay. And that's something extraordinary. So the storytelling capacity of video games, and I'm not talking about the metaverse, which I think is just the next step of video games, it's an immersive, is tremendous. So if you have an interest in it, and again, it's the ancillary businesses. It's the business. I always say, when I joke when I set people up on dates, I said, you're not going to fall in love with the woman or the man I set you up on a date with. You're going to fall in love with the person sitting next to them. I think publishing is relationship to the metaverse and the internet and technology in general isn't about books necessarily. It's about everything that's next to books, that's ancillary to books. Video games, social media, all the subjects we've been talking about. And I think the metaverse is really the next step. As much as we don't want to admit it, I think all of these things are going to live in the same ecosystem, much like ebooks and print books. But it will happen. It just will happen, I think, at the end of the day. And I think it's an extraordinary opportunity for storytellers.
In the case of adapting books to movies, that's kind of makes sense. But is it really worth doing with all this new technology? Something that can support the ecosystem. Is it really worth doing or worth investing in?
Well, that's, I would suggest, is not for the publishers to decide. It's for the games manufacturers to decide. And they'll do their profit and loss accounts and they'll work out whether it works or not. I think what we must do is to create, as you say, the stories, or help create the stories which can be adapted.
Exactly. I mean, to be, again, Ghost Recon was based on Tom Clancy. These came out of books. Assassin's Creed is all based on history. So you have, these stories are coming out of essentially the same raw material as book publishing does. So they're not that far apart. They're cousins, if anything.
Okay, unfortunately, we're out of time. I think the clock all zero out there. So yeah, it's sort of indication that we really have a very interesting, lively discussion about, you know, the sort of, the kind of Faustian bargain that we have to do constantly. And I think Richard mentioned this, that we have done this since the very beginning. And I think I can sense that there's sort of a pessimism, but I think I can see that I think Ed talk a lot about things that sort of give us reason to be optimistic about the state of the industry for years to come. And Pak Ricky mentioned, I think, something about the, and this is typical developing countries, but that I think the government can still play, you know, a sort of moderately, you know, friendly role towards, you know, supporting the creative industry. I think we should end on that cautiously optimistic note. Thank you for everyone on the panel. I think we should give them a warm applause. And for every participants, please enjoy Jakarta. And if you're stuck, if you haven't been stuck in the traffic, you have been in Jakarta. So please enjoy also the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our moderator and our esteemed speakers for that lively discussion. That was very interesting. We get some different views on a very interesting topic. Thank you once again.
Thank you, moderator and speakers. Thank you, Bapak Taufikur Rahman, and also Bapak Ricky J. Pesik, Mr. Edward Tavotka, Mr. Richard Sharkin.
And now we're going to continue to our next session. And of course, we are ready now to have an even more interesting discussions with esteemed speakers. The title is The Path Towards Net Zero.
The Path Towards Net Zero.
Yes, very intriguing, right?
Very intriguing, yes. But before we start the discussion with our moderator and our speakers, at first, we are going to present you a very special video this afternoon. And this is a video from Professor Zakri Abdul Hamid, and we hope this video will be a good start of the conversation. Okay. And Professor Zakri Abdul Hamid is a past advisor to the UN Secretary General and also a chief science advisor to the Malaysian government. And currently, Professor Zakri Abdul Hamid is at Egypt for the moment for the COP27 representing the Malaysian government. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the video.
Greetings from Sharm el-Sheikh, where I'm currently attending COP27 as a special representative of the Prime Minister of Malaysia. As we are all aware, COP27 is a crucial meeting which needs the attention of all the member states of the United Nations. What we are going to decide during this meeting will have deep repercussions on how we are going to survive with the onslaught of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainability is a very serious problem. I've been a student of sustainable development since 30 years ago. I was a participant of the Earth Summit in 1992. I was, as a young man, was very excited then of the aspiration of the international community. Agenda 21 was a comprehensive document that outlined the roadmap that we need to take to ensure a bright common future for all of us. But, ladies and gentlemen, that rhetoric was never fully implemented. 30 years down the road, we have observed that a target of keeping the global temperature of 1.5 degrees Celsius may not be guaranteed. Also, a 2019 assessment by the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, of which I was a chair, the founding chair, warned that up to 1 million species of animal and plants are under threat of extinction. All this due to our unbridled human activities, which started a long time ago, but made worse during the last half century. As with most of the cases, the most affected people are from the global south, although the causes of such degradation originated from the global north. We were witness to the recent floods observed in Pakistan and some parts of Africa, which were the results of climate change. Of course, on paper, there is agreement to provide new and additional funding to people in developing countries to adapt to such calamities. But, ladies and gentlemen, in reality, those agreements are seldom fully adhered to. I believe one of the reasons for this is the lack of awareness among our citizenry, our global community. For most of us, we are still blissfully ignorant of this existential threat that may eventually destroy our civilization. It is in this context I fully endorse the actions taken by a group like yours, the publishing industry. You have the means to change the mindset of billions of people living today. As they say, the pen is mightier than the sword. I wish you the very best in your conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite to join us on stage as moderator, Senior VP of Information Industry Relations and Academic Ambassador at Helvetia and Chair of IPA's Inclusive Publishing and Literacy Committee, Mr. Michiel Coleman.
And our speakers for this discussion, Ms. Kathy Bale,
Ms. Andita Firseli Utami,
and Mr. Jörg Engelstadter. And now we kindly invite the moderator to start the discussion. Mr. Michiel Coleman, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much. So wonderful to sit here after being sitting in the audience for the whole day, and you know what an amazing program it is. What I also really like is the simultaneous translation for the people who are deaf or have hearing problems, and also the translation in Bahasa Indonesia. Very inclusive, so well done, well organized. So we're here at the end of day one, and what of a better way to end our first day together than to focus on one of the most important topics that we're facing today, which is sustainability. And it's also especially relevant as we're here today, gathered in Jakarta, which is ranked as the world's most environmentally vulnerable city. Pollution, heat waves, earthquakes, and flooding are key threats to the residents here. But it's not only in this city. It's everywhere in the world. Everybody is feeling the effects of climate change. In fact, a recent UN study showed that everybody in this room is feeling the effects of climate change because it's now occurring at every continent across the globe. Our session today is going to zero in what climate change is, what actions can be taken, and indeed start a conversation about how we all must chart our own paths towards taking action on climate. Let me first put it a bit in the IPA context. We've heard from Professor Sakri how important climate action is, and I'm very proud to say that the IPA sustainability has been very high on the agenda for many years. Just go back to 2019 when we first looked at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. These ambitious 17 goals spoke to some of our core themes, such as education and freedom to publish. But we wanted a practical, action-oriented approach. We started the SDG Children's Book Club to help inspire the next generation to understand the themes of climate action, diversity, and equality. Launched in all 6 UN languages, we have seen local versions emerge. In Brazil, in Norway, in Portugal, Germany, Africa, and even here in Indonesia, in Bahasa Indonesia. What we found is that publishers embrace sustainability, and we launched the next thing, the SDG Publishers Compact in 2020. And the UN and the IPA outlined their concrete steps how to prioritize the SDGs, both in terms of our operations, to get your own house in order, but also through what we publish. Since then, we've already 250 signatories for the SDG Publishers Compact. So what a success that is. Organizations like the ones you represent here, publishers and publishing organizations. If you haven't signed up, you can still do it. But what about climate action? How does our sector address the environmental impact of the books we produce? 1 year ago, the IPA convened the leaders across the entire book chain to discuss this very point. How do we get to net zero? We discussed issues around book returns, printing and distribution, and the extent to which our industry can move faster towards net zero. This year, I'm proud to announce that we launched the Publishing 2030 Accelerator, a 1-year project that will test early concept ideas and help everyone across the sector to start and accelerate their net zero journey. But let's now focus on what climate change means for the publishing sector right here in Asia, and hear from our very esteemed panelists about their actions and thoughts. So allow me to introduce the panel. And we'll see Kathy Bale, who's the Chief Executive of UNSW Press, a university-based company owned by the University of New South Wales that publishes non-fiction and manages a bookshop in Sydney. Its New South Books sales division represents leading publishers in Australia. She's a member of the Library Council in New South Wales, the Trade Committee of the Australian Publishers Association, and our very own executive committee of the IPA. Welcome, Kathy. And sitting right next to me is Jörg Engelstetter, who is the founder of the Future Book Forum, and I was very privileged to attend earlier this year. Jörg works in the digital printing and solutions department at Canon. Welcome, Jörg. And we have a third panelist, Andita Versila Utami, who is an environmental economist, co-founder of Think Policy Indonesia, in short called AFU. AFU is Harvard trained as an environmental economist and is supporting a community of young professionals with a mission to encourage cross-sector collaboration for more data-driven and empathetic public policies. Sadly, since we're doing this in a post-semi-pandemic, Afu could not be with us. She fell ill yesterday. But she did send a very nice video, which I would love to be displayed right now.
Distinguished guests and fellow speakers, while it is my wish to be there with all of you physically, unfortunately, due to health reasons, I will have to do this virtually. That said, it's still my pleasure to be able to be sharing about this very important topic amongst all of you, and I thank the organizer for having me. I will be covering 3 important questions. One is, what is the state of climate change in Indonesia? The second one, what is the underlying economic and development paradigm that is affecting all of this, especially zooming into that dilemma between the environment and the economy? And the third one, I will also try to answer what is the role of publishing industry in helping address the climate crisis. So, if you were in Indonesia, even in Jakarta specifically last week, you would know how bad the rainy season has been. In the past few months, mobility has been so constrained. There's plenty of floods happening everywhere, and it is happening not at the rate and not at the frequency and intensity that has ever been recorded before. In 2020, a similar case was also true. It was actually the most intensive rainy season in the past 150 years. So we zoom out and we look at the trend moving backwards, 20 years, 30 years. We see that the number of climate-related disasters have increased in frequency and also in intensity significantly. Moving forward, this number will only get worse because if we don't address the very cause of the climate crisis. On the flip side of rainy season is drought season. At the same time, in 2019 and 2015, 2 of the largest forest fires episodes took place in Riau and Sumatra. A friend of mine actually said that it was so bad he could not even see his own family in his own house. So if a family member stands more than 3 meters away, he simply couldn't really see them because of the haze. Many of agriculture districts have experienced harvest failures. I receive a lot of DMs talking about this. The data just shows the evidence that more action needs to take place. Even though there has been some actions, it is not happening at the scale and speed that is required. So that's part of the reason why many activists keep pushing, especially because this week is also the week of climate COP or COP negotiations in Egypt. Now, one of the fundamental reasons of why change is happening really slowly is the very underlying paradigm of economic development. Our fetish towards GDP growth, which is oriented towards consumption, more consumption of goods, more production of goods, and more investment just for consumption's sake, right, is the source of the problem. Because the very drivers of emissions are our economic activities. If we could not stop for a second and ask ourselves, what is enough? Where is the planetary boundaries that simply overshooting them will create ecological disaster? If we don't seriously think about that, and we simply care about and further fueling economic development through consumption and consumption only, then for sure we will not get to where we want to be. Now, a professor from Oxford, Kate Raworth, come up with the term donut economics. She said, instead of looking at growth as this infinite, linear line, think about or redraw development as a donut, right? Within the inner circle is what she calls as the social foundations. This is a condition where we want to make sure that everyone has access to the key resources that they need: food, energy, so have you. At the same time, we should also be aware of the outer ring, which is the planetary boundaries. The scientists already define what the carbon budget is that all countries have to meet. So how do we make sure that we don't surpass that? We already know the ozone depletion issue, ozone depletion and ocean acidification issue, and many others. This is what she calls as the planetary boundaries. So we need to think more boldly in terms of going beyond GDP growth in measuring what success, what development looks like. Not to mention that the way GDP is growing doesn't really say anything about how it's redistributed. Much of the emissions actually come from the top 1% richest people and richest countries in the world. So climate change is a social justice issue. Now I move on to the final question, which is, what is the role of the publishing industry? And I want to break this down into two. One is in terms of internally in terms of operations and value chain, but secondly also the publishing industry as a platform to create narrative and awareness. Right. So clearly internally there are many different sustainability standards that the publishing industry can start meeting. We need to use better certified paper production, pulp and paper production, like the FSC and others. We need to make sure that along the line of production we also are protecting the labor with decent jobs, decent wage, and all of that. And at the same time also transitioning towards renewable energy. Like maybe we can reimagine a publishing industry that 100% powered by renewable energy, be it solar or others. Now at the same time, more and more publishers also have thought about how to combine their kind of physical based industry with a more digitized based platform, and this can significantly reduce emissions or material footprint that we use. Well, it depends on the big picture and the life cycle assessment, but I will not go into that. But I think really a smart combination of both is critical. Finally, you have the power to curate the kind of content that your audience are reading, right? As the publishing industry, you can choose what stories goes up and what stories gets to be known by more people and what stories don't. Recently I've seen that more and more literature on the climate crisis issue, on donut economics, on degrowth topics have started to flourish, and it's great. And I think there's so much more that can be done. Climate fiction could be a genre, even though I've been having this discussion about whether it will, actually desensitize people from taking action or not. But certainly there are, there's space to explore in terms of how, you know, the literary industry can create more broader awareness on this topic. So my ask for all of you here, albeit not being there in person, is that, you know, as we go out of this room, try to ask ourselves, what can we do differently? What power do I have, you know, within the limited power that I have, that I can do things differently for, or to address the climate crisis? My name is Andita Utami. I'm an author of a book recently published called Menjadi. I'm also an environmental economist, and it's my pleasure to be here. I thank the organizers for having me.
Great. So the stage has been set, clearly, and we're going to talk about sustainability and climate action. And before I'm going to ask some questions to my very esteemed panel, I want to ask a question to you, because I must first commend you that I see very few people on their phone. And this is the last session, so, you know, good energy here. But I would like you to raise your hand if your publishing house, your publishing organization has a strategy, a policy around sustainability and or climate change. So is there anybody? I see a hand going up there. Yes, yes, more hands going up. Very good. Some in the back. All right, so it's a bit sporadic. I was also going to ask then a follow-up question. Has it already been implemented? But I see hands going up. Okay, little hesitation there. So room for improvement. Okay, so great. Let me start with the first question. No one can get to net zero all by themselves. We need corporations across countries, across sectors. So I want to ask you, for your experience, how does a whole sector effectively address climate action? What needs to happen? And let me start with Kathy first.
Okay, well, it might seem an obvious point to make. We're here in Jakarta at the IPA Congress, and what a beautiful welcome we've had from our Indonesian colleagues. But we're here with a network of publishers and publishing associations. And I think that this is the most effective way to work together. We've got these pathways and channels. We've also got library networks, which are also very powerful. So this is a place to start. I'm very confident about the book industry's ability to create and license and promote content on environmental issues. I mean, we're used to doing this globally. We compete as well for the best books on these subjects. But where cooperation is required is in setting international standards and targets on sustainability. We need to find ways of tracking the environmental impact of our activities and measuring the success of new initiatives. And working through the publishers' associations and these networks is one way we can do it because it requires a lot of communication, also with third-party providers, you know, with our printers, our distributors. There are so many sort of points along the supply chain. And when we're mapping the environmental impact of publishing, we've got to take into account so many things, the materials that we're using to produce our books and package them. We've got to take into account the waste, how we're recycling our books, our use of gas and electricity, and then there's the carbon emissions from transport and shipping. So, you know, we can come back to this sort of question about how we can work together sort of more effectively, but I feel very confident that we've already got the pathways there through the IPA and our publishing associations, and it's a very good place to start.
Thank you, Kathy. Jörg, any opinions from your side on this question?
I think it's very nice that you also touched on this supply chain, and I think we need to have experts, and that was 2 sessions before where Pedro was talking about he needs to change the way how he addresses his, let's say them consumers. Yeah, so, and I think this is how we can collaborate, and technology, I have to say, and I'm not a publisher. I'm running the Future Book Forum since nearly 10 years and have lots of experience, and we have lots of people stimulated during these years. But I've seen that technology is not really there in lots of the publishing houses. And it's nice that Rachel raised her hands, and I would say probably the others raised their hands are bigger publishers. But I think what we are missing is small and medium-sized publishers, publishing houses that don't have the opportunity to invest in big technology. So we have to make it simple and easy, to accessible also for others. And I think the supply chain needs to work together. And this is what I think we start with this, and we come back to this in a minute probably when we talk about the Publishing 2030 Accelerator. What I'm really excited about it, but we need to talk to each other, and there needs to be trust, and I think it's confident, and let's get started. So that's what I think is this collaboration across this industry.
It's a very good bridge to my next question. So climate change requires radical change. We all know that. And it can be a bit overwhelming. And I saw from the show of hands, not everybody has a fully fledged sustainability policy where they work. So how do you start? What do you do first? And maybe I start with Jörg here.
Yeah, how do I start with this? And I think it's something that you have to start by yourself. And you have to convince your company, and I have to say within Canon we have the KOC, so we do something for the better world and for the better good, and but it's for the individuals, and that's what I'm thinking about is how can we help people to do their business a little bit different. And it's not only about your business, it's also about how can we address the consumers and how can we get engaged with them. And that's what I think is something, and I will talk about the other things about print-on-demand stuff in a minute probably when Accelerator comes up, but I think that's something that's very complex, but I think it's easy to get started, and that's what I think we need to do. I think just get started.
So we mentioned the Accelerator now a couple of times. I think people are getting very curious. What is it, Jörg? Can you introduce it?
Yeah, of course. It was at the IPA Sustainability Summit last year in September in Frankfurt, where I was part of a 20 people audience, and Richard, so everybody talked about what he does, and I talked about the Future Book Forum, and that year we had an ideas challenge where we asked a couple of thousand people how could we transform the book in more sustainable way, and it was very well accepted. I got in touch with Bodour, and that's very nice. I think everybody touches on sustainability, but it's more about the actions. And in this meeting, Richard stood up and said, guys, we need to change this industry because we're printing books since 100 years and 150 years, ship them in warehouses, praying we're going to sell most of them, and ship them across the world. We get some of the books back, and after a couple of years, we throw a percentage away. I was surprised how many books. And he said, actually, print on demand is an option. And what I thought is it was very nice. And after this meeting, we took a picture, and Rachel and I, we talked to each other. We said, how can we make action? And she said, what do you mean? I said, yeah, because across the sector, she didn't know who was a paper supplier or printer. There was a printer next to me. He said, oh yeah, we can do something because we need to reduce this, or how can we produce more targeted? And I think it's a very complex system where its data is needed, and how can we really analyze what we do, and how much do we produce? And that's what I think is very important. And we started now with the Accelerator because an outcome of our ideas challenge was a QR code from a student in Salzburg, and he said, how sustainable is a book? So he put a QR code on the back of a book. And we talked about this, and it's a great thing. But the impact of the sustainability of a book is also the delivery. Yeah, so you ship books across the world, and I think the pandemic and also the crisis we have is getting more and more expensive to ship stuff across the world. So a kind of a network that we need to have. And what I'm dreaming about is a kind of a highway system across the world where you have different kinds of storages where you pull the print file where it is needed and you don't ship the books across, because that's what I think is wrong. And then Richard came up and he said, actually what we need is also a kind of another accounting system, because that's also what is needed. So we have 3 work streams. One is the QR code of a book, so how sustainability, not a QR code, it's a sustainability of a book. How can consumers think about this? And talk to your people who thinks a book is not sustainable. People don't know this, and I think that's what we need to do, and that's what we would like to achieve with the Publishing 2030 Accelerator. And this is influenced by the distributed printing network, so we have nearly 40 people supporting us. Yeah, so it's a work group that has started at the Future Book Forum in May this year, and it will end in 21st and 22nd next year. And in between we try. So we don't want to discuss, we don't say, hey, that's great, we should do this. No, it's a group of people and we work on this. So work stream 1 with Rachel, we're working on the sustainability of the book. In the work stream 2 with me, there are lots of different publishers, different associations. There's even a paper manufacturer, there's software companies, and they all say, hey, let's give it a try. So that's the Publishing 2030 Accelerator, and the link is on the IPA website, and you're more than welcome to ask Rachel or me about this, because we need to have more people. And you asked what can we do, and I think it's to start, and that's what we did with the Publishing 2030 Accelerator. We started with this, and I think we all share with you the outcomes. You can take this then to your place, and because it's actually really about small and medium-sized publishers, how can we help them to grow this business and also participate, to be more sustainable?
And can I dig a little bit deeper here? So,
of course.
one of course of the project is the specific carbon footprint prototype of one individual book, and that was kind of presented at the Frankfurt Book Fair. Do you want to tell us a little bit more how that worked? What was the outcome?
It was very nice, but I was standing there with Rachel, and in the first row was Jesus Padenes, and I saw him was sitting next to Bodour, and he took his phone because Rachel had the book, and he scanned the barcode. And he said, "Wow, cool!" Because and come on, this is what we need. We need to make people.
What do you see when you scan it?
You see how I think there are 5 different factors that have an impact to the sustainability of a book, and then it's comparable with how you could see how much time you spent watching TV in comparison, so and how much hours you would drive in a car. So it brings it in a perspective, and I think that's what we need. So I think it's something to communicate to the customers and consumers that there is a sustainable impact in this book, and it needs at the end, and I think this industry needs to upsell their services, and that's an opportunity because people like to buy local. So even here in Indonesia, people like to buy products from Indonesia, and they might pay more for this. So it's an opportunity I think that we could use, and this is what we could have with this. I don't know if it's at the end a QR code or it's something like a nutrition score, but that's what we need.
I also thought it was super interesting because you get, for instance, the carbon footprint. It could be 1.2 kilos, and then you look at the next book and it's 1.7. And I can imagine, you do it another time and it's like 3.5 and you think, wow, what went wrong here, right? All of a sudden you have the awareness that this book has a particularly high carbon footprint, and you might want to kind of investigate like something went wrong there. I mean, did we really print it in China and then ship it to the US and then decided, oh, actually it should be in a warehouse in Europe or something like that. So I thought it was really intriguing and very well received. You also mentioned now the distributed printing, and of course that concept is also very attractive. I know of a large science publisher, which I will not mention by name, but we ship, we print in China for our journals, we wrap them all up there, then they're flown in a plane to the US, and then distributed there, and I'm also pretty sure not all of them are read. So, I mean, super frustrating, of course. So if you could have a better model there and really print locally, it seems to be so attractive. But I was listening to you and I think, well, Jörg works for Canon. I mean, are you going to kind of push us to the Canon solution, or
No.
is it something that we can all use because maybe I like HP better or another provider?
No, what we need, and I think it's something, it was very nice. I went to the, I've learned this industry for a couple of years now, and I went to see a small academic publisher in Frankfurt, and I was talking about this, and at the end she said, yeah, but my books need to be printed in offset. And I thought, wow, why is that? And I think that's what it is. So it's more an awareness, what we would like to do for printing on demand. That's what Richard said. So there is an opportunity to do this. And I think when we were in Frankfurt, we were also on a panel, and you said this, come on, it's even worse. You ship books to Australia from England, yeah. So and at the end they're not sold, so you ship them back to England, sitting for a couple of years in the warehouse anymore, and then what do you do with this? So it go in landfill.
Yeah, well, actually, we've been printing books on demand in Australia for more than 10 years. So it's actually been going on for some time. But I think the environmental agenda has really shifted this along. So while we talked to publishers around the world who wanted to sell their books in Australia, we would say to them, okay, send the digital file, we'll print it for you locally. There was not much incentive to do so. That changed with the pandemic and all the disruptions in the supply chain during the pandemic. And the environmental agenda is changing it as well, because everyone's realised that this is actually the sensible thing to do, that even though it might cost more to do the shorter run, if that's all you need, and Afu was talking about this before, if that's all you need, that's all you print. We don't want to stack up books in a warehouse and then pay exorbitant storage costs. So we've been working on these sort of systems for many years, in Australia, but it's definitely changed in the last few years, and we're going to see a lot more of it, I think.
And I think it's also the consumers are changing, because young people are, and I liked what the session about distribution and marketing said. It's about how can we address our services in a different way. It's not a book that what they need. They need something for information, documentation, or entertainment. And this could be a book, it could be an e-book, it could be an audio book, and that's what it is. So how can we make it more attractive to these young people? This is a growing market, and how can we probably also engage with them in a different way? How can we make different business models? And the technology is an enabler, and that's what I think is what we need to put in place.
Another element which we heard actually Afu mention in her presentation was our content, right? Could we publish books which are maybe themed around climate change, etc.? So I would like to kind of explore that a little bit more, and I start also with you, Kathy. So how important is it to have trusted information, for instance, research, but also literature that inspire action around climate in our societies?
Yeah, well, our responsibility as publishers is to bear witness to this climate emergency, and this is an area where book publishers and libraries they're already succeeding. Books on climate and the environment are being published across all categories, from children's books to scholarly monographs and all categories. And many of these books are bringing in the sort of latest evidence-based research that then goes on to inform public policy. So we're already doing this as publishers. This is what we kind of do naturally. But I think there are some, compelling stories from the global south, and I think what we've got to think about is how can we do a better job of making them heard. And I've just been tuning into some of the stories on COP27, and there's listen to what some of the Pacific Island nations are telling us, and these stories they've got to be told. But we as publishers and everyone in the book industry, I think, we've got to step up and work out ways to get this information across in ways that will inspire more immediate action. I mean, we're in it now, and it's I've always followed the scientists on this since I was a teenager, and we need them now more than ever. But we as publishers know we don't underestimate the power of storytelling.
I couldn't agree more. So, Jörg, how are we changing the hearts and minds of everybody around sustainability and climate action?
Yeah, I think looking at this as a publishing industry, and I think the book is a cultural asset. Yeah, so it changes life, and it started probably with Mr. Gutenberg in Mainz when he printed the first Bible. But you can go through Obama or also through Nelson Mandela. There are books that give a vision. They give hope. And I think that's what we need. So for me as a reader, and this helped me a lot, and it stimulated, it changes my life, and I think this is what we need to also to give to our people, to the readers, to the people that would like to.
I love it that you bring in the reader perspective. I would like actually to open this discussion for some questions from the floor, and so sustainability, climate action. You heard our 4 speakers here, or panelists. There are some big brains with lots of experience here. You can pick these brains. This is your opportunity. Yeah, I see people pointing in a kind of direction. Oh, there, yes. All right, sorry, sir, sorry. Maybe you can quickly mention your name and organization.
My name's James. I've grown up in Jakarta, and climate change is no joke in this city, and Jakarta is going to be the first city to beat climate change to climate change. And it has the solutions to it has really very little to do with net zero. It has to do with the aquifers. It has to do with the water and the way that the population drinks water and how to deliver the water to the people. It's a concept known to civilization for a very long time. And it is actually, I mean, I don't have the plan for it, but it's not impossible to get, however many thousands, tens of thousands of tukangs, which is the construction class of Indonesia, to get whatever needs to be done. And, because if this city sinks, the ramifications of it are very, very dire for what is actually the thing that net zero is trying to tackle, which is the rainforest, which is the mineral resources that need to stay in the ground, yada, yada, yada. It sort of started as a statement because I think that's the important thing to sort of address here. But to bring it back to a circular economy of the publishing industry is the importance of taking the plastic off the books in the bookshops and liberating the literature in spite of all the copyright that still needs to be saved. Now I'm on the screen and I can't think.
I do sense the urgency, so that's good. And I also really
Well,
like
let
the
me
local
just,
perspective.
Yeah, let me just close it off by going,
Yes, please.
if we can in the publishing industry, take the plastic off the books, allow anybody to walk in a bookshop as if it was a library and sit there and get inspired by the books before they purchase it. I mean, I think that that's the simplest thing that a publishing industry in this country can do towards treating the population with the respect and the intelligence that they deserve. Thank you.
It sounds like opening minds by opening books. Thank you. Do I see more questions there? Oh, I think Rachel has a question. I'm getting a bit nervous.
Hi. So I'm Rachel, I'm from Elsevier, and we've done a lot of carbon footprinting, and I think plastic packaging around books is a little bit of a red herring. I was at Frankfurt Book Fair talking to museum publishers who do a lot of shrink wrapping, and basically the carbon footprint is very negligible. The biggest impact that we can have is actually reducing the carbon emissions, and the carbon emissions come from paper. So I'm wondering from you guys, how's your thoughts about paper versus digital?
A good question. Kathy is running to the microphone.
Well, we're going to do both, aren't we? You know, I know paper and printing are significant in terms of carbon emissions, but that doesn't mean we stop printing or buying printed books. I think they're both going to be part of the equation. What we need is more educated conversations with our printers about the paper stock we're using and how much we're printing, and looking at the economy around this. So I think it's getting the balance too. And there are carbon emissions in you know, when we're using digital technology as well. So it's not that e-books or audio books or all of these other formats you know, don't have issues. They do. So we're at a stage where, I mean, just going back to what I said earlier, is understanding how we measure the carbon footprint of not just the book in its various formats, but you know, many things we're doing. That's the key, and that's I think the challenge at the moment is understanding the impact of what we're doing and adjusting our behaviour when we have that information.
I think that's a very nice point, adjusting our behavior. And I think what this gentleman just said is about the foil wrapping. And I agree what Rachel just said is something, sorry, but people are not aware of it. And I wasn't either. And when I talk to friends, what, really? Is this the impact? Because the problem is actually the making of the paper. So it's very, very energy intense. Yeah. So, and when you think about this, that you print, or you make this paper, you print books, you print papers, and you make books out of this, and then you ship it across the world, and this has all a carbon emission. And I think what we need to have is this: we have to give this to the consumer, that they understand what is the impact of this book. Yeah. So how has it been produced? How has it been shipped? I don't know about you, but a fair trade banana is something that I would love to buy more, because I know that these gentlemen that have raised these bananas, they got a fair money. But I think this is an education process that we have. And is it electronic or is it paper? I think it depends also on the consumer experience. Yeah. So in learning, it makes sense to have in education or academic, I think lots of the content is already online. It's faster, it's quicker. But in trade, it makes sense to have books printed and to give it away. And that's also the question. If you give it to somebody else again, and you give the books to somebody, then the carbon footprint reduces. And I think it's about this: be sensitive about how you consume and what you do. But I don't think it's about, is it good or bad electronic? And it's the mix, yeah. So it's a hybrid learning. It's a hybrid consumption. My daughter, she loves her Tolino, yeah. So it's the Kobo. It's a non-line reader. It's an e-reader, yeah, but it's something. But she also reads a book, and it doesn't matter for her. And that's what I think we have to understand. So just print as much as we need, and be sensitive about the impact that this has. And this is an educational process.
Yeah, maybe oh, sorry, I see José's hand go up. That's great, good timing.
Hi, I'm José Borghino, the Secretary General of the IPA. I want to ask what happens next. We've had 2 summits over 2 Frankfurts. We've had a very fascinating and successful sustainability session at London Book Fair. You've got the accelerator going. I'm expecting that we'll get some results from that in the near future. So I'm just wanting to know a little bit of the timeline. What's happening in the next, say, year, and maybe project that forward for a few more years. Thank you.
Is this for anybody or any in particular, or all panelists?
Well, I'm suggesting that maybe the IPA can be part of this function.
Yes.
So I'm suggesting, how can the IPA work with the 3 of you in conjunction or individually, and what can we do over the next 12 months and say 5 years?
There's plenty the IPA can do, Jose. I think that one of the first points to make is that we need a common methodology to understand and calculate the carbon footprint of a book. And there are various publishing companies working on this, from Elsevier, which has been mentioned, but Penguin, Random House, a number of large companies are employing sustainability officers. They're doing work in this area. But what happens? They're going to be gathering all of this data, coming up with different ways of approaching this. We need some sort of central point where we can come up with a methodology that we can all use. So it's a global issue. It's going to require a global solution. I mean, UN's obviously doing enormous amount of work in this area, but we need other frameworks, and we've got a framework with our International Publishers Association, but there's still a lot of questions around how we take these next steps. So I don't have the answers, but I think we've got to find a way of capitalising on the work that a number of the larger publishing companies in particular are doing in this area. But let's be open, because the solutions could come from anywhere in the world at the moment, and it may just come from those countries which are facing this climate emergency head on.
I was quite surprised, because I said we were 20 people at the Sustainability Summit in Frankfurt last year, and the room was so full in Frankfurt when I thought we were 80 people. And I think it's getting more and more. And I think what we need to have, and it was, you also said, it's the big publishers, they have data, they use this data, and how can we utilize this? And that's what I think the IPA needs to do. How can we give also small and medium-sized publishers the benefit of using data? I went to a smaller publisher. I'm trying to work also. That's why I'm so happy working and sitting here. I'm presenting the printing industry. It's of course I'm from Canon and I'm happy being Canon, but it's for us, and it's how can we position printing differently? And it's about digitalization. If you want to make progress in this, and how can we use the resources that we only need? You have to be digital. You have to have data. And I was working with the Swiss Publishing Association and was on a small gathering together, and I was talking to a smaller, medium-sized publisher. She had 20 people in her staff, and I was talking to her about, what do you do with your backlist? Don't have money, don't have time. Digital printing, no, don't do this. And I think this is wrong, because when you think about what is the major, and we need to have a diverse market, yeah? And when you look into pension renters, the revenue went through the roof last year, yeah? So, but we have to look after the smaller companies as well. And I think there's technology out there. And when you take a look into bookshop.org, what Andy Hunter does, yeah? So he helps bookshops to take part of the online sales. And I think this is what we need, and this is where I think we need to work, and that's why I'm so happy to have this Publishing 2030 Accelerator, because we could just try. And in a year's time, we will share with you, this works, this doesn't work, and we try with something else. We just talked about this, what's next? And that's what I would like to do. So be brave and take actions and do something, and that's what I think I would like to encourage the IPA to work more with us, and to find ways to get access also to people that need this.
Does it answer your question, Jose? Or you want me to add something? Well, so I see different phases, right? The first one is awareness. And we're doing this panel. It's on the agenda. We see the Sustainability Summit, super popular. The next one is commitment. People signing up for the SDG Publishers Compact. I mean, it has been also very popular. Great. Then there is best practice sharing, and we have our own dashboard, and there are already 170 cases at the IPA dashboard. It's around sustainability, but many are about climate action. And so the phase after that, of course, is that we will work together to make our industry net carbon neutral. And that, of course, is a big step. And I realize that, because then you must think, okay, we will do it by 2040, 2050. What does it mean? But we as an industry, does it mean that every individual publisher should commit to that? Some of them will come in earlier, others will come in later. I don't think we're ready for that discussion now, but I would love to have this discussion maybe at the next IPA Congress, wherever that will be. More questions. We have time for a couple more questions. Yeah, I see a hand going up there. The gentleman in the blue shirt. Maybe you can mention your name and
I'm a Hill.
Yes, and your IFLA affiliation.
Yes, that's my affiliation. Yeah, so I probably feel like a white man who's just stood up again. So I'm Stephen Wybe. I'm from the International Federation of Library Associations, and thank you. I know the work you're doing is great, and I think we shouldn't underestimate the power of people having in their hands something that's almost labelled as being sustainable. I think sometimes some of these themes are so broad and so vague that they lack a concreteness that make people actually engage. I was interested to ask you to develop a little bit more on this theme of hearts and minds, because clearly what publishing does, it supplies materials, things that inspire, things that inform, things that actually try and change behaviours. But there's also a demand side. So I was going to ask if you could expand a bit more on the sorts of partnerships, the sorts of actions that could be taken collectively in order to make sure that this information, these stories that you're providing, actually turn into behaviour change.
Great question, Stephen. Thank you. I see Kathy.
Yes, well, a number of publishing associations, well, including the Australian Association and the French Publishers Association, have put together resources and guides which are available online, and that information for free, and that information is kind of being circulated across so many different channels. And because the area is developing so quickly, these guides have to be updated regularly. And so I think that's been very effective. I'm hearing about more associations that are looking at doing this, and also looking at advice to deal with the particular conditions in their countries. And I suppose the other consideration here is if you look at some of the large retailers, and I'm thinking of one in Australia, they are beginning to make their own demands about how they want products packaged. They want to know that the paper is certified. They want to understand the recycling processes. And so the retailers are making more upfront demands on the publishers or their suppliers. And I think that this is also going to start having an impact. It's touch and go. You know, a lot of them are talking about doing this and not following through, but I think the pressure's building to follow through.
Yeah, I think it comes back to what you just said about the raise awareness, and this is what. And I also, it was nice. A colleague sent me from Spain, said, "Oh, look at this! What the French Publishing Association did," and I think that's great, and we need to share this. And back to what Jose just asked for, what could the IPA do? Let's share it. Get this together, share it, because this is. We need to be fast. Yeah. So because it's nice that no, it's not nice, but you raised this. It's the problem of Jakarta, but we need to be fast. And actually for Jakarta it's too late. Sorry, but it's something that is there. But for the other countries, and this is what we need to do, and I think we need to raise this awareness. How can we do this? And this is what the IPA could do. How can we do this together to go back? Because at the end, it's the person who buys this, and I understood also the author is somebody who's a customer or who's important for you, and tell them, oh, there's a social impact. Probably they don't know this. So it's this. Tell them what is the impact of this and how can we do this better?
No, I'm happy that you mentioned the author. And of course the question is from Stephen, and a shout out to Stephen and IFLA because they were a wonderful partner in the SCG book club together with the UN and IBI and the Bologna Book Fair. But one thing that came up when we were kind of working on the book club, which is now complete as far as the UN level with all 6 UN languages, was that authors came to us and publishers came to us and said, we want to write more books around these themes of sustainability. We want to publish more books in the future around sustainability. Can you help us? And I thought that was also a very interesting, ask for, and maybe that is an opportunity we should also put more investment in, because that's also how you can change the world. If we can really start, you mentioned the authors, help the authors write books that change the world, and publishers publish books that change the world, that will also, I think, accelerate this whole process of changing the hearts and minds of people. I think we're almost out of time, and I don't see any burning last questions in the audience, except Richard is looking at me. Do you have a question? Oh, okay, good. Excellent. No, then I will ask my panelists actually to give like the 1 minute wrap up of the one action you really want us in this room to take to tackle climate action. And so I start with Kathy.
There was a phrase in the 1970s, think globally, act locally. And so the 1970s, it was really, so after the publication of Silent Spring and really the beginnings of this environmental movement. So at COP27, the buzzword has been implementation. So I'd like everybody to think about what can you implement in your local area. So we're all thinking globally, but let's start kind of locally and just break it down and start with something there that you feel that you can achieve in the short term.
Great one, Kathy. Jörg, what is your one action in 1 minute?
I think it's until beginning of last year I didn't know the SDGs. Really, it was Peter Fisk and I were doing to the Future Book Forum together, and he said, Jörg, we need to do it with the SDGs. I said, okay, what is it? And I got familiar with the SDGs, and since then, I'm also talking with my friends about the SDGs when it comes up to this. Yeah, so it's something that what everybody should do. So I think it's be aware of this, because it actually could help all of us. Yeah, so there are different perspectives that you could address. And I think what is very important, start by yourself. Yeah, so it's such a big thing. Whoa, no, the IPA has to help us, or it's the government, or they have to give us some guidance. No, start with yourself, buy local, don't consume as much as you can, consume that what you need. Maybe you can buy, that's the reason why young people are buying second-hand clothes, because the second-hand book market is a big thing. So we need to act responsible. And that's what I think everybody should start. Go out, act responsible, and consume responsible. That's what I think is important.
Thank you. And a big thank you to Professor Sakri, to Afu, and of course, Kathy and Jörg here. Yes, a big round of applause.
Thank you very much to our moderator and to our esteemed speakers for another lively discussion to close day one of our Congress today. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And now that means we are at the end of our Congress today. Hopefully the discussion today will create a big impact for the publishing industry. At least we get different opinions, different views that can broaden our horizon on many issues that are impacting the world right now.
Absolutely agree. Thank you for today. My name is Uli Herdi.
And I'm Siska Becker.
Thank you for having us, and see you tomorrow at the 33rd Publishers Congress, Day 2. See you tomorrow, everybody.
There's something about our makeup that wants to encrypt and preserve something that has just happened, that in other species, other animals, just disappears. It's evanescent. But for us, we capture it and we put it into words and we share it with people we love. I think we've survived millions of years of evolution because we can tell each other stories.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant as the war was important for Jews, as it was for many other people. But what it really impacted on me was the importance of international cooperation, anything to prevent the ghastliness of war.
We were once in Istanbul, and at a certain moment the publishers said, we now have to stop the meeting for a moment, because every day we go to the court and start picketing with local authors and publishers in front of the court because they had put a publisher in jail. All of a sudden we were standing on the street, and you realize that those people are doing this every week, every day, to show the world that it was not right that lawyers and judges had put a publisher in jail.
So it's the fight against censorship, it's the solidarity among publishers, so that every publisher can publish and without any risk to that individual or that organization. And there are publishers which are absolute heroes. They publish books which are controversial, which they know are going to be censored. And they pay a price for that. Sometimes it's imprisonment, and sometimes they pay the ultimate price with their lives.
The freedom to publish is a vital part of what enables publishers to operate, and we have to be constantly vigilant as the threats to it are constantly changing. Whether it is state censorship or self-censorship, we work to make sure publishers can publish what they feel deserves to be published.
Freedom to publish and copyright are mutually reinforcing concepts and mutually reinforcing fundamental rights that belong to a coherent system of fundamental rights. So they're both enshrined in the treaties on human rights, and they belong together. And that's because an author with no opportunity to publish and be rewarded for their work will not be free to express themselves. They might have to rely on patronage or government funding, and that's not freedom.
If we don't protect copyright, then publishers can't sustain their businesses for long. Copyright protection is not just essential for publishing, it's essential for modern economies.
Is the main legal instrument of protection of these rights. Just think with me. Without copyright, there is no incentive for authors to dedicate themselves and their lives writing for the publishers. So if there is no protection to their creation, there is no books.
The most memorable is probably the fun moment, and you could count things like the Congress that we hold at Cape Town, in Bangkok, London, Delhi, and we share so much during that brief period of time. If you ask me what was the pivotal moment, it was the Marrakesh Treaty to give access to those with visual impairment to as much books as possible. And the only way we could do that was through technology.
I think that diversity in general has changed a lot. It goes together with freedom. Freedom to publish, freedom to speech, freedom to be whom you want and how you want.
So all those different lenses around ethnicity and sexual identity and regionality are kind of well represented, and that's in the leadership. I'm also very proud to put, I think, diversity and inclusion on the agenda of what we publish, and publishers are aware of that. They really feel that they should recruit diverse staff so that they can really market also to a diverse readership and a diverse authorship.
Africa has been a great example of how diversity and inclusion has been important and is going to be important for us at IPA.
So something that stands out for me is our Africa Publishing Innovation Fund, which was created in partnership with Dubai Cares. We have supported many projects in Africa that focus on publishing innovation and in building libraries.
Last year, many publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free on a temporary basis as our contribution to tackle this. And we have to remind that this was possible because we had to do this when it's needed for a crisis like we had last year. I also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, okay, we will get through this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I was traveling from the airport of Belgrade to Belgrade itself, I was just astonished because the destruction of the bombs were much bigger than ever the newspapers and the press have told us. There was a common message they wrote in the papers: please, people of the world, don't throw us bombs, send us books. I think that IPA at the end is about values. We represent the memory of the past, and we need to follow up this work of promoting the dignity of ideas.
When you work in these areas, in the institutional associations, you're not working for yourself, you're working for the others, you are giving, you are just trying to draw a path, in this case a path for the book.
With others behind you or others with you, all these paths, they get less difficult to overcome.
It is not the president who is doing this. It is not the vice president who is doing it. It's not when I was the chairman of boards, committees and so on, which is the work, but it is